Hello there. My name is Jason Hamilton. I'm the author of the book you're about to listen to, and I want to invite you to an exclusive VIP experience that will allow you to interact more with me directly and to shape the course of the Argoverse, my shared universe, as well as you'll get all of my books for free when you sign up. So go ahead and check out the link down below, and I will see you there.
As Winter Spawns, written by Jason Hamilton, narrated by Liza Jacob. Chapter 1. The cold sunk into Jack's body, consuming her right to her bones, like the stomach acid of a large predator slowly digesting its prey. The portal shut behind her the moment she passed through it. After Merrick had thrown her through, that is, she still couldn't get it through her head. Why had Merrick done that? Well, that wasn't exactly the right question. A better question was, how had Cain gotten his hands on her best friend and turned him against her? That had to be the explanation. Merrick wouldn't betray her of his own volition. Cain was making him do this. The sun was high in the sky, and Jack had to cover up her eyes as its reflection off a vast field of snow nearly blinded her. "Jack, what happened? Are you okay?" Seph was clutching at her shoulders, giving her a small shake. She blinked as she realized that he was there. She'd been so deeply entrenched in her shock that she hadn't even realized what was going on around her. She almost said, "I'm fine," but quickly realized nothing could be further from the truth. She glanced down at the back of her right arm. There sat a new brand, one she would have never given herself. 3 circles contained within themselves. A void brand. The brand to negate all other brands. Seph saw it too, and his eyes widened. But how? A clink of armor sounded behind Jack, and she turned to see Skellig standing there. "We need to get everyone to the mountains. I don't suppose you could..." She trailed off as she caught sight of the expressions on Jack and Seph's faces, not to mention the fact that they were lying on the snow-covered ground. "What's wrong?" "Merrick betrayed me at the last moment," Jack said. She offered up her arm to show the void brand. "He gave me this and took the pillars." Seph said nothing, but his grip on her arm tightened. Color drained from Skellig's face. She bent closer, lowering her voice. "You can't use your brands." Jack felt deep within her, searching for those wells of power that signaled the presence of a brand, but none existed. She shook her head slowly. Skellig took a deep breath and glanced around hastily. "Better keep that covered as best you can. We can't let everyone know that you're defenseless. There would be panic." Jack agreed, though she knew it wouldn't stay secret for long, especially when others spotted her without the Pillars of Eternity. Questions would be asked, and speculation could sometimes be worse than the truth. Though how could anything be worse right now? She began to shiver. "What do we do?" said Seph, bending over to cradle Jack's body and warm it with his own. How come he wasn't so cold? He was just as powerless as Jack. Skellig faltered for a moment. Jack and Seph joined Skellig in looking at the mass of people who stood ahead of them. 7,000 people, most of them human, but with a few hundred Fae mixed in. Giant trolls lumbered on around the edges of the group, the only ones who seemed unaffected by the cold. They were stranded, all of them, on the planet Ilidar. Just moments ago, Jack had held more power than a human could possibly wield. It had been impossible, something that shouldn't be allowed to happen, yet she had done it. She had created this very world on which they now stood. But it was only now becoming apparent just how much they still needed magic. Apart from their own group, there was no life visible in any direction. No trees, no animals, nothing. All that power she'd held, gone. She had nothing now. She was as powerless as the morning before receiving her first brand. That had been the day that Cain had first come to see her, though she hadn't known who it was at the time. She'd woken to a dark force in her room that prevented her from moving. She had little more power now. "I suppose we have to move towards the mountains." Jack struggled to her feet, feeling every muscle protest as she did so. "Find some kind of shelter." Skellig nodded. "Yes, That should be our first course of action, and we'll need to take stock of our resources. The livestock won't last long in these conditions." "We'll need them for food," said Jack, though it pained her to say it, but she had grown up raising sheep.
"There always came a time for the slaughter."
"I suppose so." Skellig surveyed the crowd. Many of them were drawing closer to them, eager to know more about what they would do next. Most had excited looks on their faces. They were expecting Jack to have a plan. She had brought all of them this far, after all. They didn't know that she was suddenly more powerless than they. "Skellig, you need to take charge," she said through increasing shivers. I can't do this right now. Use the gnomes and find someone to watch out for the water fae, to keep the water in their wagons from freezing." Skellig didn't hesitate. She gave the briefest of nods, straightened, and began giving orders. While Skellig shouted out their next steps, Jack turned to Seph, who still wrapped her in a warm embrace. Oh, relatively warm at least. He was shivering too. "What are you going to do about that?" he said, motioning to where her void brand was hidden by her sleeve. "As far as I know, no one has ever removed a brand before. But at least I still have my sanity. I'm not turning into a demon or anything." "I suppose that's something," said Seph, but his face didn't look all that relieved. "Perhaps Gabriel could tell you more." Jack nodded. "Yes, let's see if we can find him." Maybe Gabriel could help. She wouldn't last long without her powers, and even if she could survive, Cain would come for them eventually, wielding the Pillars of Eternity. Jack had no doubt of that. Cain would find a way to break them, to mold them to his will, and the moment he did, he would wipe this little planet out of the stars. He could do it too. Jack knew all too well the type of power those pillars contained. No, she had to get her powers back. That was simply how it must be. She would talk to Gabriel and find a way, no matter what. Skellig called for the gnomes and flame dancers to assemble at the front of the army. They didn't have many. In fact, most of their 7,000 people did not have brands, since they came from far distant countries. But there were a handful of flame dancers. Together with the gnomes, they began clearing the snow in front of them. To Jack's relief, at least one gnome remained with each wagon carrying a water fae. Those particular wagons were covered in pitch to help them hold water. The gnomes used their fae abilities to keep the water warm and to prevent freezing. Inside the wagons lay water fae, immobile due to their giant tail fin instead of legs. Jack scanned the horizon to find evidence of a lake or other body of water, but saw none. And even if there were a lake, it would be completely frozen over, rendering it useless for the water fae. Another shiver ran down Jack's spine as she imagined the feeling of warm water surrounding her. She couldn't imagine anything would feel so good right at that moment. A few humans and fae came up to her asking for advice, but she turned them away, making sure they knew that Skellig was in charge now. She hid her void brand with one hand any time someone approached. They couldn't know she was defenseless. Not yet. Not until they found some kind of stable living conditions. Seph stayed with her, and they hovered around the back of the group once they began to move towards the mountains. It felt good to be moving, but those mountains were still at least a day's march, and they might not have sunlight for all that time. Jack didn't even want to think about what temperatures would be at night. She looked up at the sky. Clouds dispersed the light in all directions, so she couldn't pinpoint exactly where the sun was at that moment. Did the sun even set at the same time as on Earth? What if the day and night cycle lasted much longer? Or shorter? What if there wasn't even a day and night cycle? Soon enough, her need to find Gabriel overcame her desire to lie low in the back of the group. She began pushing ahead with Seph right behind her. Gabriel had been the first to go through the portal, so he might be near the front. Though with 7,000 humans, she didn't find him quickly. Finally, she spotted the tip of a long brown beard sticking out of a worn hood. "Gabriel!" she shouted, and pushed past the few who were in her way. Her mentor turned his head sharply at the forcefulness of her call. Maybe she shouldn't have sounded so desperate. Others were looking at her as well. Almost unconsciously, she lay a hand over her sleeve above the void brand. "What is it, Jack?" Gabriel said as she drew close, with Seph following right behind her. Jack glanced from side to side, making sure no one was listening too closely. "We have a problem." She lifted her sleeve just enough to expose the void brand on her arm. close enough so that only she and Gabriel could see it. Gabriel's eyes widened, and he too began glancing this way and that, looking for eavesdroppers. Thankfully, most seemed fixated on putting one foot in front of the other in the snow-laden terrain. "What happened?" he said, in a low but harsh tone. "You didn't do that to yourself, did you?" "No." Jack felt her stomach clench again. "It was Merrick." She filled Gabriel in as much as she dared, considering they were still out in the open. Seph chimed in only to mention the moment when Merrick had flung him through the portal, just before branding Jack and sending her through as well. Gabriel stared at the ground as they walked, but it was clear he was listening intently. "And you can't use any of your brands?" he asked once she finished. Jack shook her head. Gabriel took a deep breath and let it out slowly. "Do you know anything about removing brands?" Gabriel's face darkened. "Jack, do you remember the first time we met?" Jack thought back to that day, the day when she'd received her first brand. "Yes, you skipped over me at the branding and talked to me privately afterward." "And do you remember I asked you about Salazar's constants?" Jack's face drained of color. She did remember. "You're talking about the third constant. Permanence." Gabriel nodded. "Once you receive a brand, it stays with you for life." "But you know perfectly well that the first constant has already been disproven," Jack pleaded. "Singularity. We've learned that people can have multiple brands now." Gabriel nodded. "True, and that's why I would encourage you to search for an answer. You broke the first constant. Maybe you can find a solution to the third." "You mean you don't know of anything that could take the brand away?" Jack's heart sunk further. Gabriel was her only hope. He knew everything, but if he didn't know this... "I'm sorry, Jack. I can be of no help to you." "But what about tearing the skin off or burning it or trying another void brand to void the original brand?" Gabriel pursed his lips. "The last one is new, but the others have all been tried. They failed. The branding is more than skin deep. What you see is an outward appearance, but there is something about the brand that becomes a part of your very soul. It cannot simply be removed by physical means." "But the second void brand idea?" Jack prodded. She'd take any possibility, however slight. She had to get her powers back. But the expression on Gabriel's face did not look encouraging. "I would doubt it could work, even if you found someone to give you a brand, which, let's remember, you were the only one who could give multiple brands. I don't think it would work." "Why not?" "Well, mostly because you'd have to differentiate between brands. You would want your second void brand to only affect the first, rendering it useless and therefore freeing the others. But it wouldn't work that way. A second void brand would continue to negate the effects of all brands." "What can I do?" Jack asked, desperate. There had to be something, some wild theory or an old book she could read to learn more. Gabriel stopped walking and turned to look her square in the eye. Jack did not like what she saw there. "I'm sorry, Jack. I don't think there's anything we can do to bring your powers back. Though there is one person who knows brands more than I." "Who is it?" Jack asked eagerly. "Kane," said Gabriel. "You've already told me about the mind control brand he used on your shackles in Mount Herefast. Perhaps there are other brands we don't know about." "You're kidding, right? There's no way I could get that kind of information out of him. Besides, we're trapped on this planet." Gabriel shrugged and went back to walking. "I didn't say it would be possible to learn from him, only that he might be the only person who knows a solution." "But that's not useful to me at all." Jack began to feel a heat rise up inside of her. A few people glanced at her, and she did her best to calm down. It was not easy. "I have a question," said Seph in a matter-of-fact tone, almost as if he hadn't heard their conversation. Both she and Gabriel turned their heads to look at him. "Does your void brand work?" "What do you mean?" Jack narrowed her eyes at Seph. "Of course it works. I can't use any of my other brands." "No, sorry. I mean, does it work on other people? People with void brands can usually touch someone and negate their powers, right? He was right. The royal priest of Skycliff once had done just that to Jack. He'd touched her, and she'd temporarily lost her gifts. "We can give it a try," said Gabriel, holding his left hand aloft. The gifter brand on the back of that hand lit up. "Go ahead, touch my hand, Jack. If your void brand works, we will know it immediately." This wasn't going to help her get her powers back, but she was still curious. It would be nice to have something, at least. Some ability to call her own, even if she couldn't draw from any others. She reached out and placed her right arm on Gabriel's wrist. Immediately, the light coming out of Gabriel's brand died. Her mentor's eyes widened. "Well, that settles it. I can't use my brand at all right now." Jack let go, staring once again at the void brand on her arm. "Well, not that it'll do me much good, but I think it could do a lot of good," said Seph. "This could be the key to defeating Cain if he ever comes against us again." "You think I could use a void brand against him?" asked Jack, cocking her head at Seph. "Yes, and then he would be nothing but an ordinary man. He could be defeated." "That actually sounds like a decent plan," said Gabriel, nodding. "I'm not sure why we hadn't thought of that before." Jack agreed, but didn't find any solace in the idea. She hadn't asked for a void brand after all. She wanted her other brands back. Besides, with Cain still on Earth, the chances of her getting a chance to use her void brand on him were so small they might as well assume it wasn't possible. She looked away at the mountains that slowly towered over them, more and more as they drew closer. What would they do if she didn't get her brands back and they also couldn't find shelter? Would they die out here, exposed to the cold like they were? This was why they needed her abilities. Before, she could have made them all flame dancers or given them toughness to help them cope with the cold. But she couldn't do any of that right now. They had come to Ilidar expecting her to take care of them, but all they had found was cold and ruin. She was a failure. Chapter 2. "Thanks for your help, Gabriel," she said, before hurriedly pushing past him and towards the head of their group. If finding suitable shelter was the key to their immediate survival, then she wanted to be at the forefront of the group, helping however she could. She didn't watch to see if Seph was following her, but she was vaguely aware that he did so. Together they moved towards the edge of the crowd. She needed space. "Jack," he said from behind, "I just want you to know that you will get through this. We haven't made it this far just to fail." Despite herself, she whipped around to glare at Seph. "You can't possibly expect me to just lie down and take this. You don't know what it's like to have everything you are taken from you. I not only lost my brands, I lost everything. My mother, the pillars, my friend. And without my brands, I'm essentially useless." "Is that what you think?" Seph said, his voice soft. Jack stopped herself from saying more. She'd forgotten that Seph didn't have any brands either. "No, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say that you were useless. But in a sense, you're right. There is little I have to offer. I can't scout like a sightseer, fight like a flame dancer, heal myself, or any of the things others can do with their brands." "Yeah, but you're half the reason for everyone coming together. You and your book and what you preach, it gives people hope. For me, my powers were what inspired others." Seph bit his lip as if pondering her words. "Perhaps this will be an opportunity for you to discover something more about yourself." Jack furrowed her brow. "I'm sure that will help us survive here, or fight Cain if he ever shows up again." "You never know." Seph shrugged, but just then Jack noticed that everyone was staring at them, or pretending not to stare, but obviously listening. Jack closed her eyes. Her and her big mouth. Now word would quickly spread that she was essentially helpless, though it wouldn't have taken long for that message to spread anyway. Might as well get it over with. She scanned the faces of those who had overheard. Most were trying hard to avoid meeting her eyes, but some kept glancing in her direction, slightly hysterical expressions on their faces. They were afraid. The reality of their situation was beginning to take hold. Jack felt it too. She went back to focusing on the snow-covered path ahead of her. Though she couldn't see the sun through the cloud-covered sky, light was fading, and the temperatures were dropping. They would need to find shelter soon, or set up camp here and hope the flame dancers and gnomes could keep the air around them warm enough for all to survive. Indeed, it wasn't long before Skellig called a halt, then ordered the gnomes and flame dancers to move ahead of the rest of the army to clear an area of snow. Jack watched as the gnomes heated the rock beneath the snow, and flame dancers shot jets of fire in all directions. Steam hissed, and even at a distance, the warmth caused goose pimples to rise on Jack's flesh. Soon, nothing but wet rock remained, and with a little more effort, that water rose into the air as fresh steam, leaving the land dry. The gnomes continued to move forward, repeating the same steps on the adjacent patch of land and beyond. They would need to cover a large enough area for 7,000 people to stay the night. A gnome had a large reach with their powers of heat, but there were only a few dozen of them. "I'm not sure I like this," said a voice. Jack turned to see not Seph, but Vander, the newly elected leader of the Shadow Elves, standing next to her. Where had Seph gone? "Like what?" Jack said, glad to have Vander nearby. They'd had their differences before, but right now Vander was the closest reminder she had of her mother. He probably knew Carlona far better than she did, since he had lived with her for years in the Hollow Peaks. Vander kept staring out at the dry patches ahead of them. "This," he waved his hand in the direction of the gnomes. "Using one of the races for work like this. We'd all die without their help, and the flame dancers are there as well," she pointed out. "Yes, but it still bothers me," he said. "We Fae used to be the majority in our little group, but now there are thousands of other humans here as well. What do we do if they suddenly decide we work for them?" Jack was about to say something when Vander seemed to forget his concern and turned to her with a caring look on his face. "But I shouldn't bother you with such words," he said. "How are you? I hear you lost your abilities." He didn't seem worried or scared like the others. If anything, he looked more concerned for her. "Word travels fast. I'll be looking for a way to fix it," said Jack. "There's got to be a way. But the effects that must have had on you, and so shortly after losing your mother." Jack nodded. "It's been a lot to process." "I don't think I would still be standing," said Vander, patting her on the back. "You show great resilience." "I don't feel resilient," said Jack. "I'm sure none of the great ancestors of legend felt that they were anything special either. But I and the Shadow Elves will continue to consider you as one of our own. We do not put our faith in someone based on the number of brands they have." Jack smiled. "Thank you, Vander. I will try not to let you down. Just keep searching for answers, and I'm sure they will come." Vander patted her on the back once again. "In the meantime, I have to go make sure that my people are appropriately accommodated for the night." And with that, he retreated back through the crowd, leaving Jack alone once more. And just as well, because it wasn't long after that when Skellig ordered everyone to move into the drier terrain and make camp for the night. They had tents, but most were assigned to bundle together with several others. It was close quarters for Jack, but she understood the need. They would need body heat to survive the night with the temperatures dropping the way they were. Thank the ancestors for Skellig. The woman didn't miss a beat once. She continued giving orders and checking up on each of the various factions within the group. There were a lot of them. The foreigners they had found in the valley, led by the Triad, Breton, Lee, and Masael, each of the various Fae species, and a few other human recruits, most of whom were either followers of Seph or watchers that had come with Jack from Mount Herefast. They were all here. The next step was to arrange for food to be passed out among them. This was mostly provided by the Triad's foreign companies, who had spent years preparing for an expedition they could only guess was coming. They had enough food for everyone, not to mention a massive supply of still-living livestock. Jack graciously accepted some dried meat as it was passed out. She chewed on it absently for a while. The others had left her alone for the most part. Most didn't even look at her. By now, word had spread that she had failed them as a leader. She had created this world for them, led them to it, only to discover that the world was an icy wasteland and to have her power to do anything about it stripped away from her. So she ate in relative silence, savoring the food as she realized just how hungry she had become. Before, her hungerless brand had staved off the need for regular food, but now she would need to eat every day like everyone else. There were several others of the company with a hungerless brand, but few in comparison to how many were here. They would have to find a new source of food fast, or they were all goners. The sound of someone speaking brought her out of her thoughts. She turned towards the sound and saw someone standing on a wagon, his arms out and speaking to the crowd around him while they ate. But in the dimming light, she couldn't quite make out who it was. She moved closer. It was probably a dissenter, someone who had found out what happened to her, probably blaming her for bringing them to Ilidar, for creating a place that defied all of their expectations. But it wasn't. When she was close enough, she recognized the man's posture, and a familiar voice drifted to her. "And so, I thought it best to speak about the guiding hand today, that force that brought us here and that will, in time, help us survive and come out of it even stronger than we were. Hopefully, I can teach something new to those of you who have not heard my sermons before, and provide a refreshed understanding for those who have." There were a few disgruntled mutters throughout the crowd, but most were listening. Most of the audience within earshot were the foreigners, judging by their appearance, but there were a few faces Jack recognized, and a few Fae as well. "There are difficulties ahead of us," said Seph. "I'm not going to say otherwise. And I cannot promise that deliverance, at least of our physical form, will be there for all. But we can gain some measure of comfort in knowing that we are not alone. There is a great destiny ahead for our people. We must assume that we will not perish completely."
"But there's nothing here to eat,"
said one person. A chorus of agreement ran through the crowd. The few closest to her shot her distrustful glances. "Yeah, and we can't survive out here in this cold for long," said another. "We were happy in that valley, and you led us here to die." That provoked an even greater chorus of hostile agreement. Jack swallowed. Was Seph unwittingly provoking a riot? What would he do, or rather, what would she do, if people were to rise up against them? Her brands were useless to her if she was attacked. She began taking a few quiet steps backward, slowly turning away. "I want you all to imagine for a moment," Seph continued. Jack faced him again. He looked so completely unfazed by the crowd. If anything, he looked even more excited. "I want you to imagine these lands covered with greenery and life, of a land rich in minerals and tilling soil, where there is enough for human, fae, and beast alike. But more importantly, I want you to imagine a culture where human and fae work together for the betterment of all, and where we serve each other so that no one need go hungry or without shelter from the elements." People were starting to listen now. Some even leaned in to better hear what Seph would say next. Jack, too, was carried across the world of imagination as she envisioned the land as Seph described it. It was beautiful, lush, and peaceful. But was it even possible? As if sensing her words, one of the others cried, "You talk, but how can we even begin to have a life like that under our present circumstances?" Seph thought on that for a while before speaking. "I'd like to tell you a story," he said, "of a time after I found a certain book, the Book of Ilidar. In it, I read many things I considered most strange. I read of humans becoming something else, changing into forces of nature. I read of a world of peace and prosperity for these beings, who would live beside humans and prosper together. At the time, I thought it was highly far-fetched, even after all I had seen that led me to the book. How could such things be possible? I admit that even I had serious doubts at that time. I began to form a following, but many looked to me for answers that I did not have. I had only to trust that the book was true. His eyes roamed across the crowd until they landed on Jack. A smile formed on his lips, that dazzling smile that used to fill her with so much delight. And now it filled her with love. He kept his eyes on her while he spoke again. And then I met a young girl, reading in the library. We talked, and I learned about the Fae. I learned that much of what was spoken of in the Book of Ilidar had already come to pass. I learned that not only was that girl a messenger to me of the fulfillment of prophecy, but she was prophecy herself. Jack's face drooped. Why was he focusing on her? She could no longer be a leader of these people, not without her brands. Sure, Seph was right that the book had prophesied of her. The evidence was too perfect to ignore, but all that was over. She had created Ilidar like the book had said, but it said nothing of her role beyond that. That had to be because Jack had no role after that. Her part was over. She fully expected someone to call Seph out on this, but to her surprise, no one said a word. They were listening to Seph's story, and so he continued. It wasn't until that time that I truly came to believe the prophecies. By following the counsel I had been given, I was led to its truth. And the prophecies are not done. There is still much left to do. A few mutters of what more or what can we do ran through the crowd. Jack stared at them in amazement. Moments ago, they had been angry at Seph and angry at her. Now they were begging to hear more of Seph's knowledge. Even she wanted to continue listening. What had changed? There are yet more Fae to come, said Seph. The book speaks of 12 races, including humans. We have yet to see 4 of them. It may be these 4 races will be the key to our survival, or perhaps they will come once we have established peace. We cannot know for sure. But for those of you who think Ilidar is done being formed, think again. The formation of Ilidar was not an event, it is a process, one in which we must all participate. A few heads nodded, and even Jack felt encouraged. There was something about Seph, something in his posture or the way he spoke. He truly believed that what he spoke was true. That much was evident in his enthusiasm and confidence. Perhaps they would find a way to survive after all. The guiding hand will put us through many trials, but only because we learn so much from those trials. We will grow stronger and develop a more sure foundation on this planet. It might not look like much now, but it is ours. Ours to shape, ours to till, ours to mine. We will make it through these trying times because we must. In doing so, we will develop the mightiest nation either world has ever seen, one that survived the worst that could be thrown at it and spat in the face of adversity. This time, it wasn't a chorus of murmurs that ran through the crowd, but a chorus of cheers. Seph was doing it. He was motivating them, getting them excited about surviving. Perhaps they even had a chance at doing so. Seph was a natural leader. Perhaps he would be the best choice to replace Jack in the end. After the speech, Seph wandered back to her, shaking hands as he went and speaking a few kind words to some of the more tired-looking individuals. Jack watched him draw near, her arms folded to retain heat, but with admiration in her eyes. As soon as Seph came close enough, she grabbed him by the coat and pulled him into a kiss. Chapter 3. That was amazing. Jack said when she finally pulled away from the kiss. You somehow managed to keep them from turning into a mob. I only deliver the words required of me, said Seph. She stifled a frown. Couldn't he accept praise for once in his life? Well, whatever you did, you kept them sane for now, and word of this will spread. Perhaps, but there's so many here. I tried to find a place where I could speak to as many as I could, but my voice doesn't carry far enough to speak to all. Jack lay her head on his chest, and he responded by wrapping his arms around her. She felt her muscles relax, and her flesh tingle as they shared the warmth from their bodies. It seemed that the absence of her brands made his embrace even more comforting. You can speak to more of them tomorrow, she said, glancing at the sky and the waning light. The cloud layer was so thick it was difficult to know in what direction the sun lay, but regardless, their light was nearly gone. I'm sure I will. It's probably best if I make my sermons a regular thing again. I think I'd like that. I haven't preached regularly since I was in Skycliff. Skellig began to make the rounds, riding on a horse from one end of the camp to another. Stay close together for warmth tonight, she shouted. Gnomes and flame dancers will take periodic shifts to heat the stone enough to keep everyone from freezing, but we have no fuel for fires, so stick together and share blankets. Jack glanced at Seph as Skellig rode away to continue the message. So, wanna share a blanket? She felt the blood rush to her cheeks. While she had known that they would need to sleep close together with everyone around them, she hadn't thought about those sleeping arrangements involving Seph. Despite their blossoming relationship, they had never... He smiled. Well, it was the Major's orders. She smiled back, feeling her embarrassment drain away for an edge of excitement. She was still blushing, though. Both her father and mother had cautioned her to reserve the more intimate part of herself for someone who was truly worth it, and with whom she would want to spend the rest of her life. Did she want that with Seph? Were they even ready for that? Perhaps she was thinking about it too much, but the thoughts persisted as they settled down for bed that night. She and Seph ended up together, and Jack felt her blush only increase as Seph put his arms around her as they lay. But nothing would happen, of course. There was a soldier on her other side as well, and a bright elf beyond that. Everyone was huddled together. Maybe it was the nearby bright elf's light that kept her awake, or maybe it was the cold. But she found herself awake for a long time despite her exhaustion, long after Seph's deep breathing indicated he was asleep behind her. Would she want to spend her life with Seph? Perhaps now that she had lost her brands and was essentially no longer the leader of the group, perhaps they could find solace together. They could go off and live a quiet life, maybe raise sheep like her father had done. If they could find a way to keep the sheep and themselves alive long enough for that to happen. That was a good thought. A really good thought. There had been a time when all she wanted was to leave Riverbrook, go off to Skycliff, and learn everything she could. Now, well, now a boring life was far more attractive, particularly if Seph could be there with her. The feel of Seph's warm body behind her, his chest rising and falling as she slept, combined with her exhaustion of traveling this far after losing her brands, finally put her to sleep. The next morning, she awoke to the sound of Skellig's horse riding again up and down the perimeter. "Wake up!" she yelled. "The temperature is rising, and we will have to move fast to reach the mountains before it drops again." She continued shouting these words as she went down the line. Eyes opened and people began removing themselves from the blankets. A soft kiss on Jack's cheek from behind told her that Seph was awake. She adjusted herself so that she was facing him. "Hey," she said. "Hi," he replied, reaching a hand out to stroke her raven hair. "I hope you slept well." Not bad, considering. Though even as she said it, she remembered the feeling of refreshment that she had enjoyed from a combination of her strength, healing, and sleeplessness brands. Nothing compared to that. Seph must have noticed her faltering gaze because he cupped her cheek in his hand and said, "We'll get through this, Jack. It might be hard, and I don't know if you'll get your powers back or not. But But we will get through this. The Fae will survive. Jack smiled. I hope you're right. She kissed him deeply, or at least as deeply as she felt comfortable doing in front of everyone else. He kissed her back, moving the hand on her cheek to grasp the back of her neck. When they came apart, Jack smiled. Maybe they could enjoy some alone time together after they found a more permanent place to stay. Seph glanced upward, as though thinking of something to say. What we have going here, he finished anticlimactically. I do too, she said. I think I'd like this to continue. He nodded. I know I would. I hope last night didn't make you uncomfortable. She thought that through and shrugged. At first, maybe, but it was nice. I promise not to do anything that would cause discomfort, he said, his face still touched with concern. Can we agree not to rush into anything? Jack nodded. With everything else that's happening, I think that would be for the best. Okay, I think I'd like that. Being with you, I mean. Everyone around them was on their feet by this point, which Jack only now realized. She pushed herself up to her knees and then to her feet, offering a hand to Seph so he could do the same. Later, she said, let's focus on surviving first. Then we can talk about the future, I guess. He smiled that amazing smile of his. Well, I guess that gives us some good motivation to survive. Then he leaned in and kissed her one more time. Jack almost felt her knees give way, but this time it wasn't from exhaustion. Relics, she loved this man. She held the kiss as long as she dared before breaking away and helping the others pack up what few belongings had been needed for the night. Seph joined right in beside her. They traveled for most of the day. The sun had finally appeared above them, looking no different than it had on Earth, though Jack was acutely aware that they were millions of miles away, on the other side of the sun. Just the thought was going to take some getting used to. But almost everyone began shouting in panic as the sky suddenly darkened. When Jack looked up, she spied something moving in front of the sun in enormous shape. It was a moon, but one far larger than what Jack was used to seeing on Earth. She vaguely remembered creating that moon. But the momentary eclipse did not last long. The moon moved out of range, and the sun shone bright again. With the improved visibility, the Sky Fae began flying ahead to scout out the mountains and find caves, an overhang, or some other suitable shelter. At Vander's request, they even carried a few of the shadow elves to drop them off by the mountains so they could scout along the ground, something the Sky Fae would admit they were not particularly good at doing. Seph and Jack stayed together, and thankfully few came up to Jack to ask for help or inspiration. News had traveled fast that she was no longer in possession of the abilities she'd used to dramatic effect, and while some still came to her with faith-filled eyes, begging her to tell them that everything would be okay, most left her alone. In fact, more people were coming to Seph over the course of the day. He continued giving his brief sermons every time they stopped for a break, and they tried to move forward or backward within the expedition so he could speak to a different group every time. Jack followed but never participated, and most did not look to her. Quite the opposite sometimes. Every once in a while, she caught someone stealing a pained or hurtful glance in her direction. But not long after the sun had climbed to its peak and begun to fall back down, they drew closer to the mountain and met one of the Shadow Elf scouts there. By this time, Jack and Seph were closer to the front of the Exodus and saw the scout speak to Vander first, with Skellig joining them. Had they found something? With a glance at Seph, Jack began trotting forward to meet with Vander and Skellig. The scout was there too, a shadow elf by the name of Viona. What is it? Jack said, as they pulled close enough to speak with her fellow council members. We found some caves, said Vander, though his face did not look as elated as Jack would have expected. That's great news, said Jack. There's a problem, said Viona the scout. Skellig explained. It's not big enough for all of us, which we should have expected. No caves are big enough for 7,000. The hollow peaks were, said Vander. There used to be a lot more of us living there before many of us found death at the hands of human and demons. Seph spoke from behind Jack. So we take shifts in the caves, send more scouts up and down the mountainside to find other suitable shelters. Vander glanced at Seph, and Jack wasn't sure she liked his expression. I suppose you'll want us and the other Fae to help with that. Not exclusively, no, said Seph carefully. I'm sure there will be plenty of the rest of us who are willing. Yes, most of whom have no brands, replied Vander. Jack narrowed her eyes at the shadow elf. What was he implying about people without brands? We already have what few gifters we have branding those who want one, said Skellig, with priority to flame dancers and hungerless. Jack turned to Skellig. She hadn't known that. There weren't many gifters in the camp, probably only 2 or 3 besides Gabriel, but they should be able to brand at least 100 people per day between them. That was a good start. Perhaps she could help. Then she remembered, and her excitement sank into the void in her gut. She couldn't help with the branding. Not ever again. Not unless she could find a way to remove the void brand. And the chances of that happening were looking slimmer and slimmer. Well, if we Fae are some of your greatest assets, Vander continued, perhaps we should get priority in those caves. There is room enough for all of the Fae together, and the water Fae won't survive long in the open. Skellig narrowed her eyes at Vander. That would hardly be fair. We would allow certain of the humans to come as well, those who were least expendable, like your gifters. Now Jack narrowed her eyes as well. We would allow? What had prompted Vander to say that? It sounded as if he intended to take over the caves and not let anyone else in. We will take turns in the caves until we can find additional dwellings, and that's final, said Skellig. We will not indulge in conversation about who deserves what. Everyone gets an equal opportunity. Vander scowled. We found the caves for you. You owe us. Skellig took a step toward the shadow elf. We all work together on this, or everything falls apart. Is that understood? Vander met Skellig's eyes, stare for stare. They were of equal height, and that only added to the tension. Jack rubbed her arms, trying to appease the chill running down her spine. It wasn't a chill brought on by the cold. Fiona looked equally uncomfortable. Perhaps we should decide once we get there, Jack suggested. Both Skellig and Vander turned their heads to face her. She stopped herself from taking one step back at the sour looks on their faces. I mean, we still have time before we arrive. Perhaps we'll find more shelter along the way. You mean we'll find more shelter, said Vander, clearly emphasizing himself and the other Fae. I think it's a good idea, said Fiona. It didn't take us long to find these caves. We might find more in the meantime. Vander hesitated, but nodded in the end. I can agree to that, and we can rotate enough people through the caves for a while at least, until we find something more suitable, assuming we do. Jack refrained from asking him what he would do if they didn't find something more suitable. She didn't want to antagonize him further. He was understandably stressed. He hadn't even been in charge of the Shadow Elves until Carlona, Jack's mother, had died. That had only happened a few days ago, though it already felt like a lifetime to Jack. So much had happened since then, yet the pain was still fresh. Skellig brought Jack out of her thoughts by speaking again to Vander. We understand that we're placing a lot of the responsibility for our survival on the Fae. I apologize for that. We'll send out some human scouts as well, and make sure the flame dancers take the load off the gnomes as much as possible. Vander grunted in acknowledgement. Well, that was something at least. But Fiona continued to look uncomfortable, and Jack could understand. Despite his agreement, Vander bore an expression that suggested he had other things in mind. Chapter 4. Skellig followed up on her words, sending out a team of scouts led by Breton, one of the triad leaders. I'm used to cold survival situations, Breton said to Skellig, with a wink at Jack, who stood behind her. Jack smiled. It was a bit of a long story, but when she'd gone back in time as part of her test to gain a Pillar of Eternity, she'd met Breton as a young boy, nearly frozen to death in some northern forest. "I'll make sure you have at least one flame dancer with you," said Skellig. "Only one, though. Most are needed here." "Understood," said Breton. "How many men do you need?" "As many as you can spare. I'd like you to go along the mountains to our left. Easy, I guess, and search there. I'll have others search the base of the mountains to the right." Breton gave a crisp salute and began walking off. However, he paused, as if considering saying something else. Then he turned to face Jack. "I just want you to know that those of my clan have not given up faith in you." Jack blinked. She hadn't expected anyone to say something like that to her. Thank you." "If there's anything my life has taught me, it's that hardship breeds strength. We, my people, have learned to welcome it. I have no doubt that we will come out of this alive and stronger than ever." That would be nice, but Jack wasn't sure how it applied to her. After all, there was no denying that she had been stronger with her brands. Literally, her strength brand had made her far stronger than she was now. Sure, hardship helped you grow. She experienced that during the time after the death of her father. But when that hardship involved losing all of the power that you needed to save multiple races, she wasn't sure how she, or the rest of them for that matter, were going to survive in the long term. But instead of voicing her doubts, she merely said, "Thank you, Breton." Breton returned her thanks with a slight bow before heading off to collect his men. Jack watched as the man left, and Skellig began giving orders to keep moving. Soon they were traveling once again towards the mountains and the caves they harbored. This time, Jack stayed with Skellig near the front. She no longer led, but at least she would be among the first to know if the scouts found anything else. It felt good to be moving, but Jack couldn't help but think about Cain and what he might be doing back on Earth. He had the Pillars of Eternity now, and while she didn't think they would respond to him at first, she had no doubt he would find a way. Then what would happen? Would he simply snuff them out of the sky? Did it even matter that they try to survive, if only to die later? And what about Name and all those he recruited still left on Earth? What would happen to them? She had originally planned on going back and forth between the two worlds, taking as many as would come. But now, all of that was out of the question. Seph stayed beside her, occasionally putting his hand in hers as they walked. That was nice. He was the only comfort during this whole fiasco. Though, if Cain managed to get the pillars to work, it wouldn't matter anyway. They'd both be dead. Even at their slow pace, it only took a few more hours before Jack could see some of the shadow elves gathered at the base of the nearest mountain foothills. Though it was all covered in white snow, Jack could still make out a cleft in the rock, like a small canyon between two of the foothills. She couldn't see where it led, as the path turned sharply, but this had to be the entrance. It was incredible that even the sharp eyes of the Shadow or Skyfae had managed to find it. A chorus of relieved and tired moans echoed behind her as more people saw what must be the entrance to the caves. More mutters continued as word spread back through their large exodus. The end of their long journey was finally coming to a close. Vander strode forward to meet with the others of his race, then waved Skellig over. Jack followed, curious to overhear. Just because she was no longer in charge didn't mean she couldn't be privy to such important conversations. "My comrades estimate there's enough room in there to hold about 1,000 people," said Vander, as soon as they caught up to him. "Good," said Skellig. "I had hoped for more, but that is still enough to ensure everyone gets at least 1 day in 7. "Somewhat less than that, I would think," said Vander. "What do you mean?" said Skellig, a hint of warning in her voice. She had not forgotten their little disagreement earlier. "Well, some will need to live there more permanently," said Vander. "The water fae, for instance. We can't keep the water in their wagons from freezing over unless they're inside. Most of the gnomes will need to be inside as well to keep the place warm, and any returning scouts should get priority among others." Very well, said Skellig, though she said it slowly, as if she were trying to think of other options. We will do what we can to rotate everyone else through, but we can start with the water fae and gnomes as you suggest. Vander gave a satisfied nod and gave a brief order to the rest of the shadow elves who followed him. They retreated through the cleft, around the corner, and presumably into the caves. Jack narrowed her eyes at Vander as he walked away. Why was he leading the shadow elves into the caves? Shouldn't they be helping? Though she could agree that the scouts should get some priority in the caves, and Vander's team had been scouting for them. Skellig paused to consider this as well, but in the end she must have decided to ignore it for now. Instead, she began barking orders to set up camp outside the caves and to send for the wagons with the water fae so they could be brought in first. Gnomes and flame dancers began drying out the area as they once had, heating up the ground and spewing fire at the snow. Jack watched the rock slowly reveal itself from underneath the snow. There was nothing but bare stone. No plants, nothing that indicated life had ever existed on this world. Until now. When they went inside, Jack was surprised at how much of a difference it made to be out of the elements. Even though there was no natural heating source, already the icy sting on her cheeks began to relax. It wasn't a large cavern inside, not like the one she had seen under Mount Herefast, but it was dry, and it looked like the tunnels continued on for a little while, though the ceiling became more and more narrow as it went deeper. Skellig merely surveyed the area quickly before giving a brief nod and retreating outside. Vander followed not far behind. Jack stayed a while longer, not eager to return to the cold so quickly. "Not a bad place," said Seph, putting one arm around her as they enjoyed being out of the weather. "If only it could be bigger." "If there's one cave, there are probably more," Jack replied. "The scouts will find them." "I hope so," replied Seph. "The Sky Fae still haven't reported anything." Jack nodded. It was too early for Breton and his scouts to be back yet, but they hadn't heard anything from any of the previous scouts either. The Sky Fae were particularly good at covering a lot of distance, but they had reported nothing so far. Hopefully that meant their altitude simply made it harder to spot things like a cave, rather than the idea that this cave was all there was. The wagons with the water fae came in first, with the shadow and bright elves pushing them along towards the back of the caves. Jack thought she caught sight of Amelia, her friend from the College of Skycliff, in one of them. Jack winced. It couldn't be enjoyable for the water fae to be confined as they were. They needed to find a more permanent solution soon. Others followed. Next came Garwert and Norlim, leading most of the gnomes and dwarves inside. A few sky fae fluttered through as well. "That's a lot of fae," said Seph, observing everyone who entered. It was true. Most of those entering the cave were fae. What about all the humans? Jack frowned and retreated back through the cave entrance and along the cleft. What she saw was not what she wanted to see. Skellig and Vander were once again staring each other down. Others, mostly fae, had gathered around and were watching them argue. "We can't give preference to any one side," said Skellig. "You want us to be practical?" retorted Vander. "Well, the gnomes, dwarves, and sky fae all take up less space. There aren't many of us that are large, apart from the trolls, and they seem unfazed by the cold. So we'll make sure those particular fae are divided up equally among all the groups. But no one gets to stay inside for longer than a day. That's an order. And just who says you get to speak for all of us?" said Vander, his tone going dark. Suddenly the tension between them grew cold. Jack could feel it. It was time for her to step in. "Vander, please listen to her. I asked her to lead." Vander only glanced in her direction before returning his attention to Skellig. "Apologies, Jack. I respect everything you've done, and you will always have an honorary place among my people. But you've done what you can, and now it's someone else's turn to lead." "Yes, and that person is Skellig," Jack emphasized. She was okay if Vander no longer considered her a leader, but they had to make sure they were all following one person, and Skellig was the best leader Jack knew. She'll make sure we get fair treatment. Circumstances are different where Fae are involved, said Vander. This is Ilidar, said Seph, speaking up for the first time. A land of peaceful cohabitation. We can't allow such differences between our races to divide us, or we'll be no better off than we were back on Earth. That seemed to reach Vander, but not in a good way. He turned to Seph and raised his arms wide. Does this look like we're better off to you? Look, let me put it another way. The Fae stay, and we are happy to fill the remaining space with as many humans as will fit, and rotate them through accordingly. Hopefully, our scouts will find more lodging soon, but we will stay whether you like it or not. Skellig opened her mouth to protest, but Vander interrupted her. And we will defend it if need be. Suddenly, everything went quiet. Everyone who listened was frozen as they watched Skellig and Vander face each other down. Jack felt a lump grow in her throat. This could not be happening. They had to find a way to make it all work out so that everyone could have a chance at living under shelter. Is that a threat? Said Skellig, her voice as cold as the air around them. Only if you continue to enforce your foolish ideals that will get us all killed. Jack stepped in. Vander, more people have a chance of dying if you fill the caves with Fae. Humans will die, he retorted. Last I checked, there were plenty of humans here, not to mention everyone back on Earth. We, Fae, number only in the hundreds. This is all we are. I will not put another one at risk of death, and I will not allow any misguided leadership, he shot a venomous look at Skellig, to put us in that situation. Jack's mouth was left hanging, but Skellig's lips pressed together in a thin line. Then she turned and marched away, pushing aside some of the onlookers as she retreated back into the main camp. Sparing a glance at Vander, who held a hint of a triumphant smile on his face, Jack hurried to catch up with Skellig. You can't attack him, she said as she fell into step beside the former Watcher Major. The Fae would kill too many people before you defeat them. Hopefully it will not come to that, said Skellig, continuing her march with her eyes fixed on the ground in front of her. But many could die the longer we wait out here. With the Fae taking priority in the caves, at most we will fit another 600 humans inside. That leaves everyone else out in the cold for far too many days. It was too many as it was. We survived well enough last night, Jack offered. Yes, but what happens when food becomes scarce, or if the cold only worsens? What happens if Vander decides not to let us in at all? We can't survive out here indefinitely. We need shelter. Just hold out for a few days, said Jack. I'm sure the scouts will be back soon. They're bound to find something, even if it's just a sheltered cliff. They had better, replied Skellig, her face hardening. Or we'll be faced with some very difficult decisions. Chapter 5. But the scouts did not return. One day passed, then 2, and soon a week had gone by, and there was no word from anyone. Most of the Sky Fae returned on the first day, but with no success in finding additional shelter, and they had nothing to report about Breton and his group either. The Sky Fae continued to come and go, but many chose simply to stay in the caves with the rest of the Fae. While they were used to the cold weather, even they had lived in domed stone houses. And that was fast becoming a problem for everyone but the Fae themselves. Most among the humans were not used to this kind of extreme temperatures, other than those of Breton's group. But even they had summers where they came from, and Jack had no idea if this winter would ever end. Plus, there was the problem of food. Thanks to those of the Triads group, they had a good amount of storage. But the sheep were already beginning to die from exposure since humans and fae took priority when it came to shelter, and therefore sheep were not allowed in the caves. As soon as the sheep were all gone, they would have to resort to eating primarily from the grain and seed stores, which wouldn't last long. There was one beacon of hope, however. The gnomes and dwarves had managed to grow mushrooms inside of the mountain from spores they had brought. They were quickly turning what land they could into a small mushroom farm, but this meant less room for sleeping. And therein lay their second greatest problem. Vander was not letting up on his proposed rotation. Most of the fae remained in the caves, leaving room for only 200 humans or so at a time, and they had 7,000. For some fae, it made sense that most of them would stay, such as the water fae, who wouldn't last long in exposed conditions, or some of the gnomes to help keep the caves warm, but the shadow fae had no extra reason to be there, and neither did the dwarves or sky fae. Only the bright fae and trolls appeared sympathetic to the humans and agreed to be part of the rotations. Well, the trolls didn't really seem to care one way or another. It was hard to tell what they were thinking. They mostly followed their leader, who did what Jack told him to do. She was the only one he would confide in. Even Skellig couldn't get him to do anything unless Jack relayed the command. So the trolls mostly sat at the edges of the camp, acting as sentinels of sorts, watching for the return of Breton's scouts, or the advent of any unforeseen dangers. Jack wasn't even sure if they ate. Maybe they received all the sustenance they needed from the planet itself. Skellig kept everyone busy with a variety of exercises, such as training with former members of the Watchers, creating warmer clothing using wool from newly slaughtered sheep, or forming more permanent shelters with rock from the mountains. It gave people something to do, to get their blood flowing and their mind off their unsustainable predicament. Seph also did what he could, preaching his sermons on the nature of the guiding hand, Ilidar, and their fate on this land. It did just enough to give people hope, to keep them from abandoning any plans for survival. She now spent most of her time talking with Seph. Vander gave her leave to come and go in the cavern, based on his respect for her mother, but she didn't like spending too much time there, not when others could benefit from the space she would take up. But with the mounting pressures from lack of food, Vander's stubbornness, frequent snowfalls, and the missing scouts, a messenger finally came to Jack with word that Skellig wanted to see her in her tent. They hadn't spoken much since arriving at the caves. Skellig had simply been too busy coordinating their survival, and Jack had done nothing but go along with the plan.
Jack, thank you for coming,
Skellig said as Jack entered through the main flap of the command tent. It wasn't exactly a private tent anymore. Large tents like this one were few and far between, and now contained as many humans as they could fit into the space. Most looked up as Jack approached, but looked back down again as they realized who it was. The adoration that used to glaze their eyes when they looked at her was long gone now. "What do you need, Skellig?" she asked, not meaning to sound so curt, though it might have come out that way. Skellig sighed and leaned forward on her stool so she was resting her arms on her knees. The woman looked exhausted. Not for the first time, Jack felt a stab of regret as she realized what she, in creating Ilidar and failing to stop Merrick, had done to Skellig and everyone else. "I need you to lead a search party for Breton and his group. The Sky Fae haven't found him, and I need to make sure they didn't fall into any danger that we don't know about." Jack frowned. "What makes you think I can do it? I'm all but helpless in a survival situation." "As far as your brands go, yes, but you have ingenuity that many lack. You certainly weren't helpless before you received all your brands, and, to be honest, I simply don't have someone else I trust to lead a search like this." "But Gabriel, Lee, or Masael?" Jack protested. Skellig shook her head. She glanced at the others inhabiting her tent, many of which were watching them with casual interest. She waved Jack closer and spoke in a whisper. "Gabriel is not feeling well, and others might be able to help, but I don't know them as well as I know you, Jack. Besides, on the off chance that Breton and his people are still alive, they might have ulterior motives which have prevented them from returning. I can't take the chance that Lee and Marcel would ally with him against us." Jack knit her brows together. "You don't really think that's what happened, do you?" Skellig paused, but in the end shook her head. "It's far more likely that they are dead and covered in snow, which is why the Sky Fae would be unable to spot them from above." Jack swallowed. It was the honest truth, she agreed. That was most likely what happened to Breton. What would she do if she discovered she had saved Breton from the harsh winter elements in the past, only for him to die here? "I'll go if you want me to, Skellig," said Jack with a shrug. "But I can't guarantee that it'll do any good. At the very least, it will help assure the others that we're being proactive," Skellig said. "Thank you for being willing, Jack. I'll make sure to send a flame dancer with you and a gnome, if one is willing." She sighed again and bent further so that her elbows were resting on her knees and her hands ran through her short blonde hair. "But I can't guarantee that. Vander is becoming increasingly defensive when I ask any of the Fae for help. He pretty much speaks for all of the Fae now. Yowen is the only Fae member of our original council who still talks to me." Jack pressed her lips together. She stepped closer and put a hand on the Major's shoulder. This had to be hard on the woman, and Jack admittedly had done very little for the good of the group as a whole. Perhaps it was time to change that. "We'll find those men and women, Skellig," she said, with a renewed strength entering her tone. "Just tell me who to bring and we'll see it done." Skellig looked up at Jack. "I appreciate that," she said before standing. "It's getting late, so let me negotiate with Vander to see if a gnome can go with you. And you can go in the morning." Jack gave a faint nod and returned to her area of the camp where Seph waited for her. The next morning, she set out with 5 others. 2 were sightseers, who she would count on to spot the scouts from a distance. The 3rd was a flame dancer to help keep them warm at night. The 4th was none other than Yowen, who had volunteered after Vander refused to let a gnome go with Jack. Yowen's abilities as a bright elf weren't the kind that would keep them warm at night, but he could provide some much-needed visibility in dimly lit conditions. And perhaps his innate attraction to truth would somehow lead them in the right direction. But to Jack's surprise, Viona, one of the scouts for the Shadow Elves, volunteered as well. Jack was pleased that the woman wanted to accompany her, knowing that not all of the Shadow Elves were as reclusive as Vander. Skellig appeared skeptical of the elf, but allowed Viona to accompany Jack anyway. Skellig gave them each a week's rations of food, telling them to return by that time if they hadn't found the others. "If you do not return," she said, "we will have to assume that you met the same fate as the others, and I can't risk sending out another search party like this." Jack understood and wouldn't blame Skellig for not coming after them if something happened. This was going to be dangerous, especially if Breton had vanished for a reason other than dying of cold, though she secretly hoped there was another explanation. Dying of cold seemed far too pointless. They started in the direction Breton had gone, east, or at least what they assumed was east on this planet, since the sun rose on that side. They followed the mountains, which lay on their right or the south side, searching as they went for any signs of more caverns, in addition to their search for Breton's crew. They continued that way for more than a day, stopping at night to huddle together on a dry patch created by the flame dancer. Yet this did little to make sleeping easier, and Jack grew more and more exhausted as time went on. If she only had her sleeplessness brand again, she wouldn't need sleep. In fact, with all the other brands at her disposal, she wouldn't have needed anyone. She could have gone in search of the missing scouts herself. But that was no longer an option. It would never be an option again if she couldn't find a way to remove the effects of the Void brand, and that wasn't looking very likely. Perhaps she should have asked Seph to come along. He was the only thing that kept her from falling into despair for what she had lost, the only one to fill that void inside of her. Out here, She was left with nothing but her thoughts for most of the journey. Fiona remained silent for almost the entire trip, but Yowen managed to make mild conversation even with her. Even that began to peter off once they had been traveling for over a day. Talking took too much effort, and it was hard to carry a conversation when you kept checking every nearby lump under the snow to make sure it wasn't a body. It was a sobering experience. "Yowen," she said after several hours of trudging through the snow, "can you try to link with me?" Yowen glanced at her sidelong.
We don't have a troll here to provide the energy that requires.
Jack sighed. "I know, you don't have to hold it for long, but perhaps we could get a glimpse at where Breton is. And if that works, maybe we could do the same for finding shelter."
I suppose I could give it a try. He drew nearer, and Jack raised a hand to signal to the rest of their group to stop.
Fiona eyed them, watching carefully. "Mostly, I just want to see if it works," Jack continued, "with the void brand and all."
I see.
Yowen rubbed his hands together slowly.
Well, we'll see what happens.
He placed a hand on Jack's shoulder, an action he commonly used before starting up the link. But Jack didn't feel anything, and she slowly closed her eyes as she witnessed Yowen's squint in concentration.
I'm sorry, Jack,
he said after a minute.
It appears your void brand also prevents linking.
Jack said nothing in return, but simply started moving forward again. The rest of the company followed once they realized she wasn't about to stop. Of course, nothing had happened. Jack had known it wouldn't, deep down. That was probably why she hadn't tried it before. But failure to link was yet another thorn in her side, a reminder that she was, for all intents and purposes, useless to the company. And so she did nothing but kept walking. On the second day, the sun came out, bathing everything for miles in a bright light that radiated off the snow and all but blinded them. Well, blinded her at least. The sightseers seemed to be doing just fine. They could deal with extreme brightness, at least to some extent. "I think I see something," said one of the sightseers suddenly. She was squinting, which for a sightseer meant whatever she was looking at was extremely far away or difficult to see. "What is it?" Jack said, jumping on the news. "Is it them?"
I don't know,
said the sightseer.
"There's some shapes up ahead that don't match the typical snow-covered rocks. Whatever it is, it's covered in snow."
Jack felt her spirits sink. So it wasn't the scouts then. Or if it was, they weren't alive. Still, it was more than they'd seen so far. "Take us there." The woman led Jack and the others ahead. Soon the other sightseer noticed it as well, but they both said nothing as they drew closer and got a better look. That didn't bode well.
"I can see it too now,"
said Yowen as they neared. Jack followed his gaze and realized that she could make out several objects of some kind that stuck out of the snow, right next to a huge boulder that must have fallen away from the mountain.
The sightseer was right. It didn't look like rock.
But it didn't quite look like a human either. If they had died from the cold, they would have fallen or collapsed to the ground and died there. These forms ahead of them looked more like standing statues. They were statues. They had to be. As Jack and the others approached, they remained in place, unmoving but clearly humanoid in shape, though it was hard to tell by the way snow draped over them. But they couldn't really be statues. There was no intelligent life on the planet besides themselves. Jack knew that more than anyone, having recently created the place. A chill moved through Jack's body as they drew nearer. She could see clothing on the statues where the snow had fallen away. It matched those of Breton's group. Oh, no. Oh, please, no. She brushed the snow off the head of the nearest figure, fearing what she would see. A pair of bright blue eyes stared sightlessly back at her, and she took a step back. "No," she said aloud. The eyes belonged to Breton himself, frozen in place, his entire body caked in a layer of ice. Jack sank to her knees. She had hoped, but she had been foolish. They had all known that Breton's team was already dead. This just confirmed it. She had saved Breton in the past, only to send him out to die among similar conditions. The urge to scream in frustration and sorrow came to her in a sudden rush. She didn't hold back. The pained yell escaped her throat in a harsh rasp, and tears poured down her cheeks and dropped onto the snow only to freeze in place. "I'm sorry, Jack," said Fiona in a hushed tone when her cry had died down. "How did this happen?" Jack found herself saying. "I don't know." Yowen moved in closer for inspection. "Whatever froze them to death must have done so rapidly. Perhaps an isolated and highly unusual storm that missed us near the caves." Jack had been speaking more rhetorically, but Yowen was right to consider how the others had frozen so rapidly. Almost all of them were still standing. How was that even possible? She rose to her feet and faced Yowen. "So you're saying that whatever caused this could also happen at our camp? That would kill everyone outside." Yowen gave a slow, uncomfortable nod. "Yes, indeed it would." He glanced at Fiona, who didn't meet his eyes. Jack knew what was making them all uncomfortable. Yowen knew as well as anyone that the Fae were disproportionately protected inside the cave. "Then we have to get back to the others as fast as we can," said Jack. "We have to warn them. Perhaps if we convince Vander to let everyone in if there ever is a natural phenomenon like this, if we stand shoulder to shoulder, we could probably fit everyone at once, at least for the duration of a storm." Fiona nodded but didn't look convinced, and neither did Yowen. Jack wasn't sure if it was the idea of convincing Vander of anything, or of fitting all 7,000 people in a cave large enough for only 1,000. They could try to build more shelters, but could they do it in time? But Jack supposed it didn't matter. It was all a long shot. But if Yowen was correct, and what happened to these scouts happened back at their camp, then they were in some serious danger. It would have to be enough to convince Vander to take action. Chapter 6. Jack spared another look for Breton. There was definitely something eerie about the way in which he seemed frozen in time. It reminded her of when she'd used the Pillar of Eternity to suspend time around her. His body appeared frozen in mid-step, one arm reaching forward and one behind, like he had been in the middle of walking when he had frozen. There wasn't even a look of pain on his face, no hint as to what may have happened to them. What kind of storm were they dealing with if it had the power to do this? Or was there some other power at work? Perhaps she was wrong to think this planet was lifeless. She turned next to the flame dancer. "Can you thaw him out?" The man hesitated. "I can, but it won't do much good. We don't have the resources to carry them all back, and the ground is too hard to bury them." He was right, and Jack knew it. But she hated having to leave the scouts like this. She would just have to come back later when they were better prepared to deal with the dead. But that time was not now. "Okay," she said finally. "Then we should head back. If we hurry, we can get there by tomorrow evening." The others did not argue, and they followed Jack as she led the way back to their camp. Since they weren't scanning for caves or searching for survivors this time, they made much better progress retracing their steps. They heard the people of their camp before they saw it. A great many were shouting. Jack paused to try and listen, but couldn't make out anything specific. Something was wrong. Jack was tired, hungry, sleepy, and her legs felt like jelly, but she forgot all of that and ran. Had something happened while she was gone? Had they been attacked by some unknown assailant, or worse? Had hostilities broken out between their main body and those inside the caves? Vander would not react well if provoked, and the mere thought of him going toe-to-toe with Skellig caused Jack's pace to increase. No one was fighting when Jack finally came into view of the camp, but they were crowding around the mountain, as if eager to get closer. Something was happening at the entrance. Whatever it was caused the commotion around it. Jack reached the edge and pushed her way past the thick crowd. Some realized who she was and gave way, But in the end, she had to push and shove with many apologies to those she caused to stumble to make her way to the front. "Skellig!" she cried as she finally caught sight of what was happening. Skellig stood at the head of their group with flames in both hands as she faced down a snarling Vander. The shadow elf wasn't moving, though he was clearly trying, and Jack immediately knew why. 2 telekinetics stood on either side of Skellig, their brand hands glowing as they held Vander and a handful of other elves in place. "Jack," it was Vander who spoke first, "we're being attacked." His fellow shadow elves and even a few fae from other races, including the gnomes and sky fae, glared daggers at Skellig. Skellig did not take her eyes off the shadow elf. "We're merely restraining him. He would have attacked us otherwise." "What's going on?" Jack finally managed to say. "These pigs want to keep our rations for themselves," snarled Vander. "You're lowering their rations?" Jack stared at Skellig, demanding an answer. Skellig spared a glance at Jack. "We only wish to ensure that all of our assets are enjoyed equally. If the Fae won't agree to an equal rotation, we can't agree to an equal distribution of resources." "So you started fighting," she said. Then understanding dawned, and she looked at Skellig under a new light. "You were planning this." Skellig's face went taut. It was enough of a confirmation. Jack's face drained. "You didn't send me away because you thought I was a good leader. You sent me away because you didn't want me around when you tried something like this." "Treachery," said Vander. Jack shot him a harsh look. The last thing she wanted was for him to twist her words to his own purposes. Skellig did not answer her question, but instead asked, "I assume you didn't find any more caves on your expedition?" "No, we didn't find any caves, but—" She trailed off. She was about to mention the dead scouts, but that wouldn't be the best thing to reveal right now. Skellig and Vander were at each other's throats, and one or the other of them were sure to use the news as fuel for their argument. And right now, she didn't want either of them to have that chance. "But what?" Skellig narrowed her eyes, immediately taking note of Jack's hesitation. "Nothing," said Jack. "The point is, we didn't find anything, but that just means we should work together to keep looking. We found these caves without too much trouble. We can find more, or even make more." But neither Vander nor Skellig were listening. The latter still had her eyes narrowed at Jack. "What's going on, Jack? You're back far earlier than I expected. Why would you return so soon? If you didn't find new accommodation, then that must mean you found the scouts. And judging by the fact that they did not return with you—" Jack let out a breath. Leave it to Skellig to figure it out so perfectly. She was their tactical leader for a reason. Jack looked from her to Vander, to the other fae that gathered on Vander's side. "I can tell you, but will you promise to not attack each other and agree to work out a peaceful solution to all this? We can't afford to fight each other." Vander and Skellig met each other's eyes, as if asking the same question. Then finally Skellig extinguished the flames in her palms. "I suppose we can try it your way, Jack." Vander glanced at Jack. "I will respect your wishes for your mother's sake, but only for today. If we cannot come to an agreement, I must take the Major's actions as a hostile attempt." "More hostile than you barring access to the caves," Skellig shot back, but Jack held out a hand that made them both go silent. "Please," Jack said, "we have to work together. We have such potential, and I know it looks bad at the moment, but we've come too far to fail now." The words were hers, though to her ears they sounded like they were meant for herself as much as they were meant for Skellig and Vander. Where had those words come from? Moments ago, upon seeing the frozen corpses of her friends, she had felt quite the opposite of hope. What had changed? Skellig gave an order, and the telekinetics let Vander go. He straightened, and everyone, including Jack, tensed. Shadow elves were dangerous after all. If he turned invisible... But Vander remained composed, and he looked to Jack expectantly, though his posture suggested he wasn't happy with the situation. Yet for now, he deferred to Jack. The other fae also relaxed, following the example of their leader. Okay, Jack began slowly. We did find the scouts. They were frozen to death. Skellig closed her eyes as Jack confirmed the worst. Mutters ran through the crowd, but Vander remained unchanged in his expression. Did he not care? Jack continued. We don't think they died under normal circumstances. They were still standing when they were frozen, as if they were in the process of traveling when it happened. We think something like a freak storm or other threat caused them to die in extremely fast and harsh conditions. Otherwise, they would have fallen before they died. Fiona spoke up from behind Jack. I can confirm that they do not appear to have died from the cold alone. We should guard against the same thing happening here. Vander looked at Yewin and nodded slightly to himself. Well, at least he took the advice of a fae more seriously. Yet, you don't know what it was? Skellig asked. Jack shook her head. No, our best guess is some kind of storm that we've never encountered before. One that is small enough, but deadly enough to cause what happened. Skellig's face grew as cold and hard as the dead scouts. This is merely more evidence that we must continue to fit as many as we can within the caverns. We are already fitting as many as possible, said Vander. More, in fact. The Sky Fae gnomes and dwarves are small. We fit more bodies with them inside. Skellig sighed and put one hand to her temple. She had probably argued this point 1,000,000 times by now. And Jack could see her frustration. Vander was right, in a way. They had managed to fit more bodies his way. But it also meant the Fae got priority, and the humans weren't allowed to rotate through as often. If a freak storm like the one that killed Breton were to pass through, it would be mostly humans that suffered. Jack swallowed, trying to rack her brain for solutions. Right now, I think maybe we're spending too much effort trying to deal with the resources we have, and not enough time searching for more. Perhaps if we sent more scouts, we'd not only have more room in the caves for those who remain, but we'd have a greater chance at finding someplace else to dwell. We've already lost our scouts. We can't risk any more while we still don't understand what killed them, said Skellig. Well, we're all going to die if we stay here, Jack said. It was a harsh truth, but a truth nonetheless. They didn't have supplies, and though the cave mushrooms were promising, they'd have to fill the entire cave with them to have even the smallest chance of making enough for all. And then there'd be no shelter, and they wouldn't survive long without that. Skellig sighed once again. You're right, Jack. I suppose we can spare a few. We would cover more ground, however, if the Fae agreed to help. She shot a glance at Vander, whose jaw tightened. I suppose it wouldn't hurt to send a few more scouts, he said, slowly. Though they will need full rations and a place in the caves when they return. If they're going to be doing the majority of the work, they need a place to recover. Fine, said Skellig. Jack stared at the Major in surprise when she had agreed so readily. As long as we can continue to fill the caves with as many humans as will fit. Vander gave a begrudging nod and stalked back into the caves. Jack narrowed her eyes at the shadow elf. They had made progress today, but she still didn't like much of what she saw in Vander. For one, he hadn't left the caves since they arrived. He wasn't small like the gnomes or Sky Fae. He was human-sized, and therefore should have rotated out to make way for others to have a night in the caves. Did he really care about ensuring the Fae were all well taken care of? Or was he more concerned with his own comfort? Skellig likewise returned to the main camp, barking orders for all of the onlookers to disperse and return to their duties. Unlike Vander, she did not look happy, but at least Jack had managed to talk them out of fighting. That was something. But what would happen when they inevitably stopped listening to her? Without her brands, she was just one among many, another face in the crowd. And Skellig had just sent her away so she wouldn't be there when she tried to undermine Vander. Could she even trust Skellig now? And speaking of faces in the crowd, she scanned to try and find Seph. There was nothing she needed more right in that moment than to huddle up on his chest and feel his arms wrapped around her. Blessedly, as the crowd began to disperse, Jack quickly found Seph, who had stayed behind. She almost ran into him, flinging her arms around his waist and clutching at his torso. Seph chuckled at her eagerness, but held her tenderly for a moment before speaking. "I'm glad you're back." "Did you hear what happened?" she asked. "Yes, I heard. And I'm sorry, I know you were friends with Breton." Well, not exactly friends, but they had shared a connection, since it was Jack who saved Breton as a child, through the use of the Pillars of Eternity sending her back in time. Jack nodded. "I wish I knew what was going to happen to us." "Things don't look very good, do they?" Seph confirmed, though he didn't sound worried. How did he do that? Even now, with tempers escalating and people dying, he still managed to maintain his faith. "I just wish I didn't have to get pulled into every conflict," Jack said. "If only they could work it out for themselves and I could just rest for a while." "Are they pulling you in?" he asked, his hand running passively through her hair. "Would your life be restful if you stood by and let them fight?" Well, that was one way to think about it. She supposed she didn't have to become a part of anything now that she didn't have her powers. In a way, with the loss of her brands, also went a measure of responsibility. Or at least, that's what she had thought. Maybe she wasn't cut out for the peaceful life because she wouldn't find peace in the midst of conflict. The only way to have peace was to create it and foster the same in others. "I don't know," she finally admitted. "I guess it would have been harder on me not to step in." "So, what are some more ways for you to step in?" he asked next. She broke their embrace just enough to look up into his eyes. "Why?" "Because I know you, and I know you will be happiest when you're doing something. Preferably something to help." He winked at her. Jack smiled. "You have me all figured out, don't you?" His smile widened. Relics, he was cute. "Only now that we're on the same level. Before we came here, I couldn't have begun to understand the enormity of your vastness and—" He cut off as Jack punched him in the shoulder. Now he was teasing her. Great. That was something Name might have said, and she admitted she kind of liked it. Teasing had been one of Name's more redeemable qualities, most of the time. The thought of Name brought her emotions back down. Where was he now? Did he have any idea what was happening? "So let's hear it," Seph continued. "How else can you help people?" She rested her head back on his chest to think, trying to push out her fears for Name. "Well, I suppose I could take some of the edge off of Skellig's work by leading the scouts. I don't think I would need my powers for that." "Not a bad idea. And what else?" "Are you getting at something?" "No, just brainstorming." Jack released her grip on him and took his hand in hers, beginning to walk backwards towards their camp. But on a sudden hunch, she changed directions and headed back toward the caves. "Thought of something?" asked Seph at her sudden shift. "I want to see the caves again," she said. "It might help me think." Chapter 7. On her way to the caves, Jack frowned to see shadow elves materialize in front of the entrance. They were guarding the way in. But upon seeing her, they parted to let her and Seph in, probably on Vander's orders. She was apparently the only human he held a soft spot for, and she would hope so. She had saved Vander's life after all, but what would have happened had she been anyone else? A wave of warm bliss washed over them as they entered. Jack had forgotten just how wonderful it felt to not be cold all the time. No wonder Vander didn't want to leave. The inside was filled with people, most of them Fae, but with a few humans near the front, packed next to each other like too many sheep in a small pen. The Fae had far more room than they should be taking.
Jack wound her way through a small path that led through them. There were 2 large openings in the back, like 2 separate passageways, though they ended abruptly if one followed either one for very long. Jack noticed Vander talking to several of the Sky Fae and fellow elves along one passageway, so she went the other way. Vander wasn't exactly in her good graces right now. Seph followed her without speaking, their hands still connected with Jack leading the way. She scanned everyone who was on the ground. Maybe she needed to talk with Amelia. Those conversations always helped her see more clearly for some reason. The water-filled wagons were at the back, so she started in that direction first. On the way, however, her eyes found Gerwert among a group of gnomes. The gnome's eyes had landed on her at almost the same instant. "Jack!" the gnome said excitedly as she approached, scrambling to his feet. Jack raised an eyebrow. The gnome almost never used her name. It was usually, "Hey you," or "Giant." "Hey, Gerwert," she said. "How are the caves treating you?" "All right as things go," said Gerwert. "Good to be out of that wretchedness."
"You mean the cold?"
asked Seph. "No, the sun," replied Gerwert. Jack hid a slight smile. "I'll admit, it's much warmer in here, though. You and the other gnomes are doing a great job of keeping the place heated." "It ain't easy," said Gerwert, though he did look pleased at her praise. "It's much harder to heat up a rock just a little bit than to melt it completely. Takes more control, a delicateness." "I don't doubt it," said Jack. "Thank you for all your help." Gerwert paused to grumble something that sounded like a "you're welcome," or at least as close to it as the gnome could get. "Are the water fae in those wagons?" Jack asked, pointing towards the back. "Yeah," said Gerwert. "We keep 'em back there because it's closer to where we keep the molten rock. Keeps their water warm." Jack frowned at the gnome. "I thought you said you don't heat the rock that much." "Outside, that's true. But in here, it's easier to just take what we can from the back, melt it, and let the heat travel through the cave. Keeps all the giants warm for longer and gives us a break." A sudden idea surfaced in Jack's head. "And what do you do with the rock once you're done with it?" "We let it cool and heat it up again." "Obviously," said Gerwert. "What else?" "And you get the stone from the cave wall?" "And floor?" Gerwert's eyes narrowed. "Why the stupid questions?" But Jack was facing Seph, her eyes beginning to widen. Seph was understanding, too, judging by the way an excited smile began to spread on his face. A silent communication passed between them. "From the back of the caves?" he pointed. She nodded. "And we could use the extra for bricks." "What if the cave collapsed?" "The dwarves could help with that. They can sense that sort of thing." Gerwert stepped between them. "Will you two tell me what's going on? Are both of you okay?" "Gerwert, has no one tried melting the stone at the back to create a bigger cave?" "Aye!" Gerwert raised a finger and opened his mouth as if to give a sarcastic retort. But for once, Gerwert said nothing as realization dawned. They started gathering all the gnomes and dwarves in the area. Even Gerwert seemed somewhat excited at the prospect of simply building a more complex cave system of their own. Now that she had thought about it, Jack was shocked that someone hadn't come up with the idea sooner. It was simple, really. All they had to do was melt the stone into a lava-like substance using the gnomes, and then carefully carry that stone to the front and use it to mold a larger entrance, one with a roof, or bricks for outer structures. Though the gnomes had worked a lot in recent days, most of them seemed eager to try something new, something that could potentially change their situation for the better, and the dwarves were also eager to pitch in, mostly as guides on where to dig, letting the gnomes know what areas had less stress on the rock so they could reasonably melt it without the cave ceiling coming down on them. Unfortunately, there was one person who was unhappy with the new developments. "What do you think you are doing?" said Vander, pushing his way through the excited onlookers as the gnomes took great handfuls of molten lava to mold into bricks and take away towards the front entrance. "It's progress," said Jack, turning to face Vander. Now, if we don't find any more caves in the area, we have a backup plan. You're exploiting the gnomes for their abilities. You're enslaving them like they were enslaved before. Jack scoffed. It wasn't the same at all. The gnomes were choosing to help. If they needed to rest or didn't want to work, no one would force it on them. She was about to say as much when Gerwert spoke instead. Actually, it's not all that bad. He held a glowing orb of rock in both hands, his fey magic keeping it from cooling. Jack could feel the heat of the small piece of molten rock washing over her. For once, the girl giant had a good idea. Jack smiled. Gerwert must be in a good mood if he was back to calling her a giant. Vander scowled, but nodded. I guess it would be good to have a bit more space in here. He didn't look like he was pleased, which Jack couldn't imagine why. It would take the gnomes a long time to make significant progress, but it was a win-win for everyone. They got more space, and the gnomes were happy to do the work. Everyone was happy that at least something was happening. I'd like to speak to the Sky Fae as well, she said, her confidence increasing now that Vander had conceded to her ideas. I'll be coordinating their scouting trips with the humans and anyone else who wants to join in. Vander's eyes darkened. Be careful, Jack. You may be Carlona's daughter, but you no longer bear the same authority you once held. Jack met his eyes head on. She was not going to let Vander bully her into backing down. Not when they had something good going for them for once. So, power is the only authority you recognize? Vander said nothing to that. He merely sneered and retreated back to his side of the cave. Jack fought down a small smile. She had won this round, but Vander was going to become a problem if he kept up this attitude, especially since the other shadow elves seemed to agree with him, or at least they followed him as devoutly as they had followed Carlona, except possibly Viona, who met Jack's eyes briefly before turning to follow Vander. She continued working with the gnomes and dwarves, coordinating where to enlarge the cavern and where to place the stone they extracted. She couldn't directly help, of course, but she managed to gather several of their flame dancers to help move the molten metal. That sped up the process considerably, though it was still slow work. When they were finished for the day, they had carved out enough of the wall to fit at least 50 more people, and the caves were still structurally sound thanks to the guidance of the dwarves. Perhaps this was originally how the cavernous network of Mount Herefast had first formed. Perhaps they could eventually house everyone and have enough space left over to grow a large crop of mushrooms. It didn't solve all their problems. It would still take weeks before they were able to fit everyone, and by that time they would likely be out of food, even with all the stores they had brought with them. But still, Jack slept very well that night, choosing to indulge herself by sleeping in the caves with Seph nearby, among the many dwarves and gnomes who also slept well after a hard day's work. The next morning, Jack awoke to someone jostling her awake. It was Yowen, his face grave. "Come, Jack," he said. "Gabriel has asked to see you." Her sleep fled from her eyes as she rose, glancing down at Seph, who was still asleep. She would leave him be for now. It was still early, but Yowen's face did not look like there was good news. Was Gabriel okay? Skellig had mentioned he wasn't feeling well, but she hadn't considered the possibility that it might get worse. "Lead the way," she said to Yowen. She followed the bright elf until they exited the caves, and a wave of icy cold washed over Jack's entire body, causing her flesh to tingle. She'd forgotten just how cold it was out here. Yowen led her to a tent not far from the cave entrance. Gabriel should be inside the caves. If he was sick, then surely Vander would be okay with him sleeping in there, at least until his sickness lost its edge. But when Yowen entered the tent flap, with Jack following close behind, she realized it was more complicated than that. Many cots lay in rows inside the tent, full of people. All of them were coughing and bore pale faces. A few volunteers were going up and down the rows to feed hot pots of tea and soup to everyone on the ground.
but the rations were still small, and the tea was thinned by adding extra snow to the boiling pots. "I didn't know it was this bad," she muttered to Yowen as they passed a man with red sores on his arms, likely caused from frostbite. Why weren't these people inside the caves? "It has worsened over the past few days," replied Yowen. "That is why Skellig was so adamant to get a proper rotation through the caves, that she held back rations from the Fae." Jack glanced at Yowen. "What do you think of that? You are a Fae, after all." Yowen paused. "I believe in equal opportunity." That was all he said before they arrived beside one cot, where Lee knelt next to Gabriel, washing his face. She caught sight of Jack and stood. "Thank you for coming. He's been asking for you." She hadn't known Lee was a healer, or at least had some kind of training, but the woman wasn't exactly looking so well herself. Her skin was slightly green and her posture sagged. Hopefully the job wasn't taking its toll on the woman. They didn't need the spread of disease on top of everything else. "I'll talk to him," Jack said, kneeling to take Lee's place beside Gabriel. "Why don't you sit down?" Lee nodded, and Jack turned her attention to her old mentor. Gabriel lay with several blankets piled on. His face was pale, and his beard seemed touched with more gray than Jack remembered. He smiled upon seeing her. "Hello, Jack," he said. His voice was hoarse, as if he was trying to make his voice sound normal, but didn't have the strength for it. "I'm glad you could come." Jack knelt next to him. "Gabriel, I'm sorry. I didn't know it was this bad." "It's all right, Jack. I'm honestly surprised I lasted this." He broke off as a fit of coughing racked his body, lasting for quite a while before he got it under control. Jack winced. The coughs came from deep in the lungs, wet and coarse. Gabriel was not well. "Don't we have any healers?" she asked. If only she still had her brands, she could probably do something. "We have a few," said Gabriel. "I branded some of them myself from Lee and Masael's company. But healing takes time to learn, and it's also incredibly draining. They can only do so much. People are becoming sick faster than they can heal." "Is it something serious?" she asked. Yowen answered. "Not that we can tell. A common flu, most likely, but compounded with the cold. It's spreading fast and not going away." "We need to get you into the caves," Jack responded as Gabriel went into another fit of coughing. "No good," said Gabriel. "Vander is relentless. He won't let us in because he thinks if he lets one of us in, then more will follow, till no one remains in the caves except those that are ill. And he fears the illness will only spread faster in a confined space." "Then so be it," Jack retorted. "We can't let that stop us. I'll talk to him. Don't worry." "Jack," said Gabriel, taking her hand in his. She didn't like the way he addressed her. It was soft and final. "We can get you past this," she said. "Just wait, and in a few years we'll be laughing about this day. I found a way to expand the caves." "I heard," said Gabriel, the ghost of a smile coming to his face. "I'm very proud of you, Jack. I need you to understand something." Jack hesitated. Once again, Gabriel was behaving like he wasn't going to last long. She couldn't deal with that line of thinking. Gabriel had been her mentor only for a year or so, but it felt like much longer. With her parents gone, Gabriel was the only parental figure she had left. But despite all that, she found herself saying, "What is it, Gabriel?" "You are not done," he said in response. His voice was growing more hoarse with the effort of speaking. "You may think your efforts are no longer needed now that you have created this planet and lost your branding power. But you are not done." Jack's eyes began to sting. "There's not much I can do. Even what we're doing to increase the size of the caves, that was the gnomes, not me. I didn't do any of that." "Your work with the gnomes
is only the beginning. You were not destined to do all that you did, only to falter here. I need you to believe in yourself.
How, Gabriel? How am I supposed to continue when I can't even keep the air in here warm for you with flame dancing or fly with telekinesis so I can search for more caves with sightseeing? There is so much I can't do. I can't even give you a healing brand to make all of this better. Gabriel chuckled.
Jack,
He said. His voice seemed stronger all of a sudden.
you know better than to focus on what you can't do. Focus on what you can. Look to Seph for an example. He has come to accept a life without brands, and it works well for him.
Jack wanted to point out that Seph would still be more powerful with a brand, but she had a feeling that wasn't what Gabriel wanted to hear. And she supposed there was some wisdom in what he was saying. After all, she had never felt better since arriving than when she worked with the gnomes to expand the caves. That had been focusing on what she could do rather than what she couldn't, just as Gabriel said. Gabriel coughed again, and Jack thought she saw small specks of blood fly out of his mouth. But when the coughing subsided, he spoke once more.
Jack, I may not have much time left. Just know that I believe in you even now, and I don't know if you'll ever get your brands back. Perhaps there is no way, but if there is, I trust you to find it eventually.
He began coughing again, and Jack rested one hand on his arm before standing. "We should let him rest," said Lee. Jack gave Gabriel's hand a final squeeze. "Thank you, Gabriel. I hope you're right." They exited the tent. A few of the sick reached their arms out to her as if supposing she could help them. But she couldn't. Not like this. If she had her powers back, she could have given each of them a healing brand, and they would all have been fine. But Gabriel was right. She couldn't focus on that. Wishing she had the power to heal would not save anyone. She had to focus on what she could do. Chapter 8. "Vander!" she yelled the moment she was back inside the caves. Yowen hadn't followed her, choosing instead to remain with the sick. But that was fine. She didn't need his support for this. "Vander!" she called again. "We need to talk." Everyone inside the caves was looking at her. Good. This wasn't something to be kept secret. They all needed to know what the Fae were doing by keeping everyone out. In the confining caverns, it didn't take her long to find the Shadow Elf. He was off down the right passage, along with the rest of his kind. He didn't come to her. Instead, he leaned against the cavern wall with his arms folded. "There are people dying out there," she said as soon as she was close enough. "We all knew people would die eventually," Vander replied, without a hint of remorse nor surprise in his voice. He had known about the sick people. "Your scouts were the first. These are only the latest to meet their end here. Do you care nothing for these people who have supported you, whose brothers and sisters gave their lives to defend the Fae? I honor them," said Vander. His voice was still calm, unusually so. "But we have also given our lives to save them. At Foothold, at Sky Cliff. No more. If this is to be our home, our planet, then it is all important that we survive." "This planet is not just for you," Jack shot back. "It is a place for Fae and humans to live in harmony. And if all the Fae perish from exposure outside or illness inside, then what was the point of creating this planet in the first place?" Jack glanced around to meet the eyes of those around her. The humans would understand. They would see that Vander clearly cared little for their well-being, but she saw no humans. none close enough to listen. The area was full of fae, gnomes, dwarves, sky fae, shadow, and bright elves. All of them surrounded Jack, the only human among them, apart from the scattered few closer to the entrance. "Vander, please," she said, her voice dropping to something barely above a whisper. "Gabriel is dying, and he's not the only one. The gnomes can make room. Within a few weeks, we can make these caverns big enough for all of us. Until then, can't you make room for those who are ill?" Vander paused. Perhaps he would see reason. With the gnomes working on the walls, perhaps he could allow some compassion for those who needed it. "They would likely spread their diseases to us," he said finally, and Jack's heart dropped. "Perhaps, when the caverns are large enough, I will consider it." Anger flared in Jack, and her face grew hot. "Who are you to decide? Who gave you the right? And who gave you the right?" Vander shot back. He was angry now, too. "The only reason you were anything is because you were an anomaly. You had the ability to give multiple brands, but now you are nothing but a little girl entering the real world, pouting because she can't have her way." That dug deep, but Jack kept a straight face. "You are not done," Gabriel had said. She had to believe in herself the way Gabriel did. She took a deep breath. "Vander, I respect your wishes to protect yourself and the Fae, but what you are doing is only promoting more violence. If you continue, you will be attacked." Vander's eyes turned cold, and a tension rose up among the Fae that hadn't been there before. "Is that a threat, Jack?" "Not a threat, just the real world," Jack replied, throwing his words back at him. "Because you're right. I don't hold the power I once held, and I will not be able to stop 7,000 people from bearing down on you when you choose to make yourself their enemy." Vander considered her, his face contorting with building rage. Yes, he knew she was right. Deep down, he knew that he was the problem here, but his pride was too much to admit that fact. She could only hope that the others saw it. Finally, Vander spoke in a low tone. "I want you out of here. You are no longer welcome among our people." Jack nodded. She had been expecting this. Yet she noted with some satisfaction that some of the Fae, particularly the bright elves, were looking at Vander as if to make sure they had heard them right. After all, no one had given more than Jack for their cause, and they all knew it. "I'm sorry, Vander," she said as she began to turn away. "I wish we could remain friends. I truly do, but I have long promised myself on the bones of my parents that I would help those in need, those who were oppressed. That once included you before today. Now, you are the oppressor." "You got us into this mess," he spat back at her, but she put one foot in front of the other, away from Vander, away from the toxin that was infecting these people. His voice carried behind her. "If you hadn't brought us here, none of this would have happened. We could have stayed in the valley. We could have had room to grow, plenty of food and water, and time to rest. But thanks to you, we have none of that." Her anger burned away the effect of his insults. The elf was resorting to personal attacks now. She had gotten to him. That was a victory, if not one that would lead to peace. She could only hope that the others saw what she saw. She exited the caves, pausing to look at the shadow elves that guarded the entrance. "You won't be allowed to let me in after today," she informed them. "But whatever happens, please know that I will go to my grave doing everything I can to bring stability between our peoples." The elves cocked their heads with curious expressions. They hadn't overheard her conversation with Vander after all. But she didn't give them time to ask questions. Instead, she continued walking back to the camp outside. That was when a chorus of screams reached her ears. They were coming from directly ahead. Chapter 9. Jack broke into a run. What had just happened? She couldn't see anything that would have caused the screams. No one was attacking, and the weather was relatively normal. But then something flashed in front of her, a purple-like burst of energy in a circular pattern. It expanded in a split second, cutting through the fabric of a nearby tent before collapsing in on itself as quickly as it had appeared. Jack blinked. This was something new. With Vander causing his trouble and the problems with the cold, it took a while for her brain to process a new threat. But as the strange circular light vanished, it left a tear in the tent where it had been moments before. Just then, another purple disk appeared ahead of her, cutting right into the arm of a woman who had just stood up to see what was going on. The woman screamed as the disk sliced off her arm cleanly at the elbow. She jumped out of the way in time to avoid having the disk continue on into her chest, but she fell to the ground, and blood was already flowing out of the woman's arm, staining the snow red. She needed help straight away. Instinctively, Jack reached for those wells of power within her, but came up with nothing. Of course there was nothing she could do. At least, not with her brands. She grabbed hold of the tent fabric that the mysterious energy disk had sliced moments before and tore a large piece away. Then she ran to the injured woman and knelt next to her. She folded the fabric as best she could and pressed it against the woman's stump of an arm hard. The woman screamed again, and her eyes rolled back in her head. Her body went limp as she passed out from the pain and loss of blood. Jack continued pressing the fabric against the bleeding arm. She had to staunch the bleeding or this woman would die within seconds. Then someone knelt beside her. A pair of strong hands took hold of the makeshift tourniquet to hold it in place. It was Seph. "I've got this," he said. "Find Skellig. Figure out what's going on." Jack hesitated. Everything was happening so fast. What was this strange phenomenon? "Go!" Seph shouted. The urgency in his voice prompted her to action. She got to her feet and ran. She started towards Skellig Command Tent, but chaos surrounded her. Packed as tightly as they were, everyone had seen what happened to the woman, and there had to be others who were injured, judging by the screams she had heard earlier. They ran in all directions, and Jack had to push through to make any forward progress. "Skellig!" she yelled as she caught sight of the woman's short hair above the crowd. The major turned and caught sight of Jack. Then she rushed forward to meet her. "Jack, what's going on?" "I was going to ask you the same question," Jack said. "You have no idea how this started?" They both jumped to the side as one of the shimmering discs opened up next to them, just a little too close for comfort. "Could this be Vander's doing?" Skellig asked, her expression resolute. Jack stared around them, trying to get a clear view of one of the flashing discs. "No, I don't think so," she said. "It doesn't seem like a magic they would have. I left the caves just before it started, so it could be happening there too." "We'd better check on that just the same. If the people in the caves were safe, we might need to entertain the possibility that this was a hostile act on their part." Another disc flashed just above them, causing them both to jump, though they could never have avoided it in time had it appeared too close. It formed and dissipated with surprising speed. Something about it seemed familiar to Jack. Something about the way it looked when it was fully formed, before it collapsed in on itself. Or maybe it was the sizzling sound it made when it appeared. "Vander kicked me out of the caves," she said. "You'll have to go yourself to talk to him, or ask Yawen." "The latter would be preferable, I think," Skellig said, still tense. "He's the only one still friendly with us." "There are others inside," Jack corrected. "They just don't know what to do, I think." "We'd better hope so, or our being here could turn ugly, especially after all this." She trailed off. Jack noticed it too in the same moment. The discs had stopped forming, at least temporarily. There was still shouting and chaos among the people, but as hard as Jack listened, she couldn't make out the sizzling sound of the strange discs. "Perhaps we're in luck," said Skellig. "Let's assess the damage." Jack nodded. "I'll get right on it." "Jack!" Skellig called to her. Jack half turned to face the major. "You've been through a lot lately. You don't have to involve yourself in this. Take a break and let us handle it." Jack's lips formed into a line. "I appreciate the sentiment, Skellig. I know I can't do what I once could, but holding me back is literally the worst thing you could do to me, especially now that Vander has banned me from the caves." Skellig hesitated, then nodded. Very well. I want you continuing to coordinate the scouting missions. We'll need that distraction after whatever this was. She waved a hand at the mayhem surrounding them. Round up as many as you can and enlist the help of as many Sky Fae as are willing. Jack nodded. I can do that. They set to work. While Skellig inspected the damage left by the discs, it became Jack's job to pretend like nothing was wrong, recruiting others for scouting trips. That, however, proved impossible. You expect us to just get up and leave when the Fae are blatantly attacking us? Said one man. We have to fight back or we won't last long. It wasn't the Fae, responded Jack. This was unconfirmed, but she was sure that none of the Fae possessed any such powers. It was something else. The Fae are actually working to expand the caves to fit more people, but we have to do our part and search for other options to work with in the meantime. But her words were ultimately meaningless. We won't last long anywhere if the Fae are turned against us, said one woman. We outnumber them now, said another. If we don't take action, that might not last and they'll wipe us out for good. Please, listen to me, said Jack, but the people weren't listening. Wherever she went, she heard similar reports. The people were afraid, and they needed something to blame, or someone. Unfortunately, Jack had no explanation as to what the strange, destructive phenomenon had been, though she could swear that something had been familiar about them. If only she could get a better look at one. From a safe distance, of course. But for now, they had bigger troubles. The people were gathering up against the entrance to the caves, shouting and waving their fists at the shadow elves that stood guard there. The elves were tense, and it didn't take long before more of them appeared, bearing their gleaming obsidian daggers in hand. Please, stop this, Jack yelled as she tried to fight her way to the front, to get between the people and the Fae. Fighting isn't going to solve anything. Suddenly, a jet of fire shot into the sky. It caught everyone by surprise, including Jack, who followed the source of the fire to see Skellig emerging from the front of the crowd. She must have been fighting her way to the front just as Jack had. Enough, she roared. If anyone takes another step, I will have every telekinetic under my command force you back. And if that doesn't work, I will stop you myself. She let a small burst of flame out of one palm for emphasis. You would take their side? Yelled a man Jack couldn't see. That prompted a chorus of shouts from those that were close enough to hear. Once again, Skellig raised a palm and shot her flames over the heads of the crowd. That seemed to have the intended effect because most people quieted down. We will confer with the Fae to find an explanation. We will learn what caused this. Until that time, we will not take impulsive action. Not on my watch. And not if you want to live. She half turned to look at the shadow elves, who continued to wait with their obsidian blades at their sides, their bodies taut. Jack spied Fiona, but Vander was nowhere to be seen. Jack breathed a sigh of relief as the majority of the crowd hesitated. Skellig spoke once more. Meanwhile, it's time for ration distribution. Return to your places, and I'll make sure you get something. If you do not, then I will reserve what food we have for those who obey orders. Jack frowned. That was a dangerous thing to say. What happened if people suddenly realized that they could eventually overwhelm Skellig and her followers, taking the rations for themselves? Hopefully none of them were so far gone as to attack their own. Not yet. Skellig's pronouncement seemed to have the desired effect, for now. The crowd dispersed and went back to their wagons and tents, but Jack remained behind, as did Seph and a handful of others. Skellig was breathing hard. When it seemed that most of the danger had passed, she walked over to where Jack stood and placed a hand on her shoulder. You had better hurry, she said. If we don't find another place to live soon, I won't be able to stop them. I understand, said Jack. Skellig acknowledged her with a nod and continued past Jack to join the main group. What is it that she wants you to do? Said Seph, coming to rest next to Jack. I'm to coordinate the scouts, she replied. And after today, I think we'd better hurry. Seph nodded. I suppose that even with what happened to Breton, we have to push forward, Jack said, finishing his sentence. We're all going to die here eventually if we don't. She took another deep breath. There was so much they had to worry about. Would they ever have a break? What can I do? Seph asked, sensing her distress and holding out both arms for an embrace. She responded by leaning into him, enjoying the faint warmth that they shared, and the feel of his breath washing over her as he held her close. I think you would do best by staying here and preaching to anyone who will listen. You give the people hope. He nodded. I suppose by my staying here, you intend to go with the scouts. She hesitated. She didn't want to leave him, and the scouts would do well enough without her. She was only one person after all, but she also knew that she could never sit still if she stayed behind. She needed an outlet, and if that meant leaving with the scouts, even leaving Seph for a time, then she would have to do it. I'm sorry, she said. We'll try to find something soon. Just keep people from murdering each other while we're away. The corners of Seph's lips twitched, as if he had been about to laugh, but they both knew that Jack was being totally serious. I will do my best, he said. Just be safe out there. Jack could do nothing more than nod. Chapter 10. Jack spent the rest of the day rounding up volunteers. While many were disgruntled with the Fae and still in a rage from the events of the day, raring to do something, even if that meant leaving the main camp and risking their lives. Even some of the Fae seemed more willing to help out. Perhaps it was the threat of people invading their caves, or maybe they just wanted to find a place with more room. Though none of them said it outright, Jack suspected that many of them were opposed to Vander and the Shadow Elves, and were serving out of the kindness of their hearts. Jack was just glad they weren't all under Vander's sway. Several gnomes volunteered, though Jack asked many of them to remain behind to continue removing what they could from the back of the caves. But warmth was important, so she made sure to assign at least one to each group of scouts. Sky Fae volunteered in great numbers to Jack's delight. Perhaps they had realized that they were the most valuable of the Fae when it came to scouting. The Sky Fae didn't have much in the way of powers, but they were used to the cold and were perfect for their current predicament. Others of the Fae volunteered as well, some dwarves, bright elves, and even one shadow elf, Fiona. Jack cautioned her to remain behind, unfortunately, since she wasn't sure how Vander would take one of his own, choosing the humans over him at this stage. It wasn't long before Jack had 12 individual groups of 12 people, with at least one gnome and one Sky Fae per group. She included herself in one group, taking with her Pershal the Sky Fae and Gerwert the gnome. They were both leaders of their respective races, and Jack wanted to make sure she had some time to talk to them. Besides, they would be needed for where they were going, because Jack had assigned her own scouting group to follow in the footsteps of Breton and his companions. Perhaps while they were out, they would discover the nature of what froze them to death so quickly. They set out the next morning, after Skellig had approved Jack's request for a week's worth of rations for each group. The sky was clear, but the air was as cold as ever. They spent most of the first and the second day without much conversation, other than some talk of the sudden appearance of those magical discs, which Jack quickly interrupted to change the subject. It wouldn't do to speculate too much on that account. But it was now the second unexplained problem that they had encountered, after the mysterious storm or whatever had frozen Breton and his group. Pershal spent most of his time in the sky, searching for anything that could be of use, and Gerwert grumbled about the cold, as well as pretty much anything else that bothered him. But he mostly kept to himself, which meant that Jack had a lot of time to think. And that only led her down a spiral of negativity as she considered all the obstacles that they had to overcome to survive. If they didn't find any more caves or a food source, they weren't going to survive out here for very long.
I see something, said Partial, alighting on her shoulder. What is it? She said, hope rising despite her efforts to keep them down. It wouldn't do to get her hopes up. I'm unsure, but I think it's those discs again. But they're isolated ahead of us. All of them are appearing within 100-yard radius of each other. A few of the humans in her group shuffled their feet nervously at that pronouncement. Jack felt the hairs on her back prickle as well. All right, we'll avoid that area for now. We can stay here until they quit appearing, assuming they act like last time. There's more, said Partial. I think something's coming out of them this time. Jack narrowed her eyes. That was something new, though the revelation tickled something in the back of her mind. Straight ahead, you say? She asked. Partial nodded, and she found herself moving forward. Everyone else stay here. I'm going to get close enough to get a good look at what's happening. No one argued with her. Partial flew off her shoulder to guide her close to where the discs were appearing. Sure enough, Jack could make them out faintly, their light flashing a bright purple color across the snow. Lying in the snow were several dark shapes, not large enough to be anything more than objects the size of Jack's arm, certainly not bodies or anything more substantial. She found herself creeping forward to get a better look, but Partial's warning held her back. Jack, be careful. You're not as invulnerable as you once were. Jack paused. Partial was right. It wouldn't pay to risk her life in this situation, not when she could wait for the phenomenon to pass. And pass it did, though they had to wait a long time, longer than the last time the strange discs had begun appearing. Finally, the little bursts of light ceased, and Jack waited just a few minutes more to make sure they were not coming back anytime soon. Go get the others, Partial, she said. Tell them it's safe now. Then she began closing the distance between her and whatever it was that had fallen out of the flashes of light. Partial flew away to get the others, leaving her alone. Soon, the dark objects in the snow grew larger and larger until it became clear what they were. But that was impossible. When she finally arrived at the spot, she finally confirmed what she saw. They were arms and legs, and in some cases, even heads. Body parts of all kinds were strewn around her, but not just any body parts. The arms ended in long fingernails that resembled claws, and the heads were human in shape, but the skin was gray, the teeth were sharp and pointed, and the eyes were eerily human. These were demon body parts. Where had they come from? How had they emerged from the strange discs that kept flashing into existence? Perhaps they were coming from some other... Suddenly, she recognized what the discs reminded her of. They were like the large portal she had created to reach Ilidar in the first place. They were much smaller and didn't last for nearly as long, but that explained why there were demon body parts strewn all over the place. They're portals, she called out to Partial and the rest as they rushed to join her. What's that? Said Garwert, confused. The discs. They're portals, like the ones I made to get here. They're probably coming from Earth. How could you know that? Said Partial, hovering a few feet above the rest of them. Because these are demon body parts. They could only come from Earth. And how could that happen? Said Garwert with an alarmed expression on his face, his small body unconsciously leaning away from the nearest body part. A portal could only come from the Pillars of Eternity, said Jack, a small knot forming inside her throat. Which means it could be one of two things. Either the Pillars of Eternity are acting on their own, replied Partial, or someone is trying to use them to get here, but unsuccessfully, it would seem. She stared down at a demon head that lay near her feet. So, Kane is trying to get here, said Partial, his voice soft as he realized the implications. Jack nodded. I would have to assume so. Of course, this wouldn't be good news. Sure, she now understood what the strange discs were, though that didn't make them any less dangerous, and now they knew that demons could potentially drop out of one if it managed to stay open long enough. Add that to the fact that if Cain finally managed to get the pillars working properly, it wouldn't be long before both planets were in ruin. At least we know that the pillars aren't working fully for him yet, she said. Otherwise, he would be able to create a stable portal. One of the humans in her group spoke up. But if he can do this much, he'll figure it out eventually, Jack finished. That just means we have to work hard to find a way to survive. Otherwise, he will find us completely unprepared. What she didn't confirm was that if Cain did manage to come to Ilidar, there would be no stopping him. Jack was no match against him, and even the combined power of the Fae and their human armies would not be enough. Seph and Gabriel were kind in their encouragement of Jack to continue pressing forward and becoming an asset without even her brands. But all of that meant nothing in the face of what Cain could do. Let's keep moving, she said. It looks like those portals open up within a certain radius of each other, so if you see them again, run away as fast as you can, and you might get out of range. The others nodded before falling into step behind her. Well, all except Pershal, who flew into the sky again. Jack noted with some trepidation that some of the humans were eyeing the Sky Fae warily. Trust for the Fae was wearing thin, even for those who were trying to help. Vander's actions were beginning to have a much greater effect than she was comfortable with. It was affecting everyone. Gerwert seemed to feel the discomfort as well, for he jogged to the front of their party to stand next to Jack. She acknowledged him with a nod before fixing her eyes on the path ahead of them. They were probably close to where Breton and the others stood frozen like statues. Do you really like us? Or do you just need us for warmth? It was Gerwert talking. Jack turned her head to stare at the little gnome. He stared back, not a hint of sarcasm on his face. He was being totally serious. Of course I like you, she said, a bit taken aback. You know that. And yet, now that we're here, in this place where it's cold, you suddenly rely on us to keep you all warm. Jack pressed her lips together, thinking carefully through her next words. Yes, Vander's influence was reaching a lot of people, even Gerwert, who, despite all his sarcasm and general crankiness, had up till now followed her without question. Even he was doubting. You're thinking this is like before, when the Watchers put you to work in Mount Herafast? The gnome hesitated. No, it's not like that. You give us a choice after all. It just seems a bit concerning that we didn't seem to matter to you before now. What are you talking about? Of course you matter, Jack responded. All of the Fae matter, and we build on each other's strengths. Right now, your strength is the most valuable for our current situation, but it's not the only one. Flame Dancers are working just as hard, and the Sky Fae are helping with the scouting. Just us, though. Most of the others are doing nothing. Jack was pretty sure nothing was not a good word for it. Everyone was pitching in somehow, just not as much as the gnomes. I can see your point, she said carefully. But you remember how important the trolls were in the battle against the Queen, or how Lee, Musael, and Breton worked to prepare food in the valley before we arrived? Everyone has their moment. We all pitch in at some point. Gerwert ran a hand through his long, fiery hair. Like the stories of what the Water Fae did at Skycliff, he said, after pausing to think. Yes, exactly, Jack confirmed. And in a way, we were all instrumental in creating Ilidar. I couldn't have done it without each of you. At that, Gerwert let out a snort. Huh, fat lot of good that did us. This place isn't what any of us asked for. Jack peered out at the snow-covered rock. I think that's mostly because there are still more Fae to come. At least, that's what the Book of Ilidar suggests. They might help. Yeah, but where are they? You have so many humans with you, yet none of them have turned since we arrived. Maybe it's just because you lost your stick things. Jack had no answer to that. It was true. No one had turned into a fae for some time. Not among their people, at least. Why was that? Perhaps a lack of relics is the reason, said Jack. But I'm not so sure. I have a feeling we'll learn more eventually. Perhaps the answer is just around the corner. It had better be, because I can't walk as fast as you giants, and my legs are growing sore. Gerward huffed and pointed at his fast-moving, stumpy feet. Jack smiled. Come here, Gerward. I'll carry you for a bit. She expected the gnome to protest, but after a moment's hesitation, Gerward accepted her offer, and she paused just long enough to stoop down and let the gnome climb onto her back. He was heavier than she thought he would be, but maybe she was forgetting what it was like to not have her strength brand. They didn't say much for a while, which was uncharacteristic of the gnome. He usually had something to say, even if it wasn't all that positive. Instead, he clung to her back as she continued through the snow. There was something oddly comforting about having him there. Before long, she spied a familiar giant boulder, though it was honestly hard to tell with the snow and wind changing the appearance of the landscape constantly, or covering it up. But yes, there was a specific rock that stuck out of the mountainside that she recognized. This had been the place where they'd found Breton and his group frozen in place. But as she scanned the area, she could see no sign of their frozen corpses. Chapter 11. There wasn't any sign of a frozen body anywhere in sight. Had she mistaken the location? No, this was definitely the same place. Perhaps the bodies had fallen over and were covered in snow. Jack pulled up short and called back to the others. Let's pause here. The bodies of Breton and his men were here before. Spread out and search through the snow to see if you can find them. The others obeyed without further encouragement. Even Gerward climbed off her back to help search. Jack waved a hand at Pershel, who flew closer till he was facing her directly. In a low voice, she said, Pershel, see if you can spot any standing statues in the surrounding area. I may have mistaken the spot because I don't see any sign of them here. Before, they were literally frozen while standing up. Pershel frowned. You think they got knocked down by the wind or something? Possibly, but I want to make sure I didn't get the location wrong. I know it's close, so if you could just do a circle and see if you can find them nearby. Pershel sharply inclined his head. At once. And Pershel? Jack added just as he was about to take off. She remembered her conversation with Gerward and needed to make sure Pershel didn't feel like he was being used either. Thank you so much for all of your help. We couldn't do any of this without you. Pershel smiled. Thank you, Jack. And you don't have to worry about me. I don't speak for all of my kind, but I will follow you wherever you go. I got to see your true colors on Mount Knot. I won't forget any of that. Jack grimaced. I'm sorry for everything that's happened since we got here, and for losing the pillar you guarded for so long. You deserved better for following me. Let's just find more shelter or a food source, and then we'll have time to talk about what we deserve. I can get behind that, said Jack. I'll see if I can find the frozen scouts, Pershel added before flying up and away. Jack watched him go. Pershel was a good person. The Sky Fae had only joined them relatively recently, but already they were an integral part of their group. She could only hope that most of them shared Pershel's healthy attitude. They spent the next few minutes searching for the bodies of Breton and the other scouts that had died with him. But try as they might, they found nothing. Not even a spare article of clothing. Had she been wrong about the location all along? There had to be a lot of rocky outcroppings like this one, but she had been sure it was the same one. And they'd been traveling the right amount of time. They should be here. Perhaps Skellig had retrieved them at one point and didn't tell her? She looked back at the mountain to once again confirm that the rocky outcropping and nearby boulder were the same as she remembered. But this time, she spotted something different. She tensed up immediately as a shape moved among the slopes of the mountain. A dark shape, It was running on all fours. "Everyone to me," she called. Heads turned to look at her, then away to see what she was staring at. The dark shape was moving at an astonishing speed down the side of the mountain, and it was coming right for them. "Is that?" began one of her human companions. "It is," said another, this one a sightseer. "That's a demon." Panic leapt into Jack's heart. A demon? Here? It must have come through one of those shortly lived portals, making it through before it could close and cut through its limbs. She glanced at the others. None of them had any combat brands. Jack didn't have her spear, or any other weapon for that matter. What had the need been? The only living beings on this planet were those of their group, or so they thought. "Does anyone have a knife?" she shouted. Her voice was shaking. She'd never been this defenseless against a demon. "Or a weapon of any kind." "I have," shouted the sightseer. He extracted the tool from his belt, but it was clearly not a knife meant for combat. It was far too short. But it would have to do. The demon was fast approaching, coming at them in a perfectly straight line. There would be no running. Jack thought she could hear it snarl as it charged. "Everyone group together," she called out. Facing the sightseer, she said, "Whoever holds the knife should be at the front. I can take it." "No, it's okay. I used to be a watcher," the man said. "I can handle it." Jack felt naked facing down a demon without a weapon in hand, but she conceded. They bunched together just as the demon reached their position. But instead of leaping at the sightseer who was closest, it flew through the air straight at Jack, who stood next to him. Jack let out a short scream as its massive form toppled onto her, knocking her completely to the ground. Instinct took over as she placed both hands squarely on the demon's neck as it attempted to bite her. She had to keep its gnashing teeth away. But she could do nothing about its arms. Its hands, ending in long claws, slashed at Jack's face and sides. Demon claws weren't particularly sharp, since they were essentially elongated human fingernails. But that did not mean it didn't hurt when several of them scraped across her skin. She cried out as the demon carved long gashes into her face, and she lifted her arms higher, trying to hold the demon's gnashing head away from her as much as possible. Just then, the demon yelped as the sightseer plunged the knife into its side. The sightseer withdrew the knife and stabbed again and again. With each blow, Jack felt its attention on her waver and its strength falter. Finally, it collapsed entirely. Jack lay beneath it for just long enough to catch her breath. Then she pushed it off and accepted the help of the sightseer to rise to her feet. Her entire body was trembling. Never had she felt so helpless as she had in that moment. The only thing that had saved her was her training, keeping the beast from attacking anything vital. Yet even in those few seconds after it leapt on her and before it died, it had managed to cover her with scrapes on her face and arms. Those would need to be cleaned. It came as no surprise that the demon attacked her first. If Cain was still controlling these beasts, then she would still be the primary target, even without her powers. She looked down at the demon's corpse. She remembered a time when she could take out an entire army of demons. Now... "Look!" cried the sightseer. Jack followed his gaze back toward the mountain, and her heart sank even further. 3 more dark shapes were coming their way. This demon had not been alone. "Get ready," she said, but her voice wavered. She wasn't sure they could take on 3 demons with only 1 weapon. The first had been problem enough. "They will come after me. Be ready for that, and see if you can anticipate their moves." Surprisingly, Gerward stepped forward, towards the 3 oncoming demons. Before Jack could protest, he buried his hands in the snow to touch the ground beneath. A sharp hiss escaped the earth, and the snow immediately changed form, most of it melting away and steaming into the air. "Go, Gerward!" she called, realizing what he was doing. Perhaps he could create a barrier of some kind, or even catch the demons in molten rock. The ground began to glow with a warm light and gave off waving ripples of hot air. The ground in front of them was melting before their eyes as Gerwert worked his magic. The demons slowed to a halt as they came close enough to spy the small barrier of molten earth. Even they were wise enough not to go crawling across the glowing fire, or at least their master was. But even Gerwert couldn't make a complete circle in the time they had, and the demons knew it. They began flanking them, with 2 moving to their left and the 3rd on their right to bypass the lava threat and attack from 2 different directions. Jack swallowed. All that to be flanked on both sides. Gerwert realized what was happening and picked up a handful of the lava, its heat doing nothing to the little gnome. With a great heave, he threw it at the nearest of the 3 demons. The beast leapt out of the way just in time, the lava falling just short of hitting it. Jack braced herself. They were going to have to fight these demons directly, no matter what. She wasn't sure she would make it out this time. Suddenly, the air around them grew cold, or rather, far colder than usual. The light of Gerward's lava pit dimmed as it came in contact with the cold air, and the mist of Jack's breath became more pronounced. But if she felt cold, it was nothing compared to the demons' reactions. Each let out a yelp, and their bodies contorted. Actual frost began forming on their skins. It was like the cold Jack felt was actively targeting them. What was... She stared all around and immediately saw something that hadn't been there before. Several human forms stood a short distance away. One had both arms out, pointed at the demons, and a sort of wind was emanating out of his hands. The demon continued screaming until the sounds turned into more of a whimper. Soon, they were nothing but frozen husks in the snow. By now, the rest of them had turned and seen the strange figures behind them. Jack could feel the tension coming from each of them. She swallowed. Those demons had frozen in an instant. Had these strange people been the cause of what happened to Breton and the others? They had to be. But how had anything else living arrived on this planet? Had they come through the portal too? She stepped forward, away from her fellow scouts and toward the others. One of the strange beings moved forward as well. At least they weren't attacking them. As she neared the newcomers, she could see that the person walking toward her was a man, or at least something very similar, but his skin was different than a normal human. He had a kind of blue-gray look, and snow seemed to fall on him and stay, instead of melting from his body heat. His hair and beard were a bright white, contrasting starkly with his skin. There was something familiar about this person, whoever he was, or at least the way he walked and held himself seemed more like what you would expect from a human, despite the man's more unexpected characteristics. But even as he came closer, more and more became familiar. He had on clothes that she recognized from the people of their own group, and his face and beard... "Breton!" she cried as she finally recognized the man. The blue-gray face split into a smile. "Jack," he said, "it's good to see you again. We weren't sure if the others had survived this long or if you had all become like us." "How?" was all she managed to say in response. "I found you before you were dead, frozen solid." "More of a cocoon, I think," said Breton. He still had that deep, strong voice. "I told you, I have experience with such weather. It wouldn't take me that easily." He winked at her. But what happened? Jack couldn't quite bring herself to believe that this was really Breton. But there he was, clearly the man that had accompanied her, leading his own people from the valley to this planet. "We're not entirely sure," he replied. "We were simply traveling before we suddenly found ourselves rooted to the spot, with ice forming all around us. But when it covered us completely, we were still able to breathe, and we quickly found our bodies adjusting to the cold in a way we had never felt before." Something clicked in Jack's mind. "You've become a fae," she said. "Sometimes the change is sudden like that, and what you did to those demons." Yes, that was a little something we discovered shortly after coming loose of our icy prisons. We can now have a certain knowledge of that which is cold.
We're able to sense the building blocks of the world around us and make them slow down in a sense. It causes anything we desire to freeze. We can create temperatures far colder than what is natural, even on this planet.
Incredible, said Jack. She glanced back at her fellow scouts. You'll have to come explain everything to the others. I think they're worried you'll freeze them like you did to the demons.
Breton let out a hearty laugh. Very well. We can diffuse those fears at least.
Chapter 12. With a wave of his hand, Breton signaled to the others of his kind to come join them. As they approached, Jack noticed that they all had the same blue-gray skin and white hair. They were both men and women, all of the scouts that had accompanied Breton in the first place. They had to be Fae. That was undisputable, but what would they call this particular variety? Snow Fae? Ice Fae? The latter sounded better to Jack, but perhaps they had a name of their own that they wanted to use. And how had they formed? Was there a relic buried nearby that had sparked their transformation? Somehow Jack doubted that. Perhaps it was the planet itself. A planet that likely radiated magical energy so soon after its creation. The formation of the new Fae species thus far had been unpredictable. Who was to say it happened the same way for these Ice Fae as it had for the others? The reunion of Breton with the others was heartfelt. One of Breton's former followers was among those that accompanied Jack, and they were all happy to see such a large group of people that were supposed to be dead were in fact still alive. Only Gerwert seemed uneasy, though that was understandable, given the nature of Breton's Fae powers, polar opposites of what gnomes were capable of doing. "Ain't right," he said. "No one should have power over the cold. Too dangerous." Jack looked down at the gnome and narrowed her eyes. "And just how is it any more dangerous than what you do?" "Because it is. Simple as that," responded Gerwert, as if that was sound reasoning. Breton turned his attention to the two of them.
Don't worry, little man. We bear no ill will towards you or your kind. In a way, we are very much alike. Our powers are not unlike your own, but where you can create heat, we create frost."
Gerwert grumbled something about those two things being complete opposites. He said it under his breath, but Breton laughed anyway.
"Yet we both deal in matters of climate and temperature. None of the others could say the same, so perhaps we're more alike than you think."
He then turned to Jack and asked,
"So I assume we return to the camp?"
"I suppose so," Jack replied. "We were supposed to continue for a few days more, but now that we've found you, all that has changed. The others should know that there's a chance of demon attacks."
"Good,"
said Breton.
"Our supplies are running low, and we were about to return to camp anyway, though some of us were afraid of doing so. I hope the others don't take our transformation as too much of a shock."
"Skellig won't, but I can't speak for the others. Like the other humans from the valley."
"Those of my company will follow me, but I can't speak for the others,"
Breton said, rubbing his icy chin. "They've seen other Fae before. I imagine they would be okay with this."
"Yes, and many even seemed eager to become Fae, and we've become immune to the cold, which I imagine would be an attractive position right about now."
Jack nodded. "It would indeed. There have been tensions since you left. Vander isn't letting most humans into the caves, and things are escalating. Some good news is exactly what we need."
"Well then, we can only hope they take it as good news."
"Agreed," said Jack. "When do you want to set out?"
"Well, you say the others don't know of the demons falling from the sky?"
"They've seen the portals before, but to my knowledge, they don't know about the demons, unless something has happened since I left."
"Then I suggest we leave now."
They arrived back in the camp towards the end of the next day. Jack told the new Ice Fae to stay behind while she broke the news to Skellig. The Major, to her credit, took the news very well. It was good to know that those they had presumed dead were still, in fact, alive. And not only that, but they didn't need shelter or warmth to survive in the cold. The general public took more time to get used to Breton and his crew, though they were encouraged when most of Breton's tribe received him back with open arms. In fact, most of them were almost jealous of Breton. He now had advantages that they did not have, one that could spell the difference between survival on this planet and a cold death. But what Jack really wanted to see was Vander's reaction to the news. He seemed to value the Fae so highly, so what would he say when he discovered that more humans had become Fae? Would he welcome them in the same way that he welcomed all the others? Not that the Ice Fae needed shelter in the caves, but perhaps they didn't need to tell Vander anything about that just yet. Yowen agreed to enter the caves and ask Vander to come out for an audience with Skellig. Jack stood with the Major at the mouth of the caves. Yowen exited, and Jack held her breath. To her relief, she saw Vander emerge immediately after the bright elf, though his face bore a scowl, and a look that suggested they were wasting his time. Jack tried to catch his eye, but he was purposely not looking at her. Apparently, he still held a grudge against her for their last conversation. "What is it?" he said, striding forward until he was several feet away from Skellig. "Do you intend to shorten our rations again? I warn you that we will take them off your hands if you even attempt it." Starting out with a threat. That wasn't a good sign at all. What would they do if Skellig increased the pressure on them? Would they kill the Major? Shadow elves made great assassins, but she couldn't think that even Vander would stoop that low. Skellig, to her credit, remained calm. "We thought you should know about something that happened to some of our scouts." She waved a hand, and the soldiers behind her parted to let Breton and a few of the other Ice Fae through. Vander's eyes narrowed as he took in their strange skin and white hair, but otherwise failed to react. "I assume you're going to claim these are some type of new Fae." "They are. We're calling them Ice Fae, and they changed here on this planet." "Well, how convenient for you. Perhaps you won't die of exposure after all, but will turn into these Ice Fae. You see, there was no reason to fear." Jack grimaced. Vander was not a fool. He recognized instantly that the Ice Fae would be immune to the cold or close to it. Breton opened his mouth to speak. "And if that were true and everyone became as we are now, would you welcome us?" "There would be no need," replied Vander with a shrug. "You don't need the security of these caves. Perhaps they would even be too warm for you." "But would you welcome them?" emphasized Jack. Vander turned his head slowly to look at her for the first time. She continued. "Would you treat them as your own and care for them in the same way that you claim to care for the rest of the Fae?" The corner of Vander's mouth twitched, and Jack knew she had finally caught him in a conflict. He wouldn't accept people he considered, at least on some level, to be enemies, even when those enemies changed to become Fae, the people he claimed to defend. "I do not have time for your silly hypotheticals," he said, half turning away from them. "When your entire company transforms into these Ice Fae, as you call them, contact me again, and then we'll decide what to do." He turned fully to head back into the caves. Jack's lips tightened into a thin line. She opened her mouth to retort. "There are demons here." That got Vander's attention. He whirled around to face her. "What do you mean?" "Those strange discs that appeared some days ago? They're not random. They're portals. Someone on Earth is trying to open a stable gateway between our worlds, like what I used to bring us here, and they're sending demons through." Vander advanced on her, taking slow,
meaningful steps. We did not see those portals that you describe. We only heard the commotion from inside. I can confirm that Yowen began. Shut up, Bright Elf, barked Vander. Why did he look at Jack with such venom in his eyes? Yowen's right. Anyone who was outside when it happened saw it. There are thousands of witnesses. Jack folded her arms, trying to keep herself from backing down as Vander advanced on her. Human witnesses and those loyal to them. He shot a look of pure hatred at Yowen. Why was he so mad? What had Jack said to upset him so? Vander came closer. And now your gifter friends would raise a demon army against me. What? It wasn't Jack who spoke, but Skellig. She took 3 full steps toward Vander. You honestly believe that we would stoop so low as to create demons just so we could, what, kill you, drive you out of the caves? We could do that with far less effort on our own. I'd like to see you try, you pompous sack of self-righteous trash, Vander spat. His hand strayed to his side where Jack knew his daggers were. Please, she yelled. Neither Vander nor Skellig so much as glanced at her. We can't keep doing this. Vander, you know we would never raise a demon army. There are demons coming through the portals. We're telling the truth, and that's it. If you don't believe me, all you have to do is wait, and you'll see them for yourself. I'm done with you people, growled Vander, still not looking at Jack. Always coming to me and begging for my assistance or that of the others. I am done. For anyone who truly is Fae and who renounces their allegiance to our oppressors, we will allow them to stay in the caves. He waved a hand at Breton. But I doubt this lot will need it, just as I doubt they would choose to ally with us. And with that, he turned on his heel and strode back through the cave entrance, leaving the rest of them to gawk and wonder what had just happened. Chapter 13. The next few days went by without incident, at least compared to what they had experienced recently. Jack waited with hope beyond hope for news from the other scouting parties. If even one of them brought news of another suitable shelter, they could potentially defuse this situation with Vander. But one by one, the scouting parties returned with nothing but dire news. Only one had discovered anything of value, a cliff overhang that provided some shelter from the elements, but not enough for all 7,000 of them. And it wasn't like a cave that could be insulated and heated from the inside. Still, it was something. Permission to send as many of our number as will fit, Jack said to Skellig once the scout had finished reporting. They were in Skellig's tent, along with a handful of others, including Yowen, who had essentially been kicked out of the caves for his open allegiance to the oppressors, as Vander put it. He was the only Fae to remain outside, other than the newly formed Ice Fae and the Trolls, who still seemed to care little about what was going on. They simply patrolled the camp, sometimes pausing in place for literal days. Permission denied, Skellig responded, her face grim. But I can't justify sending anyone away at the moment, not with Vander presenting such a threat. Yowen jumped in. I do believe he will leave us alone if we do not provoke him. Well, it's too late for that, said Skellig. What do you mean? Asked Jack. As of today, I am officially cutting off their food supply. I only waited these last few days so I could prepare for his inevitable response. Jack's face went pale. You're preparing an ambush, Skellig nodded. And it won't be easy. We're expecting some, if not all, of the Shadow Elves to come out and steal what they can while disguising themselves. We've got telekinetics, strong arms, and a few others ready to lock down that entire area if need be.
But you know he would consider that an act of war. People could die.
Skellig took a slow step towards her, so they faced each other head-on.
Jack, I know you don't want to hear this, but I can say with some certainty that yes, people will die, and there is no getting around that. My priority now is to make sure that as few people die as possible, and that means seizing control of these caves.
Wait, what? Jack said. You said you were just cutting off their supplies. Now you want to take back the caves?
We need to teach Vander and anyone loyal to him that they don't own such luxuries, physically superior as they are. A message must be sent that everyone has an equal right to those caves.
Yewen spoke next.
I hate to say it, Jack, but I think Skellig is right. We can't just allow Vander to continue down this path that he has chosen. It's unfortunate, but he brought this upon himself.
But we've already lost so many in the fight against Cain, or against the Queen. We can't start fighting each other, no matter what the cost.
We have little choice in this matter, Jack,
responded Skellig, her face a mixture of sorrow and determination.
By not taking action, we will simply remain exposed to the elements until most of us die. Expanding the cave doesn't do anyone any good if Vander will not permit access, and it cannot be expanded fast enough to prevent losing people out here in the cold.
And what if I were to offer you an alternative? Jack replied hastily.
Both Skellig and Yewen paused, but they stared at her expectantly.
Such as?
Skellig said after a moment of waiting. Jack hadn't exactly thought this through, but she did immediately latch on to one theory that had been brewing for a while. The portals, she said. We know that demons have managed to come through.
So you say,
interrupted Skellig.
We have yet to see any of these demons ourselves.
I know, but that's probably because very few make it through. I wouldn't be surprised if the 4 that we fought were the only ones. And besides, they can only come through wherever the portals are appearing, and that could be anywhere.
So how does this help us?
Asked Yewen. He didn't seem impatient when he said it. In fact, he was considering her with a curious expression on his shining face. Well, if demons can come through from Earth to Ilidar, maybe we could find a way to use them to get from Ilidar back to Earth. Now Skellig understood. She tilted her head back and nodded slightly in comprehension.
I see. And your plan would be?
To retrieve the Pillars of Eternity for starters, said Jack, and possibly to send more food and medicine back here, as well as any other resources we lack. For a moment, it almost looked like they were considering her proposal. Yewen rubbed his chin with his hand, and Skellig stared off into space for a time, thinking it through, before finally meeting Jack's eyes again.
I'm sorry, Jack, but that is too much of a long shot. If you want to figure out how it can be done, then by all means, go for it. But we can't delay our plans against the Shadow Elves just because you have a theory, one that would take time and involves too many unknowns.
Jack's heart sank.
We can't fight each other, she said, desperate now. Any other option is worth the risk.
I'm afraid I don't see any other choice. You don't even know where these portals are going to appear, and none of them stay open long enough for anyone to get through.
Jack opened her mouth to protest further, to say that they could not shrug aside the portals, since they represented a threat from Cain. If the Demon King managed to create a stable gateway between their worlds, they would have far more threatening things to deal with than Vander and his hatred of humans. But she stopped herself. She couldn't really blame Skellig after all, given the circumstances.
There had been a time when she thought all conflict could simply be resolved with patience and love. But sometimes love required conflict when one side would not budge. If Vander remained hostile, they had no choice but to fight him, to give up lives in the hope that it would ultimately save more. And she didn't even have much of a plan with her theory about the portals. Even if she were to get through one, what would that accomplish? If Cain was creating the portals, she would probably end up right where he was, and then what would she do? Without her brands, she couldn't fight him. He would likely kill her on the spot. In the end, she nodded her head. I'll try to find a way to make my theory work, but you do whatever you feel is necessary, Skellig. Though I don't want this, I trust you. You'll do the best that you can. I know it. Skellig gave her an appreciative nod and smile. Thank you, Jack. You know, you don't have to take this all on yourself. You're essentially a normal human now. Maybe you should take a break and spend time with Seph. We can handle the hard business. Jack began to walk to the front of the tent. It was time to leave. I appreciate that, Skellig, but I'll have to decline. I think it would be even more of a weight on my mind if I wasn't doing all I could to help. I realize I don't have the same physical strength as before, but that does not mean I can't make a difference. With that, she stepped outside into the open air and froze. In the split second after leaving the tent, she'd spied a puff of darkness just to one side. The moment she turned her head to look, it was gone, but she recognized what had just happened. She bent down to survey the ground and felt her heart freeze with realization. There were footprints in the snow. Light ones, extremely light, but it was unmistakable. A shadow elf had been spying on them. Based on the footprints, the elf had already left, probably just now, but perhaps it had just gone a short distance away and would be back soon. She had to warn Skellig. She immediately retreated back through the tent flap. Skellig looked at her confused. Did you... she began, but stopped as Jack put a finger to her lips. Jack glanced around the tent. The others that gathered here to share the warmth could not know what she had just seen. But that would not stop them from wondering what she was doing, telling Skellig to be quiet. They would speculate. Well, there was nothing that could be done about that now. Silently, she approached Skellig until she was right next to the Major. Then she leaned in close, with Skellig bending down to hear better. There was a shadow elf spy outside the tent, she whispered, just loud enough so that only Skellig could hear. Skellig leaned away and looked at Jack sharply. You're sure? Jack nodded. Skellig swore and ran a hand through her short hair, but she too realized that making this known to their listeners would incite a panic. She calmed herself down in a rush. Thank you for telling me, Jack. If there's nothing else? Jack shook her head. No, Major. I'll be going now. She retreated back out the tent flap. They would have to assume that the shadow elf had overheard everything about their plans to withhold the rations from the Fae and ambush them when they came to steal it. That changed everything. She made her way to where her own tent lay. Seph was sitting there, waiting, doing some physical exercises to keep himself warm. If Jack hadn't been so preoccupied with her discovery of the shadow elf, she would have allowed herself to watch him work. He looked good when he was doing push-ups. Instead, she walked right into her tent and found a small patch of ground that was hers. Her tent wasn't really her tent anymore. It was the largest besides Skellig's, which meant that they could fit over a dozen people in it, when lying right next to each other. She couldn't count how long it had been since she'd had some privacy. She slipped into the blankets of her own small space. It wasn't exactly time to sleep, but she needed to conserve warmth. Not to mention, have a quiet moment to think. Well, as quiet as possible under the circumstances. There were several others in their blankets after all. She wouldn't get time alone. not without leaving the camp entirely. Seph, who must have noticed her entering the tent, wandered next to her and followed suit, sitting and then pulling his own covers over him so that he lay immediately to her right. She could feel the warmth coming from his body. "Hey," he said. "Hey," she responded, not sure what else to say. "Are you okay?" he asked. "You came in looking like a spooked panther." "Is that one of those cat-like things in the east?" "You've heard of them?" "I got attacked by one, actually," she said. "In my second vision, on Mount Knot. Long story, but yeah, things aren't exactly the best right now." In a hushed tone so as not to alert the others, she filled him in on everything that had happened. He listened without interrupting, waiting until she had completely finished explaining how she'd found out about the eavesdropper and what that could mean. "Well, I suppose Skellig will have to change her tactics now," he said when she finished. "Yes, probably." Jack let out a groan of frustration. "I wish I knew how all of this was going to end. Not knowing is killing me." "Just as long as it's not frost exposure that's killing you," he said with a wink. "I'm not sure what I'd think if you turned all gray and blue like your friends." Despite herself, Jack let out a short laugh. "I'm not sure I would change into a fae. With all my exposure to various relics, you'd think it would have happened by this point." "Well, I haven't changed into anything either," he replied. "But we both know that the Book of Ilidar prophesies even more races, even after these ice fae." Jack rolled over onto one side so she was facing him and leaned her head against one arm. "Tell me more of these prophecies. Perhaps hearing of what was supposed to happen might help calm her nerves, even if a prophecy was more of a guessing game. It was easier to see in hindsight, to recognize a prophecy fulfilled, but it was less easy to accurately anticipate the future." "Well, we recently witnessed the birth of the Ice Fae," he said. "Those that will come in the greatest hour of need, a time of contention," he said. "I would think that now pretty much counts as such an event." "Does it say if they will be able to help with that contention?" Jack asked. "It doesn't," he said. "In fact, very few races have anything more substantial attached to their prophecy. There are only 3 more to come, 2 that represent life of some kind." Jack nodded. "That would make sense, why the planet has no life on it besides us. Those 2 fae were not there when we linked and created Ilidar." Seph returned her nod. "That was my thought as well." "It's too bad one of them didn't show up before the ice fae. We could really use some vegetation at least. Something we could grow and eat, apart from the mushrooms at least. We don't have enough space to grow more of those." "Perhaps, though I get the feeling that we are meant to solve our own problems before the answer will be provided for us." "You mean we need to create our own food before we can have some type of fae do it for us? The gnomes were already successful at growing mushrooms." "I don't mean anything so specific, just that, you know how at each step of the way we've met opposition? Well, I have a gut feeling that we're supposed to have that. Like it's a test to build us up and prove ourselves worthy of possessing this planet." "You make it sound like all we have to do is get through the hardship and there won't be any more problems." "Well, no, we can still fail." "And what happens if we do?" "Then others will rise to take our place." Jack paused to take in his beautiful face for a moment. "You really believe in Ilidar, don't you? Even after coming here and realizing it wasn't the paradise we thought it would be?" He nodded. "I do. I just don't assume I will live to see that day. Perhaps we will fail, and Cain will triumph for a time. Perhaps he will even destroy this entire planet, but someone will rise up again, someone more capable, and they will rebuild. But it will happen eventually, of that I'm certain.
You don't exactly inspire confidence in our current chances.
Perhaps only because I am content with the life I have. Despite all this, I'm with you, and that's all I could ask for. It is more than I thought I deserved.
He looked at her with such warmth as he said it that she almost had to fight back tears. I love you, Seph, she said, after making sure she was composed. He smiled.
I love you too, Jack.
Jack reached over to grab his face and pulled him into a hard kiss. They held it for a while, probably long enough that anyone else in the tent was growing uncomfortable, but eventually they let each other go. Seph smiled and brushed the red streak of her hair away from her face. Relics, she loved this man. She was going to find a way for them all to survive, if for no other reason than to be with him. The tent flap opened and a head poked in. It was Breton, his white hair shimmering in the light. His eyes quickly located Jack.
I'm sorry to intrude, but they wanted you to come quick.
Skellig? Jack asked. What did the woman want from her? She had only just left.
No, not Skellig,
said Breton.
They want you where they're tending to the sick.
A chill ran up Jack's spine. Gabriel. Chapter 14. Both she and Seph hurried until they reached the tent where they were keeping the sick. There were more bodies here than before, packed in as closely as possible. Any more and they would have had to use another tent. It didn't take Jack long to find Gabriel buried under as many blankets as they could spare, which unfortunately wasn't many. She rushed to the man, with Seph and Breton following close behind. How is he? She said to the nearest healer, a woman bent over a nearby patient, spoon-feeding him some soup. The woman turned to see who had spoken. Jack was not surprised to see it was Lee. She did not look much better than those who were sick in bed, but she was still on her feet. The woman gave a slight nod of acknowledgement to Jack, but answered her question straight away. He will not live out the night. We have done all we can do. Jack's eyes widened. Gabriel couldn't die. He was the only one left. He was Gabriel. Her teacher, her guide, the only family she had now that her blood family was gone.
Talk to him,
said Seph softly from behind. There was an air of resolution in Seph's voice, a soberness. He had already accepted it. No, Gabriel couldn't die. She could save him. She could... Gabriel? She said, her voice shaking. She knelt next to the man's side, trying to avoid treading on the bodies of others that lay next to him.
Jack.
He barely managed to croak out the word.
I'm glad you could be here.
Gabriel, you have to tell me how to get rid of this void brand. Then I could save you. Please, there has to be something, anything that you know of.
There.
Gabriel broke off as a fit of coughing racked his body. When it subsided, his lips were stained with blood.
That is beyond my knowledge. You must remember what I told you. You must believe in yourself.
How will that help me bring you back?
I am already gone, but it is my time. I do not regret it. I live to see the day when Ilidar became a reality, when the pillars of eternity, the world bringers, were wielded by a person of legend, and one of my students, no less. I could not be prouder.
His face was paler, and Jack could feel her own visage growing colder. No, Gabriel, you have to hold on just a little longer. We'll get you some help. We only need time. Other Fae will come, you'll see, or we'll find shelter.
Jack,
he said.
and the tone of his voice silenced what she was about to say. The raspiness of his voice was gone temporarily. He spoke in a clear tone.
You can't save everyone, but just remember, there are more out there you have yet to save. Do not give up. You are not done.
He held her gaze for a moment before his eyes fluttered closed and his body relaxed. Jack's eyes widened. "Gabriel?" she cried. "Gabriel!" Her teacher's jaw went slack and his eyes stared upward. His face was ashen, devoid of all color. Jack reached for him, grabbing him by the shoulders and shaking his limp body. She felt hands gently coax her away. They were Seph's hands. Lee stepped into Jack's field of vision, reaching a palm forward to close Gabriel's eyes. This wasn't happening. Gabriel couldn't die. She found herself in Seph's arms, her face and hands pressed against his chest, his arms surrounding her. Huge sobs shook her body, and tears streamed down her face. She barely noticed as he led her out of the tent and away through the camp. And through it all, she cried and cried. Never before, not even at the death of her mother, had she reacted this way. It was as if all of her emotions that had been bottled up for years suddenly came flooding out of her. All she could do was weep. But she wasn't just weeping for Gabriel. She was weeping for all of them. Her mother, her father, her friends, even those that had died by her hand. All who had been caught up in the treachery of Cain or the deceit of the queen, all that had died following her. Every soul weighed against her and found her wanting. "I cannot keep doing this," she choked through her sobs. Her voice was strained.
You can,
said Seph, holding her even tighter.
You heard Gabriel's last words. You are not done yet.
She shook her head violently. "I can't. People will just keep dying because of me." Seph very wisely did not answer that. Perhaps he knew that it would do no good, not like this. So he merely held her close, leading them to the edge of the camp where they could be free of spying eyes. What did the others think, seeing their former leader break down like this? Would they, too, finally realize that there was no hope? Seph continued holding her until they were some short distance away from camp. Bless him. He knew exactly what she needed. And right now, that was being away from the prying eyes. They sat against the side of a foothill, away from everyone except one of the trolls who stood as still as a statue, ignoring the snow. Seph gave her the silence she needed. "I shouldn't have listened to him before we came. He didn't want any brands, but I should have given him healing at least." Seph let that sink in a bit before responding.
I also have no brands. I am still here. He was old. He lived a good life.
"I don't want to hear any of that," she said, a little more forcefully than she intended. "There is more I could have done."
Perhaps, but that's not what happened, was it?
She faced him, her cheeks flushed with tears and anger. "What's that supposed to mean?"
We can't mourn over what we could have been, because that does nothing to advance the present. We must learn from our mistakes, but move on.
Jack wiped her nose and sniffed. "How am I supposed to do that? I thought I was making some progress in helping the gnomes expand the caves, but turns out that was not enough. I can't do anything without the brands."
You know that's not true.
Jack hung her head, and another bout of sobs racked her body. She did know. She was just saying things, trying to justify the moment in her mind, to blame something, even if that blame lay on herself.
You're not done, Jack,
Seph said, his voice still that calm, smooth softness.
How could he keep it together like that? I don't even know what that means, she responded. Done with what? I can't exactly change anything anymore. Vander won't even listen to me, and Skellig only does so when it's convenient. Seph pointed at her gifter brand, then moved his hand up to point at her flame dancer brand. Then one by one he pointed to the others. Because of these, you may not have those abilities anymore, but you are still the first person in centuries to have them at all. You will forever be a beacon of hope. For all the good it will do me, she mumbled bitterly. You are still the same person that did those amazing things, Jack. You may have lost your brand powers. You may have lost your friends and family. But you have not lost what makes you, you. Her face was still hot with grief and rage, but her body relaxed just a bit at hearing him talk. She leaned in so that she was hugging him close as it was possible to do. A rumble from one side sounded as the troll moved for the first time. It took 2 enormous steps in their direction and placed one hand lightly on Jack's head. She almost laughed despite herself. Now the troll was closer and its movements had shaken off the snow that had accumulated on itself. She recognized it as Rael, the troll she had named after her father. Thank you, Rael, she said. For some reason, the huge Fae's attempt at comfort helped more than anything that could have been said with words. Seph was staring up at the troll, smiling as if thanking the troll with his eyes. They sat there for a while, Jack wiping the tears out of her eyes, the troll simply standing there, as if guarding them from further grief. But it was short-lived. The troll's head swung to one side to stare back at the camp. In that same instant, a sound of shouting reached Jack's ears. Something was happening back at the camp. She and Seph stood and peered around the troll to see what it was. There were people there, crowding around the entrance to the caves. She couldn't see much from this distance, but the light glinted off something. The people were carrying weapons. We have to get back, she said to Seph, who nodded. They would have to continue grieving for Gabriel later. Jack didn't watch to see if Seph was following, but instead ran back to the camp as fast as she could. To her surprise, she heard the heavy thuds of footsteps, indicating Rael was following as well. The humans were carrying weapons, though some held farming equipment and other tools that were brought through the portal at the beginning. They were pushing into the bottleneck at the cave openings, shouting and waving their weapons above their heads. Silently, she cursed herself for having put on such a display of sorrow in front of everyone. Could her reaction have sparked this? She could not see what the Fae were doing about the mob, but she knew it wouldn't be good. Just as she thought about Vander's reaction, her worst fears flew in her face. Screams from the front of the mob echoed across the landscape, and she saw many of them jump back in fright. They were being pushed back. Though the Fae were small in number, they were a match for dozens of the ordinary humans. Only those with combat brands would even stand a chance. But there were people with combat brands. Jack caught sight of flames above the heads of the people, emanating no doubt from some former watchers or others of the flame dancers that they had brought with them or branded since arriving. Jack redoubled her pace. Within seconds, she reached the edge of the crowd. "Let me through!" she yelled, but this time no one listened. They were all brandishing their makeshift weapons and screaming at the Fae to let them in. Jack glanced around, trying to find Skellig. But could the Major have any chance at talking these people down? More were joining them, inspired by what they saw their companions doing. They bumped into Jack, jostling her first one way, then another. "Please," she called out as they rushed past her. "Stop this!" But they did not stop or even listen. Shouts of "let us in" or "drive them out" surfaced from all around her. Finally, Jack caught sight of some Fae. The Sky Fae were emanating out of the caves, rising up into the air like a flock of birds. Then they changed direction and sped toward the rioting crowds. Spears and pitchforks rose to meet them, but the Sky Fae were expecting that. They dodged and grabbed hold of what weapons they could, wrenching them away with the surprising speed and strength of their small bodies and wings. But weapons weren't the only things the Sky Fae took. A few flew down in pairs and picked up members of the mob and lifted them into the air, flying higher and higher until... Jack gasped, putting her hands to her mouth as she saw the first of the rioters dropped to his death. The Sky Fae were actually going to kill some of the mob. Jack pushed forward as fast as she could. She had to get to Vander to tell him to stop this madness. This time she pushed forward with greater ease. The mob was beginning to scatter now that the Fae were applying real pressure. She managed to make her way to the front, and chaos surrounded her on all sides. Chapter 15. Shadow elves were weaving in and out of the people, disappearing and reappearing with their obsidian daggers embedded in the sides of unlucky men and women. All blood fled from Jack's face as she watched the carnage unfold. How had it come to this? She stood in place, not a weapon in hand, just as a shadow elf materialized in front of her. It wasn't Vander, but Fiona. The elf raised one of her dark daggers, readying it to plunge down into Jack's heart, but she stopped short, recognizing who she faced. Jack did nothing to defend herself. She had no weapon to use anyway. But the elf only paused for a moment before disappearing again, leaving Jack unscathed. Well, at least some of the shadow elves still respected her to some degree. She tried to find Vander among the others, but could not make out faces for most of the shadow elves as they dodged attacks and landed their own. "Stop!" she yelled as loud as she could. A few Fae glanced at her, and just as many hesitated. But with that hesitation came death. To her horror, Jack watched as a handful of flame dancers burned a shadow elf alive and set fire to a Sky Fae's wings. Others of the dead lay on the ground. Humans were not the only casualties. "Jack," said a deep voice from behind her. She turned to see Breton, approaching her with long strides, his snow-white hair blowing in the wind, and a determined expression on his face. "I can help. Get as many as you can away from the entrance." Jack didn't hesitate. She began screaming at everyone who would listen to move away from the caves. Most that heard her listened, and once they began to retreat, others followed suit. They didn't want to remain exposed to the Fae. Breton strode forward with a handful of other Ice Fae following him. Most let them pass. They knew that the Ice Fae were not with the Shadow Elves, but that didn't stop some of them from fingering their weapons. In the chaos of battle, would the Ice Fae be protected from a mob such as this? The Ice Fae raised their hands high above their heads, and a dreadful cold settled around them. Moisture in the air collected and fell as small ice crystals. Many of those crystals flew together and formed larger crystals. Snow kicked up by the commotion began moving under a mysterious wind that swept from the Ice Fae. Jack watched, her mouth hanging open slightly as moisture joined the snow and began to form a wall. It spread across the mouth of the caves, forming surprisingly quickly given the fact that the Ice Fae appeared to be drawing from natural elements. Yet even so, the wall of ice seemed to form as if out of thin air, quickly covering the entrance to the cave and then reinforcing itself with layer upon layer of ice. All of the human population remained on the outside of the wall, as well as a few solitary Fae who had led the counter-assault on the mob. Yet all were watching the Ice Fae at work. "No one will go in or out," said Breton, in a strong voice for all to hear, "until we can resolve this peacefully." The few shadow elves who remained disappeared in a puff of shadow. They knew they could not win alone. Likely they were escaping for the time being. Sky Fae were doing the same, flying away and up along the mountains. For the first time since it had all began, silence filled the area. Then a sharp thud sounded from the other side of the ice barrier. Someone was banging their fists and shouting through the ice. Jack cautiously moved closer to hear who was speaking. "You can't hold us back forever," shouted Vander from inside. Jack sniffed. He hadn't even exited the caves to help his comrades. "We will get through." Jack turned to look at Breton, who, with his comrades, were still reinforcing the wall with more ice. "He's got the help of the gnomes. They'll be able to melt through an ice wall like this in no time." "Perhaps, but we have some advantages over the gnomes," said Breton. "Or at least, I think we have. Gnomes have to touch their subjects. We do not. Probably nature's balance for heat being ultimately stronger than frost. If we continue reinforcing this wall, I don't expect the gnomes to melt through it anytime soon." Jack nodded and took a deep breath. "I hope you're right." "Do you hear me?" said Vander again from within. "Ignore him," said Jack. "He doesn't need anyone fueling his hatred any more than we already have. Keep up the barrier." She retreated, clutching at her arms and doing her best to think straight. The sight of bodies on the ground, both human and fey, did not do much to ease her troubles. She spied Seph a small distance away, and with him sat Skellig on a supply wagon. The major did not look happy, but neither did she look like the leader that Jack was used to seeing. Her back was hunched over, her hands on her knees, a look of defeat on her face. "I'm sorry, Jack," she said as Jack grew closer. "There wasn't much I could do. Gabriel's death, on top of everything else, it was the last straw." "You've managed to hold it off for this long," said Jack. "I don't blame you." And honestly, she didn't. It was something of a miracle that they had avoided a mob forming for so long. Now, if they could just find a more permanent solution than what the Ice Fae were doing. "We need to do something," said Jack. "There are shadow elves out there somewhere, and the people will live in fear until they're captured, killed, or we make peace. I'd prefer the latter." "I don't know what to do, Jack," said Skellig. "Our supplies will not last another week as it is. Shelter is not even the greatest of our concerns. Even if we were protected from the elements, we can't last without enough food for thousands of people." "Perhaps the mushrooms the gnomes managed to grow?" "Yes, that could work, if we had the soil and climate to grow thousands of them. We simply do not have that, Jack. We can't grow an army's worth of food in just a few short days." She looked off into the distance. "We're all going to die out here." Unbidden, Gabriel's final words came to Jack's mind. There were more people for her to save. She met Seph's eyes as he stood quietly behind the major. Something passed between them. Surprising even herself, Jack opened her mouth and laughed. It was the first time she had done so in weeks. Skellig stared at her, as did everyone close enough to watch. They probably thought she had gone crazy, but she didn't care. She laughed and laughed until her sides were sore. She had finally figured it out. Even if she did have her brands again, she couldn't solve all their problems. She couldn't create food out of thin air. The most she could have done was give everyone a hungerless brand. But she couldn't have done that 7,000 times, and it would have only delayed the inevitable. Right now, they needed solutions that did not involve her brands at all. They involved leadership, survival skills, and a small measure of luck. And Jack had enough run-ins with bad luck recently, which meant it was time for their fortunes to swing back the other way. "I need to speak with the Triad and Yewin if he's still here, and any other Fae that might still be alive and on this side. We're the only members of the council who are left.
at least on this side of the caves. Skellig narrowed her eyes at Jack's sudden change in tone, but she stood and faced Jack head-on. I'll see who all remains. Yewen was in my command tent the last I saw him. With an encouraging nod from Jack, Skellig turned and marched away to find Yewen. Seph and Jack began walking back to the cave entrance to find Breton. You're doing it, said Seph as they walked. I told you, there was still more for you to do. You're right, she said. Mourning over Gabriel's death won't bring him back, and it won't save anyone else either. So you're pushing ahead, he said. You're forgetting about the negative and pushing forward with the proactive approach. Jack shook her head. Not forgetting. If we don't remember people like Gabriel and Carlona and Rael and Elva, we will never create a world that is better. They serve as examples of what to strive for, a place where people only die after living long and happy lives, surrounded by loved ones. I think you could argue that's exactly what happened to Gabriel, said Seph. Jack allowed a soft smile to touch her lips. Perhaps. I hope he thought so. But we can still do better. People will always get sick, but we have to do what we can to minimize those problems. They arrived back at the cave entrance. Breton and the other Ice Fae, all of them now, were still busy throwing up layer after layer of ice on the barrier. It had to be several feet thick by now. Breton, said Jack as they approached. We need to talk. I'm not going anywhere, he said, his face contorted in concentration. The gnomes have already begun heating the inside of the wall. We're trying to cool the ice as fast as they can melt it. And can you? Breton tilted his head from side to side as if weighing the options. We're holding for now, but I can't guarantee that we can keep it up forever. We'll run out of strength eventually. Jack nodded. Well, let's just hope that the same happens to them. What you're doing is key to keeping everyone from killing each other until we can find more solutions. Footsteps approached, and Jack turned to see Yewen arriving, with Skellig following close behind. In the distance, she could also see Lee and Mosael on their way. With Seph by her side, that made up all the remaining members of the council that were still on this side of the ice barrier. Jack spared a moment to look at them all. They were hardly a council anymore. Gabriel was dead, and representatives of the Shadow Elves, Water Fae, Sky Fae, Gnomes, and Dwarves were all beyond their reach at the moment. This would have to do. Skellig has just informed me, Jack started out, that we only have a week's worth of food left. It was a little awkward addressing everyone like this. Physically and in terms of magical abilities, she was the weakest of the lot. But somehow they were all still here, listening. No one batted an eye at the pronouncement that they were nearly out of provisions. They were expecting it to happen eventually. And it's only the latest in a line of problems, she continued, raising her fingers to begin ticking them off. We still have to find shelter. There's Vander and his aggressions, which I think we can all agree is the more immediate threat. Immediate, yes, said Yewen. But solving that problem will do little to help us in the long run. I agree, Jack said. Plus, there's also those strange portals that keep opening up here and there, potentially dropping demons into the mix. Skellig nodded. And there's the inevitability that the people will rise up again like they did moments ago. Jack gazed back at the camp. Most of the mob had dispersed once the ice wall had gone up, but there were still many who lagged behind, throwing venomous looks in their direction. She could only hope that those looks were for Vander and the attackers on the inside, and not for the Ice Fae or the members of the council. I think we could solve that problem by solving one or more of the others, said Yewen. I'm simply unsure how we could do that. Well, Breton and the Ice Fae have given me an idea, said Jack. Breton looked away from his ministrations at the ice barrier to look at her. And what might that be? he asked, narrowing his eyes. Well, I think it's kind of obvious, actually. If your people are capable of creating a barrier like this one, she waved at the wall that still held the mouth of the cave, then perhaps you could create a shelter for the rest of us. Yowen raised his head in understanding, and Skellig began nodding slightly to herself.
There are not enough of us to do that and maintain this barrier,
replied Breton.
You'd be trading one problem for another.
Jack tightened her jaw. Yes, I figured that would be the case. But you already said you couldn't hold back the gnomes forever. I think your powers would be put to better use by creating shelter for the others. Skellig spoke up.
So, what do we do then, if Vander comes out ready to slaughter us all? We can't exactly fix things by saying we have shelter now and therefore don't need to bother him anymore. There's still the issue of food. I wouldn't put it past him to try and take what we have left for himself.
Jack took a deep breath. Yes, I know. As much as it pains me to say it, I think Vander is beyond the point of saving. He was once my friend, but scarcity has brought out the worst in him.
Yes,
said Yowen.
I doubt we have any luck bringing him over to our way of thinking.
And if we kill him, said Jack, it will mean war with the Shadow Elves. We might win, but it will come at a huge cost. And we would be essentially wiping out one of the races. We'd have little luck convincing the others to be on our side if we stoop to that level. We need to think differently, set an example.
So what do you propose we do?
Skellig asked. Jack said her next words slowly, for emphasis. I'm going to challenge him to single combat. Chapter 16. Seph whipped his head around to gaze at her sharply. For a moment, no one said anything. Even Breton stopped what he was doing to turn his attention to her.
You know you'll never beat him,
said Skellig in a low voice. I know I'm not what I once was, she said. But I'm also not defenseless. I have Watcher training. And the Shadow Elves are the best assassins among the Fae. You'll never even see the blade that stabs you. Skellig had her arms folded, skeptical but not throwing out the idea entirely. That was a start. He may not have realized yet that we can create our own shelter, Jack said. If I lose, we can set the condition that all of us will leave and agree never to attack the caves again. If I win, we can get control of the caves and take him prisoner.
And you're sure he'll agree to this? What would stop him from breaking his oath?
Yowen remarked, a thoughtful expression on his face. He's driven by self-interest, but he's not stupid. He knows that all-out war with us will mean certain death for most of his people, even if they manage to kill hundreds of us in the process. He'll agree to fight me because he'll see it as a sure win.
Which it will be,
said Skellig.
No offense, Jack, but your strengths are no longer in the area of combat. Let me be the one to challenge him.
Jack shook her head. Vander doesn't respect you, and you actually have a chance at beating him. He won't take that risk, but he still respects me at some level, or at least respected my mother, as do the rest of the Shadow Elves. I'm confident that if I win, the others would follow me. Seph was shaking his head by her side. She looked at him, tilting her head to silently ask him what he thought. He gave her a look that clearly communicated he did not like the idea, but what he said was,
Jack, I trust you. I don't like it, but I trust you. Just try not to get killed. Vander might not hold back. Indeed, said Yowen. I think it's likely that he will try to kill you, Jack, even with the respect he had for Carlona.
Jack nodded slowly. Then I will live on as a martyr, and someone else will finish my job for me.
Seph closed his eyes, and a single tear ran down his cheek. For the first time, Jack faltered in her plan. She was willing to die if she thought it would save the group, but could she really do that to Seph? Yet, if Seph really didn't want it, why wouldn't he fight against her plan? He must truly trust her. We still haven't addressed the issues of food or the portals, Skellig pointed out. What good will any of this do if we can't eat, or if Cain comes here himself to destroy us all? Jack faced the Major. One problem at a time, Skellig. But if we can create new shelters using the ice or take control of the caves, we can attempt at an aggressive expansion of the mushroom crops. Mushrooms grow quickly, so perhaps there would be a chance for many, if not most of us, to survive. And the portals? Skellig raised an eyebrow. Jack faltered. We've talked about this. If they open in one direction, they could also serve as a doorway back to Earth. Then we'd have a chance at retrieving the Pillars of Eternity and fixing all the other problems we have. Yes, Skellig said, but we also discussed the problems with that theory. If we were to end up on the other side, we'd run straight into Cain, or whoever is opening those portals. Jack nodded. There is one species of fae that would make that problem less of an obstacle. Comprehension dawned on Skellig's face. The Shadow Elves. Jack nodded. They are crucial for all of this to work. For once, Skellig looked convinced. She put her hands on her hips and stared at the ground. All right. Then I suggest we get the word to him sooner or later. You'll need to present your challenge to him directly. I know, said Jack. I guess I'll just need some time to get ready. The others nodded. Breton simply said, We'll remain here for the time being. We should also be able to... He broke off, turning to look at the barrier. Several of the other ice fae also stopped what they were doing, their arms hanging loosely at their sides rather than expelling that frost-like substance at the barrier. What is it? Asked Jack. She wasn't ready to fight Vander just yet. They've stopped, said Breton. I can't feel the ice melting anymore. Jack tiptoed closer till she was facing the ice barrier. There was some kind of muffled sound coming from inside. Talking, maybe? It was hard to make out with the ice in the way. She stepped closer, reaching out to glide her fingers across the chilled surface of the ice. She almost jerked her hands back instantly. The barrier was intensely cold. Had she stuck her tongue on the surface, it would have almost certainly frozen in place. Even so, she leaned in so that her ear was close to the solid ice. Yes, there were certainly sounds of something going on inside. I was wondering when this would happen, said Yowen in a matter-of-fact tone. He didn't seem at all concerned that the gnomes had stopped what they were doing. Melting all that ice would likely cause a remarkable increase in not only melted water, but also humidity. And the pressure is probably rising too, since the entrance is completely blocked off. Pressure? Skellig asked, raising an eyebrow at Yowen. Yes, well, you see, when something like air heats up, it expands. I've seen this demonstrated with bags of hot air from an alchemist who visited our village. The hotter they get, the more full they look. But trap that expansion, and it increases the pressure. Add humidity to the mix, and too much of it could become unpleasant. You mean, if we maintain the barrier, said Skellig. They would not be able to try again until the air cooled. Though if the seal is truly airtight, I imagine they would suffocate first. For a moment, Jack turned away from the ice to look at both Skellig and Yowen. The suggestion was there, if not blatant. One solution to the problem of the fae would be to just let them die from lack of air.
But to their credit, no one suggested this. But Skellig thought it. That much Jack could tell from the uncomfortable stare they exchanged. No, suffocation was not an option. Jack's friends were in there, Amelia, Pershel, Gerwert, and she couldn't let them die just to rid themselves of Vander and the problems he brought with him. Though whatever was going on inside seemed more heated than a simple conversation. Was there some kind of internal dispute happening? Maybe the others were finally refusing to follow Vander. But there was another sound she could barely make out as well. This one didn't sound like any human or fae she could think of. A low, hissing sound, much like... Jack pushed herself away from the barrier just as the edge of a glowing disc cut partially through it, leaving a thin and perfectly flat line through the ice. "The portals are back," she called, as another appeared partially embedded in the stone above their heads. Jack shielded her head with both arms as bits of debris rained down on her. "Everyone, retreat away from the caves," Skellig called. She didn't have to say it twice. They all moved back a short distance, but this time it appeared that the portals were not appearing in the camp itself, not like the first time they had witnessed the phenomenon. This one was more centrally located, within the mountain itself, and possibly within the caves. They each continued to take a few steps back, but no one ran. Another portal appeared just in front of the cave entrance. This one remained for longer than most, and through it fell a dark shape, collapsing on the rocky ground beneath just as the portal closed. The shape rose up onto its arms and legs. A pair of beady eyes turned to face them. It bared a row of sharp teeth. A demon. Each of them reacted instinctively. Skellig lit fire in her palms. Yewin dipped into a defensive stance and began to glow brighter. Rael the troll took 2 steps forward from where he had been watching in the back. But Breton reacted first. With a pushing motion of his hands, he sent a jet of cold air at the demon. The wave of frost energy rammed into the demon, and it hurtled backward, just as another portal opened in the space it had just occupied. Breton's magic now rammed into the newly formed portal. And it held. The most Jack had seen these portals remain open was for 2 or 3 seconds, never longer. But as Breton's magic connected with the shimmering disk, it remained in place. Breton blinked and resumed a normal stance, his arms dropping, his magic extinguished. More demons suddenly began pouring out of the portal. First one, then another. Soon there were 4 demons facing them. But mere seconds after Breton had stopped using his magic, the portal collapsed in on itself. Breton had somehow managed to hold the portal open for a time. Could his magic not only have dominion over the cold, but also grant him the ability to freeze something as mystical as a portal? Jack didn't have much time to think. The other 4 demons advanced on them, but they were up against staggering odds. Between Breton's frost and Skellig's fire, the demons were dead before any of the others could have even approached the monsters. When it was all over, Jack turned to Breton. "Did you know you could hold open a portal like that?" "I had no idea," said Breton, looking down at his hands, as though realizing that there was more to his power than his instincts had told him. "There may be demons inside the caves," said Yewin, still tense. Skellig waved a hand. "If there are, the shadow elves will make short work of them." "Eventually, but most of the others would not have a clear defense against demons while they're cramped inside." Jack looked back at the icy barrier that kept the fae inside the caves. "Yewin's right. We need to help. But the ice fae just put all that work into closing up the entrance. We can't just expect everyone inside to assume we're there to help. Vander will think we're taking advantage of the chaos." A muffled shout came from inside the cave. "They're under any threat," said Jack. "There isn't much time." "Help them," said a voice from between them. A form materialized out of thin air. A shadow elf. It was Fiona, one of the shadow elves that had escaped on this side of the rocks. Everyone around her tensed, and Skellig reactivated the flames in her hands. But they did not move.
The elf looked at them all before settling her eyes on Jack. "Help them, and I will convince Vander to hear your challenge." Jack gave her the slightest nod before turning to Rael. "Can you get us in?" Rael did not give a reply, other than taking several large strides to the ice barrier and hammering at it with one rocky fist. A large crack appeared across the surface. With a second fist against the ice, the barrier shattered entirely. Jack could clearly hear the chaos they had only heard as muffled cries before. There were screams inside, and a handful of gnomes immediately began running out of the caves the moment they realized what had happened, brushing off shards of ice as they went. Jack waved Breton, Yawen, and Skellig forward. Together, they entered the caves. With the open entrance, and Yawen created a little more light to see by, they spotted no less than 3 demons spreading throughout the caves. One was kicking and thrashing as it fought uselessly against a pair of shadow elves, 2 knives already embedded in its chest. The other 2 were across the caverns, swinging their clawed arms at a defenseless group of gnomes and dwarves. She scanned the mass of screaming fae around the demons. Jack thought she saw Gerwert among them. They covered their heads, but a few were trying to scramble away, aware that the cave entrance was open and they could escape. But there was no way that she and the others could get close to these demons without wasting valuable time. Time that would result in unnecessary deaths. "Skellig, can your flames reach that far? What about you, Breton?" she asked. "We'll have to see," said Skellig, lighting the fire in her palms. Together, Skellig and Breton focused twin blasts of elemental energy at the demons. Skellig's fire caught one, while Breton froze the second in place. Gnomes and dwarves scrambled out of the way, some of them barely catching the edge of Skellig and Breton's magic, though not enough to threaten their lives. Some of the chaos and screams continued for a while before everyone finally figured out what had happened. Then, all eyes rested on Jack, Breton, and Skellig, their forms silhouetted against the light of the cave entrance. "Damn you!" came an angry shout from the left side of the cave. It was Vander, and he was pulling one blade out of the chest of the 3rd demon, now dead. It wasn't the only dead body on the ground. "I will kill you for this!" Chapter 17. Vander began to push through the crowd, which gave way rather fluidly. Everyone was eager to get away from him in this state. "Hold, Vander," said a voice behind Jack. She turned to see Viona entering through the cave mouth. "They were trying to help." Vander continued pushing forward, but he did slow enough to regard Viona. "Then they shouldn't have locked us in." Viona began making her way towards Vander, passing up Jack and the others. "They didn't know this would happen," she said in a softer voice, and once she reached Vander, she whispered something in his ear that Jack couldn't hear. Vander stopped finally and glanced at Jack, then back at Viona. A smile split his face. "Really?" he said to Viona. Jack swallowed. She assumed Viona was telling him about the challenge she had overheard Jack propose. Sure enough, Vander locked eyes with her again and grinned. "You really want to solve this with single combat? A bit of an archaic method, don't you think?" "Archaic methods for archaic behaviors," Jack shot back. That wiped the smile off Vander's face. He snarled but composed himself, a look of steel in his eyes. "Very well. I never wanted to fight you, Jack. You were all but one of us once. Now you are a shell of your former self, committed to these high-minded ideals that will get us all killed. If sacrificing you means saving the Fae, I will do it gladly." "I always considered you a friend, Vander," said Jack. "We don't have to do this. If we could work together, we could protect against all the problems we're facing." "Yes, but what would we do when the food has run out?" said Vander. "You can't possibly feed everyone. We'll make enough mushrooms to provide for ourselves for the time being, but if we shared with you, we wouldn't have enough for either."
"That's not true. There are ways to collaborate." Vander gave an irritated wave of his hand.
"You're wasting your time, Jack, and mine. Name the terms of our fight."
Jack pursed her lips. Perhaps Vander could see the truth, but he was showing no signs of budging from his position. Either he was too blind to see the problems with his stance, or he was too prideful to admit them. In both cases, he left Jack with only one option. "If I win, we agree on a peace, and myself and Skellig will coordinate everything, including who will get to stay in the caves and who will not, as well as growing mushrooms for everyone." Vander sneered.
"I wonder how many will follow you. I certainly can't speak for everyone."
Jack glanced at the others of the Fae, who were watching the exchange with tense interest. She specifically sought out the leaders, Gerwert, Norlim, Pershal. Her eyes landed finally on Fiona. The woman gave her the slightest nod. Yes, Jack didn't have to worry about how they would react. If Fiona was with her, the rest of the Shadow Elves would likely follow, as would the remainder of the Fae. Besides, after the fight was over, she could reveal their plans to create additional shelters of ice thanks to the Ice Fae. That would likely relieve some of their concerns.
"Very well,"
Vander continued.
"And if I win?"
His expression made it clear he thought this was the more likely outcome. He folded his arms and waited for Jack's response. "Then we'll leave. We'll continue traveling until we either find shelter or die in the attempt."
"And I suppose you'll take all the provisions with you?"
"Some," Jack confirmed. "But we'll leave enough with you to be getting on with until you can grow enough mushrooms to sustain yourselves."
"Weapons?"
"Spears only," she said. Shadow Elves usually used knives, but Jack knew she wouldn't last long against him if he got that close. A spear would at least give her a chance to keep him at bay. Vander glanced at both Jack and Skellig. Jack could guess what was going on in his head. He was weighing the possibilities that they were deceiving him. "We will honor our word," she added. "And if we don't, we'll only be right back where we started. Nothing will have changed. Except she would likely be dead in that situation. Hopefully she could keep it from coming to that. Perhaps Vander would be merciful enough to let her live."
"I,"
Vander said in a slow, calculating voice,
"agree. We will meet tomorrow when the sun is highest, outside. I suggest you clear a space."
That was all Jack needed to hear. With a brief signal to Skellig, Breton, and Yawen, she turned on her heel and strode out of the caves. Let the Fae think on that for a bit. Skellig and Breton had killed those two demons, saving many of them from dying, and now their leader was going to fight Jack, the person who had brought them this far. That wouldn't sit well with many of them, and she could only hope that they would think twice about Vander's questionable decisions. Now she only had to worry about staying alive to see how they would react. "Try this on," said Skellig a few hours later, handing Jack a piece of dark cloth. "Put it over your eyes." They were in a small clearing outside of the camp, one that the flame dancers had cleared of snow, leaving only a dull gray patch of rock in its place. Skellig had agreed to spar with Jack in preparation for her fight the next day. "What for?" asked Jack, gingerly accepting the cloth. "Shadow Fae can make themselves invisible. It is their greatest advantage, so you have to assume you will be unable to see your opponent." That made sense, though with a blindfold on, she wouldn't be able to see anything, not even her surroundings. How could she fight like that? Regardless, she placed the fabric over her eyes and tied it behind her head, then hefted her spear in her hand. Before she got the chance to get in a defensive stance, Skellig's staff lashed into her gut. Jack doubled over and clutched at the area.
That was going to leave a bruise. "What are you doing?" she asked. "With someone like Vander, you have to expect him to attack at any moment," Skellig replied. Her voice indicated she was off to Jack's right. She spun to face the sound. A large crack split the air as the shaft of Skellig's practice spear rammed into Jack from behind. She nearly stumbled. How had Skellig gotten behind her so fast? "Don't listen to my voice," said Skellig, circling. "Vander may try to deceive you by speaking. Listen for the movements of his feet and the motion of his weapon through the air." Skellig's voice was to one side of her now, but just as Jack was about to turn and brandish her staff in the direction of the voice, she heard a high-pitched rushing sound coming from behind her again. She performed a full stance reversal that simultaneously moved her away from the sound and brought her staff around to intercept it. Their staffs met with a force that vibrated up Jack's arms. "Good. Now, the only way you will have a chance at defeating Vander is if you strike early and strike hard. If not, he will wear you down and eventually break through your defenses. A defense, in this case, will only get you killed in the long run." "Any suggestions?" Jack asked. "If I can't see him." "Shadow elves cannot do too many things at once. It's likely that if he attacks you, he will become visible for a short period of time. If you are ready for him when he does attack, you can catch him off guard and get in a good blow before he can disappear again." Jack was about to respond when she heard the slightest creak of Skellig's armor as the Major lunged for another attack. Jack sidestepped this time, anticipating the direction of the blow and bringing her own spear down. She didn't hit anything, but she also didn't get hurt. That was something at least. A sharp blow to one knee caused her to buckle and fall. Shortly thereafter, she felt the butt of Skellig's practice spear on Jack's neck. "Vander will attack ferociously. Don't expect him to back down after just one attack." "But you said I would be able to see him." "I said it's possible. We have to practice under the assumption that you won't. That's the only way to build an advantage." Jack got to her feet. "I understand. Let's go again." Chapter 18. They spent the rest of that evening and a good portion of the following morning practicing, though Skellig insisted on not pushing her too much, especially in the morning. Her excuse was that it would wear Jack out before the actual fight. Well, she was probably right. But that didn't stop Jack from wanting to continue, even after Skellig called a halt. Skellig still managed to break through Jack's defenses all too often. Only once, literally once, had Jack managed to hit Skellig while wearing the blindfold. And despite Skellig's congratulations and assurances that doing so was a very difficult task, she couldn't help but realize that she had to have the same combination of luck and skill at the very beginning of the fight, or Vander would tear her to pieces. She didn't see much of the others while she practiced. Seph showed up once in the morning, but disappeared shortly thereafter, once Skellig bested Jack 3 times out of 3. He was probably just worried for her. She would have to talk to him before the fight, try to reassure him that she was doing what's best, and that the others, humans and Fae, would be okay, even if she died. A glance up at the sun, and Skellig insisted that they quit for the day, and that Jack get something to eat. They walked to the place where the quartermaster was serving soup for the day. It was heavily watered down. Skellig allowed Jack a second ration, just in preparation for the fight. She didn't complain, even though it would take away from someone somewhere, but she needed every advantage she could get. And if she lost, well, then they wouldn't have to worry about her using up the rations ever again. Taking the soup with her, she retreated back to the makeshift shelter of her tent, looking for Seph. Seph wasn't there, so she continued on, her head swiveling from side to side in between large spoonfuls of soup. She finally found Seph back at the small clearing where Jack had been training, and where the battle would eventually take place. He was standing with his arms folded, looking out across the clearing and to the snowy landscapes beyond. "I'm sorry to put you through this," she said as she approached him from behind. He didn't act surprised, just turned his head to look at her. A ghost of his dazzling smile touched his lips, but it quickly faded. "I understand the need. I just wish it could be someone else."
"I thought you had faith in me," she said, coming closer and squeezing him with one arm while keeping the soup in the other hand.
"I do. And for once, that's the problem."
"What do you mean?"
I mean,
He broke off.
I don't know what I mean. I feel like for the first time, I'm conflicted. I do believe in you, and I believe you have a destiny beyond what you've already accomplished. But
You're still scared," Jack concluded for him.
yeah, I guess so. You may be surprised to learn that very little has scared me in the past, even when Cain was fighting you on top of Mount Knot. By comparison, this isn't as bad as that. Not even for you.
"Are you scared now because I don't have my brands?"
Perhaps. Or perhaps it's that we've come to fighting amongst ourselves. I never thought such a thing would happen. Ilidar was supposed to be a place of peace. And now with Vander and you getting caught up in it.
She set down the bowl of soup and put both arms around him. He responded by embracing her in a tight hug, one that almost seemed to meld them together. Then she leaned up and kissed him. "Marry me, Seph." She said the words almost before she realized what they were. Seph looked at her, agape.
What?"
He stammered. Jack almost took the words back. Marry him? She was probably about to die, fighting against an incredibly gifted opponent with nothing but a wooden stick. She couldn't get married now. She couldn't do that to Seph, could she? But the words had felt right, and they were right. She loved Seph. Sure, he wasn't exactly the most aggressive man or the most talented, but he was good, and he had never once done anything to hurt her or to discourage her from being anything but her best. "Yes," she said, "marry me. I know I may or may not make it out of this alive, but if I do, there's no one I want to be with more than you." Seph gazed at her for a long time, long enough that she began to wonder if he was okay and she hadn't gone too far. But then he kissed her. Their lips met with a hard passion. She felt tingles run up and down her spine as Seph held her closer to his body, holding the kiss long enough that her breath began to come faster and faster. His hands moved lower, his mouth all but attacking hers with furious heat. She reciprocated his response, grabbing his hair and pulling his face down harder. When he finally let her go, every limb of her body was quivering with excitement. That had been by far the best kiss he had ever given her.
"If that didn't make it clear,"
he said, that familiar grin spreading across his face.
"That was a yes."
"Skellig," Jack called as she ran back to where she had last seen the major by the quartermaster. Seph trailed behind her, his hand firmly enclosed in hers as she pulled him along. Skellig was still there, helping with the distribution of rations to a long line of people. At Jack's hurried gait, she quickly stopped what she was doing and stepped away to talk to Jack. "What is it?" she asked. "More portals?" "No," said Jack. "I need you to marry us." She pulled Seph to her by the arm for emphasis. Skellig glanced at Seph, then at Jack, then back at Seph, then back at Jack again. "Are you serious? You're about to—" "Yes, I know what I'm about to do, and yes, we're serious." Seph ran his free hand through his hair.
"As a religious leader, I'd perform it myself, except since I'm the one getting married."
"You two really want to get married," said Skellig, still stuck on the idea. "Did I not make that clear?" said Jack. Skellig stared at them for a moment,
before a rare smile spread over her face. She laughed. Jack, leave it to you to take me by surprise even after everything you've done. I would be happy to marry the two of you. Thank you, Skellig. Jack felt like she was a young girl again, like the day when she had finally received her first brand. Excitement bubbled up inside of her. Mind you, I haven't actually officiated in a wedding before. Our circumstances are somewhat unusual. But I suppose if we could get a pair of witnesses and some kind of written record, then it doesn't matter who performs the ceremony. Seph spoke up. I'm sure Yewen and one of the triad like Lee, Breton, or Musael would be happy to witness. But as to a written record, aren't we short on paper? We are, said Skellig. But perhaps we could find a flat rock or some leather that we could. I just had an idea, said Jack. Without pausing to explain what she was thinking, she let go of Seph's hand and dashed back to her tent area. It took her some moments to get there, and a few more to find what she needed. Near the small shelter was a pile of belongings, including one pack that held all of Jack's clothing and other items. She opened the drawstring and fished inside for what she needed. Down at the bottom, she finally found it. Her journal. It was old and weathered now, and she hadn't used it in a long time, not since she had lost all her brands. But it still remained one of her most prized possessions. The results of all of her research since she had learned to read and write. And there were still several blank pages in the back. It was perfect. She backtracked to find Seph still standing where she had left him. Skellig went off to find Yewen and other witnesses, he said as she approached. She said we should head to the edge of camp, where we just were. Jack smiled. Where I'm going to fight Vander later? She asked. Yeah, that's the one. For some reason, that didn't bother her. After all, it was as good a place as any. They wouldn't have to worry about people crowding around them. Jack glanced at the sky as they hurried to the chosen spot. It was almost midday. Vander would be emerging from the cave soon. As much as she would have loved to savor the moment, they had to get this done. She would not wait until after the fight to get married. She needed this now, needed to make that connection to Seph, even if they did not have time nor privacy to connect on that level physically. At least she would know that he would be there after the fight with Vander. And if anything, that was exactly the motivation she needed. No, she would not abandon him now. He needed her, and she needed him. She wasn't about to give that up. Skellig appeared shortly, accompanied by Yewen and Lee. Lee still didn't look very good. Her face was pale, almost green in color, but her face smiled as she saw Jack and Seph. I'm so happy for you, she said, her Eastern accent more pronounced in her excitement. Jack smiled back. She didn't know Lee very well, but they shared a special connection ever since Jack had gone back in time and met the woman years earlier. Jack grinned inwardly as she remembered how the captain had mistrusted her back then. How things had changed. Yewen was also smiling at the both of them. You have an odd sense of timing. His light washed over them. But I'm happy for you. I only wish we could enjoy this moment under better circumstances. Seph squeezed Jack a little harder. I think that just means we'd better get on with it. Skellig? Startled, Skellig started forward. Of course. Did you have something where we can all sign to make it legally binding, or at least as legal as we could manage in a time like this? Jack reached out her hand, holding the journal. We can use the last page in this. Skellig accepted the journal and the charcoal pencil that Jack offered next, after pulling it from her pouch. I suppose it's as good as anything. She scratched a few words into the paper and gave it back to Jack for approval. She read what Skellig had written.
This paper certifies that Jack Draconis and Seph of the Eastern Nations are hereby joined together in wedlock, effective today, the 18th of Vel, in the year 4979 after the years of our ancestors. There was a space for Jack and Seph to sign their names, as well as a space for Skellig and the two witnesses. Jack nodded. I think it's perfect. Well then, said Skellig, spreading her feet apart and adopting a more rigid posture. Do you have anything you wish to say to each other? Jack blinked. She hadn't thought about saying something. Everything was happening so fast that she just assumed Skellig would marry them and that would be it. But to her surprise, Seph spoke up immediately. I do. He broke their embrace to face her head-on. She looked up into his gray eyes, those deep wells of goodness. Jack, he began, I would like to thank you for having the courage to ask this of me. I know I haven't always been the most aggressive with my own desires. I've always kind of assumed that I was a vessel to facilitate change, for the greater good, but at a sacrifice of my own wants. Today, you proved that didn't have to be the case. Jack smiled. It was true. She would like it if he were a bit more aggressive in their relationship and not just moving it forward. But there was something truly good in the way he respected her as well, in the way he only did what she wanted of him, and that was enough for her. He paused for a moment, and Jack let him have a moment to think before continuing. The truth is, I've wanted to be yours since the moment I saw you in the library at the College of Skycliff, asleep after reading your book. Ever since then, I knew you would be special, not just for Ilidar and the Fae, but for me. And you have been, Jack. You are the greatest person to ever enter my life, and I love you more than I can possibly express in words. Her hands were in his, otherwise she would have wiped away the small tear that crept out of the corner of her eye. Why did he have to be so sweet? And if we make it through this, and you survive your fight with Vander, I promise to remain true to you for the rest of eternity, not just in this life, but in the life to come. You won't be able to get rid of me. He grinned, and she let out a soft laugh through her tears. I guess all I'm saying is, Jack, is that I love you, and there's nothing more that I want now than to marry you. And for once, I'm getting what I want, and I could not be happier. He smiled as he ended his statement, and now looked to her expectantly. To her surprise, the words simply came to her. I love you, Seph. I don't think I truly understood what love was until you came into my life. I can see now what my father and mother must have felt, and understand how painful it must have been for them to part, even though it was necessary. I promise that I will never leave you. Not ever. She emphasized that last part. She wasn't just talking about loyalty. She was talking about her fight with Vander. She was not going to die and leave Seph without his wife. She didn't have as much to say as Seph, but it seemed right. They both turned to Skellig, waiting. Skellig cleared her throat. Well then, as a former major among the Watchers and as military leader of this expedition, I declare you to be married. Let the witnesses observe this act today to be legally binding, to be kept in the records of Ilidar, and to declare the love of these two people for all to know. Both Yowen and Lee nodded, their smiles radiating off their faces. Before Skellig could give them any kind of go-ahead, Jack turned back to Seph, grabbed him by the back of the neck, and pulled him in for their first kiss as husband and wife. She hadn't thought such a kiss would feel any different, but for some reason it did. Seph kissed back with a fervor that sent tingles down her spine.
She wanted nothing more than to pull him closer and closer. After a few seconds, they broke the kiss. Jack smiled at him. They were married. What would mother or father say if they could see me now? She said aloud. I think they do. Seph gave her a comforting smile. The dead are closer to us than we realize. One of your mysterious prophetic insights? She asked. He shrugged. No, just a feeling. He stared off into the distance for a moment before his eyes came back to her. Today, the only thing I know for sure is that I love you. She smiled and leaned in for another kiss before resting her head on his chest and letting her arms wrap around him as tightly as his did around her. It's almost time, she said, noting the sun's position high in the sky. I know, he replied, not breaking the embrace. I'm not going to let him kill me. This time, he did break the embrace to stare into her eyes. You'd better not. A slight grin graced his face. She mirrored the grin back at him. Chapter 19. Word traveled fast that Jack was fighting Vander at midday, and her hasty marriage to Seph had already attracted onlookers. Soon, an enormous crowd surrounded the patch of ground outside the camp that had been cleared of snow for the fight. Skellig did what she could to keep people from crowding Jack, who spent the next few minutes perched on a rock, staring at the ground and letting her mind go blank. It was not an easy task. She had to remain focused. Now that she was joined to Seph, she had a far greater motivation than she had ever experienced in her life, even more than the times when she had used her brands and the Pillars of Eternity to create Ilidar, or defend the Fae from the Queen. This was something different. It was primal, born out of a place of pure charity for someone she loved. It was beyond what she thought possible to feel for another human being. The motivation wouldn't help much if she didn't remember her training. Mentally, she ran through everything she had learned over the years, first from Name in her early days after leaving Riverbrook. What would Name think if he was here now? Would he have accepted her choice to marry Seph? He had confessed that he still harbored feelings for her, shortly before leaving to recruit people from Skycliff. But that seemed like a lifetime ago, and she was already in love with Seph by that point, though she hadn't been ready to admit it yet. She shook her head to rid herself of distractions, focusing once more on her training. Her time with Skellig the day before had helped her grow more confident in fighting an opponent she couldn't see, but real training took months and years of practice to get to the point where her muscles could react instinctively. She wasn't sure what she had practiced would be enough against Vander. But it would have to be. She would just have to act fast and rid Vander of his weapon early on so she would have the advantage. That was really the best hope she had. Either that or stab him before he could bring his weapon to bear. But the Shadow Elves were fast, and Vander was one of the oldest members of their race. He had far more experience using his powers than almost any Fae alive. The crowd on one side parted as the people became aware of who approached. It was Vander, accompanied by Viona and several of the other Shadow Elves. Gerwert, Pershel, and many other Fae trailed behind them as well. And in the back, Jack saw several dwarves pulling a large wagon filled with water. It was Amelia! The Fae were bringing her friend to watch. Their eyes met as Amelia's wagon rolled into view. Her skin was pale and she looked exhausted, at least mentally speaking. There were gray shadows under her eyes and her hair was a mess. The look she gave Jack did not look anything like the cheerful expressions she had come to expect from her friend. Jack had almost forgotten how restricted the water Fae were in those wagons. They didn't have any lakes nearby that they knew about, and besides, it was too cold for any of that. So they were forced to remain in wagons at the back of the caves. What had they been doing this whole time besides sleeping and eating? There couldn't have been anything else to do. The sight of her friend only reinforced Jack's determination. She had to win this, or more would suffer. Putting Vander in his place would be the best way to heal the wounds between humans and Fae. Or at least she hoped. She knew enough of the others to know they were disgruntled with Vander's leadership. Perhaps, even if she lost this fight, they would realize that putting their faith in the Shadow Elf was no longer in their best interest. But she would not lose. She could not. Vander strode ahead of the others into the dry circle, his arms outstretched to either side. "Well, I'm here, Jack. Are you sure you want to throw your life away? You could just instruct everyone to leave us alone, to leave the caves, and then none of this would be necessary. Not to mention, you would have your life." Jack stood up from the rock where she had been sitting. "I would ask the same of you. All you have to do is give us a chance to work together instead of isolating yourself and the other Fae. We could all find a way to survive." Vander came to a halt in the middle of the circle. "Very well, then. We both know this is the only way, and neither of us are willing to back out. Then let's get this over with. I always liked you, Jack. You were your mother's daughter, and I'm truly sorry to be the one to end your life." Jack resisted the urge to verbally spar with him, to tell him that he shouldn't be so overconfident, that she would put him in his place. But no, she wanted him to underestimate her. That would provide her with a crucial advantage at the beginning, and she needed every advantage she could get. Skellig strode into the circle holding 2 spears. Jack met her and Vander in the center of the circle and took the spear Skellig offered. "These are the terms," Skellig shouted for all within earshot. "Should Vander win, I and all of the human population, as well as any Fae who wish to accompany us," Vander sneered as she said this, "will leave this place in search of a more permanent home. Should Jack win, the Fae will defer to her will and join us in a centralized order that will determine how best to use all of our resources to the best advantage of everyone." Jack's eyes remained locked on Vander, though she wanted to find Seph among the crowd. She knew he was there, watching. No one would care more about the outcome of this fight than he. And broken brands, she was going to make sure his fears were never realized. Skellig retreated backwards, and Jack fell into a defensive stance, her eyes still never leaving Vander. "Begin!" shouted Skellig. Vander let out a slight smile before disappearing from her view completely. She had been expecting this, and tightened her grip on her spear. A slight flow of air to her left was the only warning she got. She flung the shaft of her spear in a downward motion, whilst simultaneously rolling her body away from its previous position. For a split second, Vander reappeared as Jack's spear collided with his own, smashing it to the ground. There was a look of surprise on his face. This was her moment. With a twist of her wrists, she brought the tip of her spear back up again and swung it at Vander's face with all the speed she could muster. He backed away just in time to avoid a fatal blow, but the tip of the spear carved a long gash across his dark skin. Vander yelled in pain and anger before disappearing once again. Jack cursed. That had been her best opening. He would be on his guard now. Suddenly, darkness closed about her eyes. The bright light of day faded as she went blind. She blinked, but immediately knew it was happening. Vander was using another of his Fae abilities to create darkness around her. Not only could she not see, but onlookers wouldn't be able to see what was going on around her either. She took a deep breath. This was just like the blindfold Skellig had given her earlier. She just had to remain calm. A slight whistle through the air indicated Vander's spear coming towards her again. Vander was swinging it too much, rather than using it to puncture. He wasn't experienced with the spear, and right now that was her only advantage. Her spear connected with his, but his blow was strong enough that it almost ripped the spear out of her hands. She gripped it tighter, but in the process lost her footing. A follow-up swipe with the butt of Vander's spear connected with the small of her back, and she fell entirely. She scrambled out of the way just as she heard the clink of metal against stone as Vander's spear tip stabbed right into the space she had just occupied. On a hunch, she threw herself backward, rolling right into the opposing spear. Sure enough, Vander wasn't expecting that move. Jack's roll sent the end of the spear flying out of the shadow elf's hands. Mustering all her strength, such as it was, she rolled out of the way and quickly got her feet underneath her. She held Vander's spear in her opposite hand. Then she brought it back down on one knee and heard the satisfying crack as it broke. Before Vander could attack further, she flung the broken weapon away from her, far enough that it would likely land in the crowd. Jack braced herself, still sightless. The move had lasted mere seconds, yet Vander's surprised and frustrated yell was enough to tell her that she'd just scored a significant blow. She'd rid him of his weapon. A chorus of cheers erupted around her, though Jack still couldn't see any of the onlookers. She couldn't grow too overconfident now. Vander still had his eyesight, and that was more than Jack could say for herself. He could still easily kill her without a weapon under these circumstances. Vander grew silent, and Jack waited for a brush of air, anything to indicate which direction he would strike from next. But she felt nothing. "He's disappeared, Jack!" Skellig shouted at her. So he was turning invisible and clouding her vision. That meant he didn't want the crowd to know where he was. She swallowed a lump that suddenly appeared in her throat. He wasn't coming for her with any big attacks this time. He was coming for her like an assassin would. Slowly, carefully, and without warning. Jack stilled herself, and she wasn't the only one. A hush sounded across the crowds. So silent, Jack could hear the wind whistling above them. She breathed in and let it all out in a constant, steady stream. She had to remain calm, or... Two hands closed around her neck from behind. Jack gasped and tried to breathe in, but her airway was completely blocked. Vander was choking her. Time slowed as she brought her spear to bear. She grabbed it by the front of the shaft, with the pointed end below her palm. Then she swung it backward. Perhaps the tip could reach his leg or side and cause him to release her. Sparks flew in front of her eyes as he tightened his grip and dodged out of the way of her spear. She changed tactics, feeling herself grow dizzy as she did so. This time she brought the end of her spear up to her neck. It was risky to have it that close to her face, but if she could stab over her shoulder... The strong force of Vander's hands wrenched her to one side. She would have cried out had his hands not been blocking her air pipe. Her spear fell out of her hands, and she was flung to the ground face first. She felt the force of Vander pinning her to the ground from above. His hands had never left her throat. Jack reached forward, searching for anything that could help her. Her hands found a rock, which she flung backwards as hard as she could. A satisfying grunt from Vander indicated she had met her mark, and the grip on her throat loosened. She clutched at the hands and managed to pry his index finger away. Then, without hesitating, she bit down on it as hard as she could. Vander's screams flew across the small clearing, and Jack tasted the metallic blood that gushed from his hand, and nearly gagged as the tip of the finger came off completely so that she had to spit it out. The pressure on her back loosened, and she squirmed to get out from under him. Heaving to one side, she threw Vander off balance and caught a glimpse of him cradling his hand, now missing the tip of his index finger. She hadn't meant to bite that hard, but it had given her the time she needed. She scrambled to her feet, and her eyes swept the clearing to find her spear. Just as her eyes found the weapon, she hit the ground hard as her leg was pulled back and out from under her. Vander had regained his feet. He glared at her, hatred burning in the green flames of his eyes. "Witch," he said, before lunging at her. Jack tried to roll over and get her feet between them so she could push him away, but just as she prepared to hold him off, he pulled a small knife out of his sleeve and dug it into her thigh. Jack screamed. It was the first real blow he had inflicted on her, and the pain tore into her in waves. He wasn't supposed to bring a knife. Jack breathed. It wasn't a deep wound. She could survive it if... Vander abandoned the knife, launching himself forward so that he pressed Jack to the ground, one knee on her torso, pinning her in place. The pressure made it difficult once again to breathe, and while Vander had all but forgotten the knife he had used to stab her leg, it still lay embedded in her thigh where he had left it. What was he waiting for? All he had to do was take it and end this.
Oh, no. I'm not going to kill you,
he said, grinning as if knowing he had guessed her thoughts.
You've caused me too much pain for me to end your life and give you release.
His fist, the one without the missing fingertip, flew down at her face. Jack called out as the burning heat spread on her face where he had hit her. Then before she could react, the fist came down again, this time on the other side of her face. He hit her so hard, sparks began to swim in front of her eyes, and the world swam around her.
You will pay for what you've done to me,
Vander said, with another strike that left her reeling.
You will,
he hit her again,
become,
and again,
an example,
and another strike.
for all to see.
Jack felt her vision blur. She glanced to either side of her to see if there was anything she could do, but her eyes were beginning to swell shut, and the fallen weapons were likely too far away. This was it. This was her end. Though her vision blurred, she could see the faces of the onlookers, all of which were clutching at their mouths or gazing on with expressions of horror on their faces. She choked as blood trickled down her throat from the many cuts inflicted by Vander's beating. But even as he beat her senseless, she had a moment of clarity, a moment of hope. In between blows, she caught the horrified faces of humans and fae alike as Vander beat their former leader, their previous beacon of hope. Despite herself, she couldn't help but choke out a laugh. Chapter 20. Vander stopped beating her.
What?
He sounded almost afraid. And who could blame him when the person he was beating began to laugh? With that one simple action, she had undermined his dominance of her. "You don't get it, do you?" she croaked. It hurt to talk. Her face and tongue were swollen, and her eyes were closing up with the beating her face had taken. But she'd forced herself to speak. "These people will never follow you again. You've just proven to them that you're unworthy of leading them." Vander raised his glowing green eyes to stare around him, tensing, as if only now aware that everyone was watching. No one met his eyes, not even the others of the Shadow Fae. "I'm sorry for you, Vander. You were one of the first Fae, and now you've thrown away everything that stands for. You've abandoned your gifts."
You shut your mouth.
He hit her again, and this time Jack's vision darkened. She was about to pass out.
The Fae are everything you're not. We are the next stage of humanity, a superior version. We are gods compared to you.
"And yet," Jack managed to say, summoning the last of her strength, "this pathetic, helpless human has just undermined everything you claim to value." Once again, Vander scanned the crowd, and once again, everyone averted their eyes. He knew she was right. Jack smiled. She had lost the fight, but if it meant dying as a martyr and teaching a lesson to the Fae so that something like this would never happen again, well, perhaps that was worth it. She could die, knowing her memory would live on as both inspiration and a reminder of what could happen if the Fae lost their way. But no, that was not how this was supposed to end. Seph was out there, counting on her. She had to live for Seph. She could become a martyr, and it would inspire people for a time, but then what? And what more could she do if she weren't alive to do it? You aren't done yet. Gabriel's words came to her. But this time, they truly resonated. No, this was not the time for her to die. With a scream, Vander raised both his fists high into the air, getting ready to bring them crashing down onto her head. Jack acted quickly. In an instant, she grabbed the knife sticking out of her leg and pulled hard. Her mouth opened in a silent scream as pain lanced through her, but she maintained just enough lucidity for what came next. She rammed the small knife into Vander's side. He let out a cry, but Jack did not give him enough time to react. She plunged the knife into him again and again. His fists came down on her head once more, and this time she faltered. The knife slipped from her fingers, and the shadows closed in. Vander grabbed a nearby rock and raised it above his head. Jack closed her eyes. But the blow never came. Instead, she felt the pressure from Vander's form on top of her release, just as the shadow elf screamed in what was sheer, utter agony. A wave of heat cut through the freezing air. Was Skellig or another flame dancer attacking? They couldn't do that. It would ruin the point Jack had just tried to make. If humans killed Vander, none of the Fae would ever trust them again, even if they acknowledged Vander's error. Jack opened her eyes as best she could given her swollen face. Even that small action took an extreme level of effort, but she could still see. Vander was thrashing his arms through the air just above her, his entire body alight, the bright warmth from the fire at odds with the dark shadows that emanated from the shadow elf. He was screaming, but the flames would not relent. Jack tried to turn her head to locate the source of the flames, but there didn't seem to be one. Vander was simply on fire, from his head to his boots, almost as though he were burning from the inside. And try as she might, Jack could not identify a direction that the flames had come from. Vander's screams did not last long. Soon after they began, he collapsed to the cold, hard ground, while the fire continued to consume his flesh. Jack gathered what strength she had left to raise her head and see the shadow elf's corpse more clearly. And that was when she finally realized what had happened. Gerwert was standing next to the burning corpse, his hands still latched onto what had been Vander's leg. Tears were streaming down his eyes. "He was going to kill you," he cried as his eyes met hers. Oh, Gerwert. It had been the little gnome who had killed Vander. He must have come forward during the battle, grabbed hold of Vander and worked his fey magic. When that magic could melt rock, Vander would have no chance. No one said a word. No one rushed forward to attack Gerwert or to help Jack. You could have heard a pin drop, even though hundreds of people were watching. It was a somber moment. For the first time, a Fae had killed another Fae. The weight of that was beginning to sink in. And yet, as Jack surveyed the faces of the remaining shadow elves, or of the other Fae within the clearing, she saw their eyes fall. They were ashamed, and clearly not one of them blamed Gerwert or Jack for anything. This time it hadn't been Cain who had oppressed them, nor the Queen, nor any form of demons. It had been one of their own. That was not a burden they were likely to forget any time soon. But it was a lesson they would all learn. Jack let her head fall back down to the rock, finally allowing the darkness to take her. Chapter 21. It took several days for Jack to get to the point where she could move about again. Lee saw to her healing, making sure she had plenty of warm fluids, a poultice for the knife wound in her thigh, and ice to help curb the swelling on Jack's face. Besides the gash in her thigh and the beating of her face, she hadn't suffered much worse. Lee informed her that she probably had a fractured rib, which would explain why it hurt to breathe, but apparently that wouldn't cause any lasting problems, as long as she got plenty of rest. And she did get rest. Viona quickly informed her following the battle that she had been selected as the new leader of the Shadow Elves, and that Jack was welcome to rest in the caves. Jack took her up on the offer, but only for the first 2 days. After that, she insisted, despite Lee and Skellig's protests, that she be moved outside and allow someone else to take her spot in the shelter. Besides, the outside was where all the excitement was happening anyway. On Jack's suggestion, the Ice Fae were beginning to build a dome of ice that would eventually extend for more than a mile away from the caves, possibly further, giving them plenty of room to live. Most of the space in the caves was now being used by the gnomes and dwarves to plant and harvest as many mushrooms as possible. Skellig had slowed the rations down to a quarter of what they once were, and they still did not have enough, resulting in more people falling sick. But they had extended the date that they would run out of food by several weeks. And if they could grow enough mushrooms, they might be able to hold that off indefinitely, though it would be a long while before they ever had more than the bare minimum to eat. Jack met with each of the council members, including every Fae representative daily now, usually from where she and Seph slept. Her new husband had been the greatest source of joy in the days following her battle with Vander. He had never once complained about waiting on her every need. It provided her with more motivation than ever to heal and find some private time with the man, though there was little of that to be had. On the 4th day following the battle, she managed to spend some time walking around the ice walls that the Ice Fae were forming. They already towered above her head some 20 feet. The Fae were building it in an arc, so that it would eventually connect with a similar wall several hundred yards away. Some of the gnomes and dwarves were helping to construct large piles of rocks that would help support the ice dome, though Breton assured them that the ice would remain extremely solid once they bridged the 2 walls. It was a marvel of engineering, and one that Jack couldn't help but stare at in awe. "It's something, isn't it?" said Skellig. The woman approached Jack from the direction of her tent, which was now almost completely covered by the arching ice barrier. Jack was pleased to see that the woman looked far less pale, and even bore a soft smile on her face. "It is," Jack said. "Any word on when it'll be finished?" "Breton says it will be completed in 2 to 3 weeks. We've survived for longer, so we can probably stay alive long enough for that to happen. Then we'll have all the shelter we need for some time." Jack smiled. "And if we manage to harvest more mushrooms?" "We'll all be sick of them." Skellig grinned. "But we'll be alive. And that's more than I could have hoped for a week ago." Just then, Jack saw Norlim running towards them from behind Skellig, huffing and puffing as he moved his small but stocky body as fast as his little legs could carry him. Jack frowned as he approached. He did not look very happy. "What is it, Norlim?" she asked. Skellig turned to look at the dwarf as he arrived.
"It's Gerwert,"
he said, once he stopped and caught his breath.
"I don't know what to do about him. He's not eating, and he won't come in out of the cold."
"He's outside the walls?" Jack asked. Norlim nodded. "Well, can't he make enough heat to keep himself warm?" asked Skellig, her eyebrows furrowing. This time Norlim shook his head.
"He hasn't used his abilities since killing Vander. He won't talk to me either, which is not like him. Oh, please, young Jack, please help him. I've been trying for days, but I'm afraid he'll die if he doesn't find warmth or food."
Jack locked her jaw. Whatever Gerwert was suffering, whether it was shock or guilt or something else entirely, Jack could probably relate. "Of course, I'll go talk to him." Norlim led her away from the camp, far enough that the sound of everyone working began to fade, replaced by the gentle whistle of a cold wind. Skellig remained behind. It didn't take long for Jack to catch sight of Gerwert. The little gnome was sitting with his back to Jack, his flaming hair that usually stuck straight up and gleaming a furious red now seemed dull and flat. His shoulders were slumped, and even a thin layer of snow lay on his clothing, as though the wind had dusted him and he had never bothered to move or brush it off. "Hello, Gerwert," she said as she approached. The gnome said nothing in return, only his head turned slightly to acknowledge her presence. Jack made a small hand motion to Norlim to indicate he stay back and let her handle this. She took a few steps forward. "Do you want to talk about what happened?" Gerwert grunted something inaudible. "We're concerned for you. What you did to Vander, it saved my life. You don't have to feel bad about it." Still, the gnome said nothing, so Jack knelt and put one hand on the ground so she could sit, wincing as the wound in her leg protested. "You have to eat something and come back to the caves," she said, trying again. "You'll die out here." "About what I deserve," said the gnome. His usual sharp, high-pitched tone was soft and forlorn. "You saved my life, Gerwert," said Jack. "Doesn't make it okay." He bit back at her. Jack opened her mouth to retort, but stopped herself. No, he was right. Killing someone, even to save someone else, didn't make it okay. It justified the act, perhaps, but she could understand what Gerwert was going through. "I suppose not," she said instead. "I wish I could tell you that it gets better, but I've killed people I didn't want to. I would have killed Vander too if it had come to that, but that would not have made killing right. Killing is never right." A sudden sniff caused her to look sharply at the gnome. He was wiping his nose. "No one looks at me the same," he said. "They wonder who I'll kill next." "Oh, Gerwert." Jack couldn't help herself. She wrapped the small gnome in her arms and felt his cold body shake against hers. "They don't think like that. No one blames you for what you did." "Not yet. But what if things get bad again? What if there's another Vander? What if I'm another Vander?" Jack closed her eyes. "That won't happen because I know you. You're not the kind of gnome to throw away reason for your own pride." Vander wanted power, and he thought himself superior to the rest of us. You're not like that. "Sometimes I am," Gerwert confessed. Jack looked at him but continued to hold him close until he spoke again. "There are times when I think of you giants as stupid, and that I hate you for what happened to us in our mountain. I agreed with Vander sometimes. I thought we should have the caves for ourselves. We were meant to live in caves anyway." "So what changed?" Jack prompted. Gerwert didn't say anything at first, but his arms eventually rose so that he was hugging Jack back. "I'm sorry for all the bad things I've said about you before," he said, his voice quivering. "I think you're a good giant." Jack's heart melted. She had never held the gnome's snide comments against him, but it was nice to know that he cared, and that it was their relationship, however strange, that had resulted in his change of attitude towards her and the other humans. "Thank you, Gerwert," she said, hugging him tighter. "You can't link," said Gerwert back to her. Jack was caught off guard by the sudden change in topic. "What?" "I just tried linking with you and I couldn't do it," he replied. "You... what?" She hadn't felt a thing. "That's dangerous, Gerwert. You know that linking with me, if we don't have a troll around to provide the energy we need, it would kill you." "But you can't do it," he repeated. "Well, no, it's because of the Void brand." She raised her right hand to show it to him.
Yowen and I tried to link right after we got here, and it didn't work then either. Void brands apparently block linking as well. Norlim had edged closer through the conversation and was wringing his hands. You mustn't try to link with a human unaided. Garwar, it can be dangerous for us. You know that, but... He looked like he was changing his mind about being so demanding with the gnome. I'm glad to see you're feeling better, at least. A thought occurred to Jack. Gerwert, why did you want to link? Gerwert shrugged. He still wasn't back to his usual pessimistic, grumbling self, but at least his face wasn't a mask of depression anymore. I don't know, honestly. Sometimes, when we link, we share something that I like. Like I can feel what you're feeling. Ah, yes, said Norlim, a little more encouraged now that Gerwert was talking normally again, and relieved that Gerwert hadn't tried to link in order to hurt himself. That is common with links, he said, addressing Jack. That is common with links, he said, addressing Jack. We often share one another's awareness, one might say. We can't read minds per se, but it does provide us with some measure of comfort, knowing we're part of something larger. Jack nodded. It's the same for me as well. I can't really put it into words what it's like when I created this planet. Even though it's not complete, said Gerwert offhandedly. Where are the plants? The animals? The warm air? It's like the planet is broken. Jack began nodding slowly. Yes, that's true. After all, there are supposed to be more Fae, and I built this planet before we had all of them, so naturally there would be a few things missing. Yes, but even with one more, it's not exactly helping, said Gerwert. We're still struggling to find basic things, like food. Jack paused. Say that again, Gerwert? I said, we're still struggling to find food. No, I mean the other thing. You said we have one more. One more what? One more Fae, of course. Gerwert narrowed his eyes at her. Are you sure you've recovered from all those hits to the head? Jack smiled, momentarily grateful to have the old Gerwert back. But what the gnome had said quickly took precedence. They had another Fae now, the Ice Fae, a new race that hadn't been present at the formation of Ilidar. They had developed after. Jack rose to her feet, feeling pain stab through her leg and chest at the sudden movement. Gerwert, I think you're brilliant. She began walking as fast as her bad leg would allow, back towards the main camp. Gerwert got to his feet and began walking after her, followed closely by Norlim, who was practically skipping at seeing his friend feeling better and coming back into the camp. Gerwert trotted to keep up with her, even though she was moving slower than usual. You know I'm brilliant, and I know I'm brilliant, but what exactly are you on about this time? He asked. The Ice Fae. They weren't there when we created Ilidar, Jack replied. Which means they could be a next step in the process of creation. Perhaps they could help heal the world in a way. How? Said the gnome. They make things cold. That's not exactly something this world needs right now. We have plenty of that. I don't know, admitted Jack, but I'll bet the two of you could figure it out. She turned and gave Gerwert and Norlim a slight wink. How do you mean? This time it was Norlim who spoke. Well, it's like you said. When you link with someone, you gain insight about their abilities. I can't link, so that leaves you two and any other Fae who want to join in. Just then she caught sight of Breton at the edge of the wall, his arms out and his face a mask of concentration as he drew in moisture from the air to become part of the barrier. Breton, she called as they neared. The Ice Fae glanced up from his work. He quickly let down his hand, and the wall ceased to grow. We need to talk. Chapter 22. Jack, he said in a booming voice, his eyes welcoming her with a warmth that did not match his fey abilities. I'm glad to see you up and walking about. I'm feeling much better, said Jack, though it was only partially true. Her chest ached, and her leg was going to give way soon if she did not sit down again. But at least she could move. What can I do for you? Said Breton. Well, have you ever linked before? Jack told him about her conversation with Gerwert and Norlim. Most humans couldn't link, and she couldn't since receiving the Void brand, but Fae could link with other Fae, and perhaps that would give them the knowledge they needed to save themselves on this frozen rock. I must admit, I knew nothing of this link before you said something, said Breton. I'd be willing to give it a try with the gnome, if it's all right with him. After all, we seem to share a common element regarding our Fae abilities.
Gerwert narrowed his eyes. I'm not sure I want someone who can freeze me solid with a touch to... Oh, don't worry about that, Gerwert. Give it a shot. Jack literally pushed Gerwert forward so he was standing closer to Breton. For a brief moment, there was an awkward silence.
I'm afraid you will have to show me how it's done, little gnome, said Breton. You have the experience, after all.
Oh, Gerwert seemed taken aback. Well, it's no trouble, really. All you do is clasp hands. He reached one arm forward, and Breton immediately took the smaller fist in his. Then you just open up.
I'm not sure what you mean,
said Breton, his eyebrows drawn together. It's really simple once you get the hang of it, said Norlim. Gerwert, why don't you initiate the link this time so we can understand how it feels? Gerwert shrugged, but said nothing. Just a few moments later, Breton's eyes widened. Well, now that's interesting, he said. Utterly fascinating. What is it? Jack asked, eager to know more. What would it be like to link with an ice fae? There's something there, said Gerwert, his own eyes open wide. Something to do with the air.
Yes, I see that,
said Breton, concentrating.
The wind and air is determined by shifts in the temperature. Perhaps with the ice fae and the gnomes together, we could
change the weather, said Gerwert. His eyes grew even wider, and he let go of Breton. All trace of his more cynical side was gone. We would have control over the elements. Jack's mind began racing. Okay, so perhaps the ice fae were some kind of missing link, one that could help them normalize the weather patterns here. It was something for sure, even though it still wouldn't help them with the food situation, other than maybe generate an environment more friendly to mushrooms. Okay, she said. I think we should get some of the other fae in on this. The Sky Fae will certainly be interested in helping, and we should have at least one troll as well to provide you with any additional energy that you might need. In fact, we might as well have all the Fae link.
For what purpose?
Said Breton.
To change the weather? If it gets too warm, the barrier will melt.
If it gets warm enough, we won't need it, said Jack. And it's not just for us. This planet is unfinished. We need you to heal it. Breton raised his arms, palms outward.
Well, I'm willing to help, but I'm not sure we'll be able to do much, considering you won't be able to guide the link and you don't have the Pillars of Eternity like you did last time.
I know, but the Fae haven't needed a human for their link to work. Dwarves and gnomes have been doing it for generations to make armor, weapons, and such. We should at least be able to improve the climate. Gerwert was looking far more excitable than usual, especially considering that he had been willing to let himself die not long before. Well, this can mean only one thing, he said.
What's that, Gerwert?
Asked Norlim. I'm going to need some mushrooms. After the gnome ate his fill of mushrooms, or as much as they could spare, anyway, Jack called a meeting of the council just outside of the caves. Skellig, Seph, Mosael, Lee, and herself represented the different groups of humans, while Viona, Yewin, Gerwert, Norlim, Pershal, Rael, and Breton represented the Shadow Elves, Bright Elves, Gnomes, Dwarves, Sky Fae, Trolls, and Ice Fae, respectively. Last to arrive was Amelia, pulled along by several humans in her water-bearing wagon. Jack couldn't help but smile as she saw her friend pulled into view. It had been so long since she had talked to Amelia. "You know what I'd never thought I'd say?" Amelia said, leaning over the edge of her wagon as it approached. "That I actually miss the cold air. It gets stuffy in there." "You got to watch the fight," Jack pointed out. "Yeah, and it was pretty brutal from what I could see. Probably worse than I thought, now that I can see all the colors of the rainbow on your face." Jack chuckled, feeling her spirits lifting already. But that quickly faded as she caught sight of Fiona's face. The Shadow Elf was not smiling, and it didn't take long for Amelia to notice as well, quickly stopping her mirth. What had happened to Vander was not a laughing matter, and no one knew that more than the Shadow Elves. "Apologies, Fiona," said Jack, then waited for a nod before continuing. "I asked all of you to come here because we need to talk about the Ice Fae." She then went on to explain about the importance of the link, and how the Ice Fae might be able to help heal the weather patterns on the planet when connected to the gnomes, Sky Fae, and other races. "It sounds promising," said Yewin, "though honestly not what I expected you to talk to us about." "What did you expect?" said Jack. "Well, I thought you were going to talk about those portals that keep popping up. We had some Sky Fae report of several more instances nearby. The demons that fell out of those portals haven't reached us yet, but we'll need to be ready." Jack blinked. She had all but forgotten about the portals. She had been too caught up in trying to save everyone from the elements that any other concerns fell by the wayside. But in a way, it was the more important concern, if not the most immediate. "Very well. I had an idea about that a while back, before my fight with Vander. We can talk about it, assuming the rest of you are willing to try to link with Breton and the other Ice Fae." Yewin nodded. "I think I speak on behalf of all of the Fae that are willing to do so. Perhaps we could even set up a regular time for it. We might not be able to change the weather overnight after all." The others nodded, so Jack continued. "I'm excited to see what becomes of it. In any case, concerning the portals, the last time they appeared, Breton managed to hold one open for a limited time using his Fae magic. Unfortunately, it allowed more demons to come through, but I'm wondering if we couldn't do the same to send people back." That got a lot of interested looks, but Skellig looked troubled. "We've talked about this before, Jack," she said. "Surely, if you came to the other side, you'd run into a horde of demons and Cain himself. You have no chance against them with no brands." "So we get past them unseen," said Jack. She looked pointedly at Fiona. The Shadow Elf started as she realized that all eyes had turned to her. "Oh, no, you can't expect one of us to go," she said. "After everything we've done to the rest of you." "That was mostly Vander's doing," said Yewin, rubbing his chin. "But it could work. You have the ability to disguise others who are not Shadow Elves, correct?" "Well, yes, but not more than one or two others, and it takes a great deal of concentration. But beyond that, we're in disarray right now. I could barely afford to send one of the others, let alone myself." "You're the one I trust most right now," said Jack, keeping her gaze fixed on the elf. "And perhaps the others would see it as a sign that we don't hold any ill will against you, that we're willing to continue to work together to meet our goals.
Besides, Carlona dispatched several shadow elves as spies back on Earth, and they're still there. We could use this as an opportunity to retrieve them. Fiona met her eyes and took a disparaging breath. Well, I suppose it could be possible to hide you from the eyes of Cain and the demons once we're on the other side. I could cover no more than 2, so unless you want to take more shadow elves with you, we wouldn't have the time for that, said Breton. My estimation is that we could only keep the portal open for a few seconds, just enough time for a small handful to get through. I still don't like it, said Skellig. Even if you made it to the other side and managed to avoid getting caught by Cain, what would you do there? Jack had several answers prepared for this question. Well, the first and foremost goal would be to retake the Pillars of Eternity, which would ultimately stop Cain from opening the portals here. Not an easy task, said Skellig, folding her arms. No, which is why we may need help. Name is still there, and he's likely been recruiting more and more people this whole time. He might not even know we left. If he is still alive, said Skellig. With us out of the way and the Pillars of Eternity in his possession, who's to say Cain hasn't already laid waste to the entire planet by now? Jack almost scowled. Leave it to Skellig to find the worst-case scenarios. He won't destroy everything. I know him. He wants something left to command, to rule. But maybe you're right, and maybe Name won't be waiting for us when we get back. If that's the case, we'll pick up where he left off, form a rebellion against Cain until we can take back what we lost. Skellig didn't say anything that time, but her face was still dark. Look at it this way, said Jack. If we stay here and do nothing, Cain will eventually gain complete control over the pillars, and we won't stand a chance. The increase in demons here shows that he's getting closer to his goal. If there is any possibility, even the slightest, that we can stop that from happening, we have to take it. That was all Skellig needed. She pressed her lips together and nodded. I suppose you're right, but there's a lot we simply cannot plan for, seeing as we have no idea where you will end up or what Cain has been doing this whole time. I agree, said Jack, which is just another reason why only a few of us should go. A large force will have little advantage. With myself and Fiona, that would mean no more than 1 additional person should come with us. I'll go, said Lee immediately. Jack glanced at the woman and hesitated. The Eastern leader's illness had not worsened over the past few days, but it had also not improved. Her skin was a pale greenish color, and she leaned against Amelia's wagon for support. But her eyes were made of steel. I don't know if that's a good idea, Lee, said Breton. It should probably be one of the Fae, or at least someone with a powerful brand. From everything I've heard, brands will do little against Cain, said Lee. And if there's to be rebelling, I want to be at the center of it. No one understands rebels and fighting against tyrants like I do. Her voice was strong, contrasting starkly with her appearance. Jack almost hid her smile. Lee, I think you're right. Your experience with the Eastern rebellions will matter more than something like a combat brand. Are you sure you're up for the trip? You don't look well. I am well enough, said Lee, standing straight. This illness is not like that which plagues the others. It has lasted long, but I am still capable. I would be honored to accompany you. Then I will not say no, Jack exchanged a nod with the woman. Assuming no one else has any objections? I don't suppose you want me to come as well, said Seph from where he stood next to her. She swallowed as his gray eyes met hers. He was her husband, and if they could pull this off, she would be leaving him. Was that fair? Wisely, the others remained quiet, only watching Jack and Seph exchange glances. Seph,
she began. "It's okay, Jack," he said, putting out a hand. "I understand that my strengths are to comfort and inspire. I'm needed here to put the rest of us back together again, to heal. I'm not a rebel leader," he waved a hand at Lee, "or a cunning fae," he waved his other hand at Fiona. "And I'm not you, Jack." "I'm sorry," she said simply. It seemed she was saying that a lot lately, but she didn't know what else to say. Her marriage to Seph had given her the strength she needed to pull through her fight with Vander, to keep herself from giving in to despair. What did it mean now that she was going to leave him so soon? "Don't be," he replied. "I fully support the plan." Jack blinked at him. Well, he could at least show a small amount of concern for her. "That still leaves the question," said Masael, his slow accent easing the tension generated by Jack and Seph's exchange. "We don't know when or where these portals will appear. How do we find one to use as a way back to Earth?" "It may take some time," said Jack. "Fiona, Lee, and I will have to be ready to go at any moment. It's likely that they will revisit us again soon." "So we wait," said Yowen. Jack nodded. "We wait." Chapter 23. They spent a bit more time discussing the particulars, but it wasn't long before Jack dismissed the council. Only Seph remained after everyone else returned to their duties. Jack met his eyes. "Would you like to take a walk for a bit?" He smiled, though there was a hint of sadness in it. "I'd like that." They left the camp, heading along the mountains to the west. Jack gently slipped her hand in his as they walked. Not far away, there was a cliff face that provided a small measure of protection against the snow. Enough so it was mostly dry at the base. It was the most private place she could think of, assuming no scouts were hurrying past. "Seph, I hope you don't think that I'm abandoning you," she said after a minute or so of walking in the snow. "Getting married to you was the best decision I've ever made, and I don't regret it at all. You give me new life." She looked sidelong at her husband, who gazed back. He was smiling. "I don't think that, Jack." "You don't seem very worried about what might happen to me." He took a deep breath. "Jack, of course I'm worried. But I also agreed to this the moment I agreed to marry you. We do not live in peaceful times, and I think both of us are destined for great things. But in a way, that is comforting."
"How do you mean?"
"Well, I do not know where our lives will take us. We might both die in the fight for the Fae and for Ilidar. You've certainly come close to it. But on the other hand, we've made it this far, and I can't help but think that if our destiny is to help people, we can't exactly do that when we're dead."
Jack thought that through. "I don't know, Seph. There was a moment when Vander was hitting me that I realized my life could still count for something even after I was dead."
"But then you didn't die, did you?"
he pointed out.
"And why was that? What kept you going?"
She turned her head and looked at him. "You did."
"See? As long as we hold out for others, our destinies are clear."
"But I would have died had Gerbert not saved me." He shook his head.
"You're not giving yourself enough credit. After all, why would Gerwert step in like that if he didn't believe in you as well?"
"You sound confident."
"Perhaps. I don't feel that way all the time, though. Only when I think it through. To be honest, I worry about the future as much as any man. I worry about Cain, about what could happen to you if you went back to Earth. Like I worried when Vander was pummeling you to death. It doesn't ever go away."
She wrapped one arm around his waist as they walked. "I'm sorry to put you through all of that."
"I appreciate that, but you're forgetting something."
He grinned at her, and she felt her face flush at the look in his eyes. "What's that?"
You make it all worth it. All the times I worry about you, it's only because I've come to care. and I wouldn't care if I didn't love you with all my heart.
They were approaching the foothills. Jack could see the dark rock at its base where the snow hadn't touched. Even though they were still walking, she placed her head on his shoulder. "Thank you for loving me, Seph."
And thank you for loving me. When you finally make it back to Earth, let that be what brings you back safely.
Jack nodded, simply enjoying his presence as they made it to the cliff. There they sat on a small rocky ledge. She simply let him hold her, enjoying the warmth of his body pressed against hers. "I will come back, Seph, I promise."
I know.
Seph kissed her gently on the lips. She responded by grabbing him by the back of the head and kissing him hard, harder than she had ever kissed him before. It was a kiss of passion, a promise that she would not abandon him, that she would come back, if for no other reason than to be with him again. She continued to kiss him long into the night, the warmth of their bodies making up for the cooling temperatures. Her love for Seph boiled over and she saw stars. It was a feeling not unlike what she had felt when creating Ilidar. It was the power of the love they shared, the power of creation, the power of eternity. Finally, they could enjoy a little privacy together as husband and wife. Over the next 2 days, Jack, Lee, and Fiona prepared what weapons and belongings they needed, and the Fae had begun practicing regular links. They claimed it was working, though Jack couldn't really see much of a result, other than the fact that the wind had picked up a bit. But that could mean anything. Regardless, it was a way for her to help the Fae feel valued. Vander would likely have looked on it as yet another exploitation of their skills, but Jack saw it more as a celebration. It was bringing out the best in each of them, and together they were learning more about the world they inhabited and their own abilities. The only downside of their preparations was the fact that Jack had to be near Fiona and Lee at all times, which meant that she and Seph never got another private moment together. But they couldn't afford the time it would take to rally everyone together once the portals appeared. They had to stay close. Regardless of their lack of privacy, Seph remained with her at all times, never wanting to leave her alone for an instant, knowing that she could disappear at a moment's notice. And Jack loved him for it. They spent most of their time talking and making plans for their future. They talked about things that had seemed silly just days ago, such as the number of kids they wanted or the house they would build. None of that would be possible, of course, until their current crisis was dealt with. But Seph had a way of inspiring hope, especially when it came to life on Ilidar. When the portals finally came again, they were ready for them. No less than 4 days after Jack had discussed the plan with the council, she woke to shouts coming from nearby. Instantly, she was awake and on her feet. Seph blinked his eyes as he awoke, but quickly followed Jack once he realized what was happening.
Portals!
Breton yelled.
The portals are opening just to the east side of camp.
Lee and Fiona were awake and beside Jack in a heartbeat, carrying the packs they had prepared earlier. Jack grabbed her own, and with a tilt of her head at Lee and Fiona, she began running to the east side of camp. She spared a glance for Seph, who joined them but lagged several steps behind. She quickly caught sight of Breton, who was waving them forward at the edge of the camp. He pointed, and Jack could see the strange purple energy coming off the portals in the moonlight.
"If we hurry, we can make it in time,"
said Breton, falling into step with them as they approached.
"We're ready,"
said Lee, though she was breathing hard from the exertion. Had Jack made the wrong decision to allow her to come? She was sick, after all. But then again, a sick person was likely better off on Earth than here on Ilidar. They continued running, all 5 of them, while others gathered to watch them go. Soon they had passed up all the onlookers, and Jack could see the portals far more clearly. 1 or 2 dark shapes against the snow suggested that there were already demons that had dropped through the portals, or at least parts of them. But they didn't have time to worry about them right now. As soon as they were close enough, Breton extended his hands. Jack's face protested as the air grew chill.
The ice phase magic shot from his arms until it connected with the nearest portal to open in front of them. The portal froze in mid-air, just large enough for one person to climb through at a time. "Go!" Breton screamed at them. His gray face was pinched with effort, and his white hair flew about his neck with the wind. But he was standing strong, holding the portal open for them. "Hold my hand," said Fiona, extending both for Jack and Lee to grab hold. They did so. Jack took one last look back to see Seph standing next to Breton, his face a mask of concern, but also something of encouragement. He smiled and nodded. Jack nodded back. She would see him again. If she had to pry the pillars of eternity off Cain's dead corpse, she would see that man again. In a flash, she felt the magic of the shadow elf wash over her. Glancing down at her hand, she saw nothing but air. She couldn't see Fiona or Lee either, though she knew that they were there. Fiona's hand still held hers tightly. "Hold it as long as you can, Breton," she held, before pulling on Fiona's hand, moving directly for the portal. She reached it and stepped through, pulling her companions after her. Epilogue. Name ran down the ruined passage that had once been Main Street in Skycliff. There was nothing left of it now, not since Cain and his demons had reduced it to rubble. Now only the royal palace remained intact, and he had no idea what was going on in there. It was nothing short of impossible how Skycliff had fallen so fast. Many, or at least those who were still alive, speculated that the Queen had even let it happen. Name didn't speculate. But right now, none of that mattered. Right now, he was running for his life. No less than 50 demons were on his heels, some of them close enough to take a few swipes at his feet as he ran. Grace was a wonderful brand in combat and situations like these, but it also did not grant him any additional speed. What he wouldn't give for that pillar of eternity he'd used back on the plains near Riverbrook. That had been an experience like none other. But Jack needed that, so he would have to make do. He jabbed his spear blindly behind him and was rewarded with a satisfying yelp as the spear tip slashed at a demon. But he had to keep running. If he didn't lead this pack far enough away, they would double back and kill the refugees he had found on the south side of the city. He ducked around a corner and nearly collided with Jerem, a fellow watcher who had listened to Name and stayed behind after Skycliff had been decimated. They had stayed to get as many survivors out as they could. Name threw up his arms in front of him, but only just managed to avoid a collision. But the damage had been done. He turned and swung his spear down just in time to stop a demon from biting into his leg. The rest of the demons crowded around, barely slowing their momentum as they rounded the same corner. "I've got them, Name," said Jerem, raising his own spear and lighting up his telekinesis brand. That's right. Jerem was a telekinetic. Name turned his attention back to the demons and began taking out as many as he could. At this close range, and with this many demons, it was dangerous to take them on alone. But Jerem began holding back several using his brand, and Name moved in for the kill. He took out the first wave, dodging and twisting, aided by his brand of grace. Jerem crushed several demons and held others for Name to finish with a spear. He was honestly surprised how much strength Jerem seemed to have with his telekinesis. Few of his brands could hold that many demons back at once. Working together, it wasn't long before all the demons lay dead at their feet. Name almost laughed as he caught his breath. That had been a close one. "Thank you, Jerem," he said, turning to the watcher and clasping him by the hand. "I don't know what I would have done if you hadn't shown up." "I was looking for you anyway, Name," Jerem responded, not sharing the same look of relief that Name felt. "Oh, yeah? My master wants to speak to you." Name frowned. His who? What was? But then Jerem seemed to shimmer. His entire visage changed in the blink of an eye, going from the thick-set watcher Name had recruited to a tall, thin boy Name recognized. "Merrick?" he said, his jaw dropping. "But how? You died at Foothold. This had to be a dream or some strange nightmare." "It matters not," said Merrick, his voice darker than Name remembered.
He narrowed his eyes at the boy.
What have you done to Jerem?
There never was a Jerem. I have been watching you from the beginning. You were the only other to successfully wield a pillar of eternity. He took one step forward, advancing on Name. Despite himself, Name took a step back. And now, he wants to learn how you did it.
Hey there, my name is Jason, and I'm the author of the book you were just listening to. I wanted to invite you to an exclusive, VIP reader experience where you get to interact with me directly. But the big thing that you get is you actually get all of my books, the ebooks and the audiobooks for free. All you have to do is sign up for a 7-day free trial. Technically, you could just come in for the trial and grab your books and be on your way. I wouldn't hold that against you, but there's a lot of other cool stuff there that I hope will encourage you to stay, including regular meetups with me. You'll get more information about the Argoverse and everything that goes into it. It's all a big giant shared universe. So I'll have a timeline and basically a course of me going through it and talking about it. It's the coolest experience that I've ever seen coming from an author like myself. So go ahead and check that out in the description below, and I will see you there, hopefully.